Quote, "As long as man continues to be the ruthless destroyer of lower living beings, he will never know health or peace. For as long as men massacre animals, they will kill each other. Indeed, he who sows the seed of murder and pain cannot reap joy and love." End quote. Pythagoras. Contents. Note to the reader. Introduction by David Christopher Lane. Why I Am a Vegetarian by J. Howard Moore. Why I Don't Eat Faces by David Christopher Lane. The Logic of Vegetarianism by Henry S. Salt. Testimonies on Vegetarianism by Dr. W. M. A. Alcott. The Logical Vegetarian, poem by Gilbert Keith Chesterton. Giving Up Dairy by Rupert H. Weldon. The Karmic View by Sawan Singh. Conclusion by Professor Andrea D.M. Note to the reader. The following book, which provide arguments for a vegetarian/vegan lifestyle, we have included several chapters from books published in the 19th century which shows that the idea of a non-meat diet is not new in America, even if it has never been widely adopted. Keep in mind that these earlier writings didn't have the scientific knowledge at their disposal that we have today. What is surprising, however, is how prescient some of these authors were about the health benefits of vegetarianism. The book doesn't have to be read in a linear fashion, so one is free to read whatever section that is appealing and engaging. Our hope is that even if one never turns vegan or vegetarian, that he or she will have a deeper and richer understanding of why a large number of people across the planet have consciously chosen to abstain from eating meat and assorted byproducts. Quote, "It is my view that the vegetarian manner of living, by its purely physical effect on the human temperament, would most beneficially influence the lot of mankind." End quote. Albert Einstein. Introduction. Question. How do you know who the vegan is at a dinner party? Answer. Don't worry, they'll tell you. I turned vegetarian 48 years ago, when I was just a young teenager. I have never deviated from that self-chosen lifestyle, though my youngest son, Kelly, convinced me that I needed to up my game and turn vegan, which I did by following his example. Footnote 1. I must confess that I never knew that milk made out of oats could taste so good. Though I've always been a big fan of pizza and feared that I would miss it too much, I found to my delight that certain places can still make an awesome pie with vegan cheese. I'm specifically thinking of the famous Cheese Board restaurant in Berkeley, California, which provides amazing vegan options. End footnote. Being a vegetarian for so long, I have noticed a variety of reactions to my eating habits, ranging from, "Don't you crave meat?" to, "That's weird," to, "I wanted to try that too," to, "Why don't you eat eggs?" But these days, the vegan option has gone more or less mainstream, and the variety of choices is growing almost exponentially each year. Yet, meat eating isn't disappearing anytime soon, particularly in certain countries around the world. There are many reasons for this, ranging from economic to cultural to religious to traditional, but primary among them is that human beings are an omnivorous species. We have developed the ability to eat almost anything, within certain limits, and this has fueled, for better or for worse, our survival over thousands of years. Turning vegetarian or vegan is not always an easy decision, and for many it may seem to be a luxury that is unaffordable and undesirable. The problem is that far too often, those who have picked up a specific dietary plan can become self-righteous about their choices and then attempt to aggressively proselytize their newfound path to others who are less enlightened. I think most of us have experienced those awkward moments when one of our family members or friends have seen the light and ended up preaching their newfangled gospel to us heathens. It is irritating and off-putting. Ironically, such strident advocacy tends to have the opposite effect. Instead of converting us right there and then, we become more entrenched in our positions, realizing anew that if such dietary restrictions make people turn into moralistic zealots, we want nothing to do with them and what they are selling. I know from which I speak, because though I have been a strict non-meat eater for decades, I never liked pushing my ideas on others who were carnivores. For instance, I never tried, or even desired, to change my sister or brothers to my way of thinking, because what I really wanted was to be allowed to enjoy my alternative food choices without being overly hassled about it, which was more typical of what happened back in the early days. Must it be stated so bluntly? Preachy vegans can be obnoxious, so much so that I have on occasion come to the defense of my meat-eating friends, simply to diffuse a very uncomfortable and non-productive debate. Once, back in high school, I remember Sean Kelly, who was famous among our coterie for being a child actor in the John Wayne movie The Cowboys, and I were at a dinner party when he came up to me, not knowing I was a vegetarian, and he was in an argument with another senior who was quite animated and heated in pushing his non-animal agenda. Sean, exasperated, asked for my help. Because I liked and admired Sean, he was friendly to everyone he met, and finding his sparring partner to be somewhat of a jerk, I did my best to give him some intellectual ammunition. Not sure if it helped, but Sean seemed appreciative for the effort. I bring this up because just a few years ago, my wife, Dr. Andrea DM, was asked by a colleague to invite Gary Yourofsky, a controversial animal activist, to give a talk to her ethics class at Mount San Antonio College. Although Andrea was herself a longtime vegetarian, she was not prepared for Gary Yourofsky's unhinged and militant presentation. He called Andrea's students rapists and murderers because they ate meat, apparently forgetting that he was there to inform and educate students and not intimidate and bully them instead. In fact, it got so heated that after the lecture, Yourofsky walked over to one of the female students on the second floor and threatened to throw her off the balcony, which would have meant certain death. In the meantime, Andrea contacted the campus police and tried to intervene when Gary Yourofsky bolted and ran away before being arrested. Needless to say, he was barred from ever coming to Mount San Antonio College again. He has subsequently been arrested repeatedly and even spent time in a maximum security prison. Gary Yourofsky has reportedly been permanently banned from entering Britain and Canada. After hearing from my wife Andrea about the incident, I was appalled and flabbergasted that a person advocating the high ideal of not killing animals would become so angry that he would resort to threatening the life of another human being. Such actions are the height of hypocrisy and the very opposite of the Jain precept of ahimsa, nonviolence and non-injury. Footnote 2. My wife, Dr. Andrea DM, later informed me that Gary Yourofsky attempted to apologize for his actions 2 weeks later in a long email. But sadly, he didn't change his behavior, since a similar incident occurred just a few months later at Chaffey College. According to the entry on him in Wikipedia, Yourofsky, quote, on March 30th, 2017, Yourofsky announced the end of his activist life on his Facebook page, stating, "My tank is completely empty, so I will no longer be online or active in any capacity besides helping students with animal rights and answering emails from people who are beginning their vegan journeys." End quote. Being a vegan doesn't mean that one has to be violent or loathsome in promoting compassion to animals. Indeed, one should be more compassionate to other human beings in the process, not less so. End footnote. Yes, we can be strong advocates for our chosen moral positions, but when we contradict those by violent sermonizing, we have completely upended those very values. My own position is that it is far better to be an example of what we desire than endlessly bantering about our own supposed ethical superiority. Now, of course, this doesn't mean that we can't be hard-edged in our writing, but that in discussing our ideas in person, we would be well advised to try and emulate the Jain virtues of anikantavada, sayavada, and ahimsa. As the illustrated book, The Many-Sided Brain, elaborates, the first concept, anikantavada, which means many-sidedness, states that truth, like an ocean, has varying features, and that our approaches to understand reality are inevitably partial or limited. Thus, whatever stance or position we take must be bracketed, keeping in mind that others may have perceived what we ourselves have not. It engenders an openness to listen to other points of view, and seriously take them into consideration. The second concept, sayadvada, is generally translated to mean that all final appraisements or judgments are tentative, since what is theoretically proffered is understood to be potentially uncertain, as in maybe, or it could be, or let's wait and see. As in the famous parable of the blind man and an elephant, each believes that what they touch reveals the true nature of the animal, but each man, by their limited feeling, only grasp a small part of the totality of the animal. Likewise, humans in their quest for knowledge always come up short and thus should hold back on any final adjudication, lest they, like the blind man, confuse a trunk for an entire head, or a twig for a tree, or a wave for an ocean. The third concept, ahimsa, which literally translated means not to injure or harm, is the most widely known Jain ideal and has far-reaching implications. While it is generally viewed as not hurting other sentient beings, ahimsa also applies to how we treat the thoughts and ideas of others. Do we, in sharing our ideas, give wide berth to what others believe, and do we engage with them in a respectful and considered fashion? The following book is a scattered collection of essays and articles and notes about vegetarianism, veganism, and why we now have the privilege to not eat animals in most countries across the globe. Some of the writings are quite pointed and rhetorically charged, but that is how it should be, in a medium that always allows the reader to turn the page or close the text altogether. I long ago realized that one can be much harsher in writing, whereas in personal actions, one should be much more polite and engaging. A good example of this that comes immediately to mind is the work of Friedrich Nietzsche, which is anything but mild. He could be quite over the top, as when he prophesied, quote, "I know my fate. One day my name will be associated with the memory of something tremendous. A crisis without equal on earth, the most profound collision of conscience. A decision that had been conjured up against everything that had been believed, demanded, hallowed so far. I am no man. I am dynamite." End quote. Yet in personal relations, and in the company of others, we are told by those who knew him that Nietzsche was exceptionally gracious, polite, and well-mannered, not interested in giving undue offense. I have a friend who I only see very rarely, and who you never imagine would say a harsh word against anything or person. However, when he is at home, posting on the internet, he is a mercurial and acerbic critic who, as the cliché goes, takes no prisoners. I say this as a preface to the essays in this volume, since I realize too well that in order to drive home a point that is contrarian to one's long-held belief system, it is vital, on occasion, to draw hyperbolic examples which one might at first glance find disconcerting or even offensive. Education is often an irritant, and it is difficult to change our lifelong habits, even if we may philosophically or ethically agree with our opponent's point of view. I know from my own life that I certainly resisted turning vegan out of stubbornness, since I didn't want to give up cheese products for the simple, but not very profound, reason that I liked pizza too much. But once I got over that tiny hurdle, it wasn't hard at all to give it up. Being vegan today versus in years past is light years easier. Indeed, when I think back on the food options we had in the 1970s in supermarkets and compare it to what is accessible today, I am genuinely stunned at the wide variety of foodstuffs. Finally, I am reminded of how differing approaches on vegetarianism can facilitate differing responses. Back in the 1990s, an exceptionally bright student of mine, Paul O'Brien, desired to write a book about atheism that was not obstreperous in its tone. He wanted the text to be a welcoming invite to religious believers so that they might get a better insight on how a young atheist thinks and why they shouldn't be scared of him or his views. Paul came up with a great title for his book, Gentle Godlessness, A Compassionate Introduction to Atheism. He released it on my Neural Surfer website, on the World Wide Web in the early days of the Internet, and it became distributed worldwide and read by thousands. This was years before the more impassioned, and sometimes angry, neo-atheist books of Richard Dawkins and the late Christopher Hitchens. Paul realized something early on that perhaps some atheists didn't, and that one can be edgy and persuasive without being angry or self-righteous. Of course, it can be argued that with any new movement which is trying to make headway is often led by the loudest and most radical of voices, since only then can the bullhead amongst us can actually hear them. On this issue, I am of two minds, and I can well understand each side championing their own methodological approaches. The first is to be intellectually confrontational and emotionally charged in order to drive home a salient point. The second is to be solicitous and welcoming, but all along holding a firm position with the hopes that having a kinder and gentler voice can be more persuasive. These are not necessarily mutually exclusive purviews. They depend on several factors, not the least of which is context, time period, and the targeted audience. But no matter what route we take, one, the other, or both, I do think that living by example is more valuable than all the words we may banter forth for this or that. I know from my own life, seeing my young son, Kelly, consciously choosing to be a vegan at the age of 13, even though none of his friends are, was much more persuasive in turning me in that direction than reading all the books I had read previously on the subject. Being and living the example we want others to follow is more powerful than all the preaching we may do. A good illustration of this truth comes from a story that is often repeated about Mohandas K. Gandhi. and a young boy who loved eating sugar. While the retelling has the earmarks of hagiography, the moral of the story is powerful nevertheless. As Nagesh Baludi explains, one of Mahatma Gandhi's most popular quotations is, "You must be the change you wish to see in the world." Here is a widely believed, although unverified, story of the origin of this quotation. During the 1930s, a young boy had become obsessed with eating sugar. His mother failed to convince him to kick the habit. She decided to take him to Gandhi. The Mahatma, great soul, was highly revered across the country. Perhaps his instruction could convince her son to cut back on sugar. At Gandhi's ashram, hermitage, the mother recounted her difficulty and requested Gandhi to direct her son. Gandhi deliberated for a minute and replied, "Please come back after a week. I will talk to your son." The mother and her son revisited Gandhi the following week. Gandhi smiled at the boy and directed him, "You must stop eating sugar." The boy admitted, "Forgive me, Bapu, father. I will follow your advice." The mother was puzzled. She inquired, "Bapu, you could have asked my son to stop eating sugar when we visited last week. Why did you ask us to come back this week?" Gandhi answered, "Ben, sister, last week, I too was eating a lot of sugar. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. In sum, being compassionate to animals is more important than arguing about it." Why I am a vegetarian. An address delivered before the Chicago Vegetarian Society, J. Howard Moore, Chicago, May, 1985. The human race is like a snake. It sheds. Ever and anon, as the ages bloom, old forms of thought are superseded by intellectual brand news. Shrines at which one generation adores become to the succeeding desolate and despised. This little brochure has a mission. It is not a formidable one, but it is. It goes out with the hope that it may help, if ever so infinitesimally, in ridding the human of that terrific instinct of inconsideration towards the subhuman races. Solidarity is its plea, human and universal. It would be inexcusable to suppose that it is exhaustive. It is not even defensive. It is a projectile, and projectiles do not apologize. It intends to be followed. J.H.M. Quote, "What more advance can morals make in sin? Deaf to the calf that lies beneath the knife, looks up, and from the butcher begs her life. Deaf to the harmless kid, who, ere he dies, all efforts to procure thy pity tries, and imitates in vain thy children's cries." End quote. By Anonymous. Quote, "No flocks that range the valley free, to slaughter I condemn, taught by the power that pities me, I learn to pity them." End quote. By Goldsmith. Quote, "It is a vulgar error to regard meat in any form as necessary to human life." End quote. By Sir Henry Thompson. Quote, "The anthropoids and all the quadrumana derive their alimentation from fruits, grains, and other succulent vegetal substances, and the strict analogy between the structure of those animals and that of man clearly demonstrates his frugivorous nature." End quote. By Owen. Quote, "Does it not shame you to mingle blood and murder with nature's beneficent fruits? Other carnivora you call savage and ferocious, lions, tigers, and serpents, while yourselves come behind them in no species of barbarity, and yet for them murder is the only means of sustenance, whereas to you it is a superfluous luxury and crime." End quote. By Plutarch. I am not here to convert you to vegetarianism. I know too well the nature of mind to commit any such blunder. I am here to talk English and, if possible, give you glimpses. I cannot hope in 100 minutes to rinse from your brain sandbars that have been ages in depositing. It is no holiday matter to emancipate oneself from an old, inveterate slavery. It is a task so formidable that few do it without help. It requires a courage and an iconoclasm greater than most possess to make heroic initiatives. But after a reform is accomplished, and its principles become matters of course, there are few persons without the ability to look back and wonder why idiots are so much like men. Men are somnambulistic, stupefied by the long night of instinct out of which it arose. The human mind is only half awake. Washington was the father of a country, but he held human beings as slaves and paid his hired help in Virginia whiskey. It took Americans 100 years to find out that all men included Ethiopians. Men who risked their lives to achieve personal and political liberty for black men deliberately doom white women to a similar servitude. Rich men give millions to museums or universities when they would know, if they had the talent to stop and think, that the thousands who make their wealth work like wretches from morning till night and suffocate in garrets and feed on garbage, in order that they may be munificent. Human beings preach, as the cardinals of morality, that they should act upon others as they would be pleased to have others act upon them, and then take the most sensitive and beautiful beings, all palpitating with life, and chop them into fragments with a composure that would do honor to the managers of an inferno. It has been said that when a proposition is presented to us for our acceptance or rejection, we treat it as we would treat an article of furniture presented to us for our apartments. We try it. If it fits in character and complexion, we accept it, and it becomes a part of our paraphernalia. If it does not fit, we reject it. Every proposition that comes to our intelligence is thus accepted or dismissed, depending on the congeniality or uncongeniality of the subjective and the objective. It is impossible absolutely for mind, constituted as it is on the earth, to accept a proposition that is antagonistic to it, and when a proposition is presented to the mind, the only way in the world to win its acceptance is by coaxing and modifying the mind itself. I come to you tonight with a proposition. In a very feeble and fragmentary way, I attempt to do what every polemic attempts to do: to dynamite your minds, to havoc their foundations, and reconstruct them in harmony with the proposition I champion. But there are so many attitudes of opposition possible, so many objections that are thinkable, and so many things assumed by those who pitch themselves against it, that I cannot hope in one evening to accomplish more than a beginning. But if I somehow succeed in dilating your pupils a little, and enable you to realize in some measure the infamy in which you and the rest of the Occidental world are today engaged, I shall feel better than if I had spoken to stones. I want to remind you and warn you that it makes no difference how just a proposition may be, and how universally and unreservedly it may be ultimately accepted. Its beginning is always a period of interrogation and war. When Garrison first announced the proposition denying the right to auction Ethiopians, the proposition was assailed by the most formidable volleys of objection. Those objections seem puerile today, but in the days in which this proposition found few heads in which to hide, they were axioms of ethical and political science. So when you take an attitude on this proposition, remember there are future generations as well as this one, and be careful of what you do, not to make the same spectacle of yourself that poor old Webster and the other blind men made when they poured cold water down the spines of the early abolitionists. I became a vegetarian by my own reflection. I did not know at the time of the vegetarian movement, and hence supposed myself alone among republics of carnivora. It did not seem to me graceful or ideal that I, an ethical being, should maintain my existence at the incessant expense of misery and death to others. But the problem that for some time tormented me was whether it were possible to keep up a successful and at all interesting existence without ox hips. I wondered whether the universe were so constructed that it were impossible for its most endowed children to live without the crudest and most recreant egoisms. There is now no remnant of a doubt about the possibilities of a bloodless existence, nor even of its positive hygienic advantages. I had been considerable of a vulture, and for some time, after eliminating flesh from my menus, I had desire for it, but gradually that desire faded, and there came in its stead a growing horror of flesh. The grinding of the tissues of my fellow beings seemed horribly akin to the chewing of the emotions of my friends. After a few weeks of fruits and vegetables, there came over me a feeling of exaltation and superiority and crispness that was truly novel. Today, I am thoroughly emancipated from the coils of cryophagy. I shall go down to my grave and out into the darkling hereafter with a bloodless digestion, if I am the only animal in the universe to do so. The flesh-tearing performances which I am compelled everywhere to behold seem to me the lurid dreams of maniacs, rather than the time and premeditated acts of sane beings. And I can but pity, not only the creatures whose throats are severed and whose skeletons are stripped, but the blind and reckless cannibals who perpetrate these crimes, when the whole earth teems with such a bewildering variety of beautiful and bloodless fruits. It seems so strange and so sad and so frightful that man should continue the barbarous, blood-sucking practices of the world's infancy. Vegetarianism is the neglect by one being to suppress another for nutritive purposes. I believe I should neglect to suppress the interests and lives of non-human beings for identically the same reason I should neglect to suppress the interests and lives of human beings. The exploitations of birds and quadrupeds for human whim or convenience is an offense not different in kind from the offenses denounced in human statutes as robbery and murder. Which impels abstinence from one of these offenses impels everyone who has the power to be consistent to refrain from all of them. There is, in fact, but one crime in the universe, and all varieties of impropriety whatsoever are aspects or phases of this crime. It is the crime of exploitation, the suppression of interests, lives, or welfares of some beings for the whim or convenience of others, the neglect to recognize the equal or approximately equal rights of all to life, consideration, and happiness, the crime to doing to others as you would that others would not do to you. I look back over the ages of this world, not the ages of human history simply, for the history of the human species is but a little section, the remembered chapter, in the history of the evolutions which have been performed by mundane life. I look back to the beginning of life on this planet, back 50,000 of years ago, when the first protoplasmic specks sprawled in the primeval seas. Life originated from the sea 1,500,000 human generations ago. Life originated in the sea. After ages of evolution, it crept out upon the continents, subsequently entered the forests, climbed and clambered among the trees, became endowed with perpendicularity in hands, descended and walked upon the soil, invented agriculture, built cities and states, and here we are. Human civilization is but the van, the hither terminus, of an evolutionary process, which had its beginnings away back in the protoplasm of primeval slime. The philosopher is the remote posterity of the meek and lowly monad. Now, this whole enterprise, the entire process of biological evolution, has been accomplished by the survival from age to age of the fittest to survive. That is, by the subjugation and elimination of the weak and simple by the more powerful and sophisticated, and the disposition to exploit manifested by every animal that breathes, from philosopher to fish. It is a disposition which has been implanted in the natures of living beings by the necessities of evolution. The great task of reforming the universe, therefore, is the task of eliminating from the natures of its inhabitants the disposition to be inhospitable, egoistic, and merciless, which has been everywhere developed by evolution. In the ideal universe, the life and happiness of no beings are contingent upon the suffering and death of any other, and the fact that in this universe of ours, life and happiness have been and are today so largely maintained by the infliction of indescribable misery and extinction is the most pathetic and the most stupendous and the most sickening contemplation that ever invaded the human mind. It is encouraging to know, however, that life in its highest forms, that is, as represented by the most cultured aggregates of the human species, is evolving rapidly and irrepressibly toward the ideal, that is, toward a social state in which the interests of life of each individual are being more and more equally precious. What are civilization and morality? What do we mean by ethical progress? The growth of consideration for others, nothing more, simply cessation of or abstinence from exploitation. Courtesy, kindness, justice, altruism, humanity. What are they? They are the qualities which distinguish those who put themselves in the place of others, who recognize the existence and the preciousness of others, and who act upon others as they themselves would be pleased to have others act upon them. Otherism is the antithesis of laissez-faire. The growth of civility in the earth is the growth of the principle or consciousness of solidarity among its inhabitants. Vegetarianism, therefore, that is, abstinence from non-human exploitation or the recognition of universal solidarity, is related from this exalted standpoint to the logic of the Magna Carta, the Declaration of Independence, and the modern movements of social reform. The sympathies of the consistent vegetarian go out naturally to the stricken and oppressed everywhere, to Cuba in her struggle for autonomy, to Ireland in her misery, or to the helpless quadruped quivering under the poleaxe, and the pitiable proletarian who goes up and down the monopolized universe, seeking in vain for opportunities to earn honest nutrition. The vegetarian who is conscious enough to be consistent is in love with the universe, not simply with his wife or clan or species. He strives to be graceful to every being whose destinies he contacts, however humble or hopeless or eccentric that being may be. I am a vegetarian because I believe that present-day ethics is founded on that puerile pre-Darwinian delusion that all other kinds of creatures and all worlds were created explicitly for the hominin species. Vegetarianism is the ethical corollary of evolution. It is simply the expansion of ethics to suit the biological revelations of Charles Darwin. Evolution has taught us the kinship of all creatures. The ancient hiatus between man and the other animals has been effectively sewed up. Biology teaches us, if it teaches us anything, that there is a solidarity of the sentient world. Man is simply one of a series of sentients, differing in degree, but not in kind from the creatures below and around him. The ox he enslaves and slays, and the poor reptile that wriggles in his pathway are his brothers, partaking of his nature and sharing his destiny. Man is simply the adult of long evolution, and his qualities are, of course, found among the juveniles and infants of the sentient world: the industrious bee, the civilized ant, and the devoted steed, the mischievous ape, the irascible serpent, the sagacious elephant, the beautiful gazelle, and the great honest ox have within them in embryo all the emotions that roll through the soul of man: fear, love, fidelity, hate, jealousy, joy, selfishness, curiosity, remorse, are all found everywhere, and they are the same passions that heave your breast and mind: chastity, sobriety, obedience, personal cleanliness, industry, sympathy, self-control, friendship, heroism, sagacity. Many dogs and other semi-civilized animals have all these qualities, and in a greater degree than even the whole races of men. And these faculties and capacities of the non-hominin world are the same identical faculties and capacities that you have and I have. Industry and ingenuity in the beaver are just as genuine and just as commendable as the same qualities in a man. The faithful dog who stood over the lifeless body of his master, grieving for recognition, and starting at every flutter of his garments, till he himself died of starvation, was just as noble if he had all his days walked on his hind legs and worn a cane. The wild bird who takes her life in her wings to save her nestlings from the voracious serpent, and the mother bear away on the Arctic snows who allows herself to be murdered in order to save her child, have just as genuine mother love, and love just as sacred as that which burns in the breast of woman. The ingenious ant, which tends its fields, gathers its harvests, keeps slaves and armies, and goes to war, and performs about all the antics of civilized man, except maltreating the females and drinking gin, is not less civilized, and its civilization is not less real because it is miniature. And the Christian who goes to church on Sunday and wails long prayers and then goes home and stuffs his alimentary with the quivering vitals of his native fellows, and through the weeks lashes the flanks of his overburdened horse till the strained tendons are ready to snap, is not less criminal because he is strategic, and his crimes are no less infernal because they have no penalty but his conscience, and no judge but himself. Whether we realize it or not, the doctrine that on mankind's account all the rest of the animal world came into being, and that all non-human beings are mere hunks devoid of all psychic qualities found in man, is a doctrine not one whit more sagacious than the old geocentric theory of the universe. Man has defined himself as the paragon of the universe. I do not say that he is not. I simply say that if he is, the universe has no cause for dry eyes. Man's treatment of his own kind, especially his conduct towards the forms of life differing from him, have been such to brand him as a most ill-mannered and immodel organism. Human beings have been sufficiently clever and sufficiently devoted to each other to evolve to the masters of the earth, but instead of converting themselves into the preceptors for the conquered races, they have become the butchers of the universe. Instead of becoming the models and schoolmasters of the world in which they have outstripped, and striving to repair the clumsy natures and regulate the straying feet of those by means of whom they have been hoisted into distinction, they have become colossal pedants and assassins, proclaiming themselves the pets and gods of creation, and teaching each other that other races are mere fixtures to furnish food and amusement for themselves. They inculcate as a rule of conduct, and they preach it valiantly, that each should act upon others as he himself would choose to be acted upon. This ideal of social rectitude has been promulgated by the sages of the species for more than 2,000 years, but with a miserable pusillanimity they confine its application to the members of their own species. No non-human is too innocent or too interesting or too wonderful to escape the most frightening humiliations, if by those humiliations human comfort or human amusement or human whim is in any way whatever garnished. Look at the horse. No nobler and more beautiful creature is found in all the animal realm. A marvel of strength, speed, and splendor, the most useful and most consummate associate of man. What wonderful possibilities of reciprocity! Man takes the horse from the plains, where he is exposed to the inclemencies of weather, the contingencies of food, and the blunders of his own childlike nature. He gives him regular meals, pleasant shelter, intellectual surroundings, and a home. The horse, in return, gives man the benefit of his superior strength and speed, bearing man and his burdens, and supplementing in 1,000 ways the inadequate energies of his mentor. These are the possibilities. The ideal, gigantic strength supplementing superior wisdom, beautiful reciprocity. What are the actualities? Sad indeed. The horse is not an associate, but a slave. He has no rights, and is seldom suspected of being entitled to feelings or vanities at all. He is treated as if he had merely existence and usefulness. He is neglected, overburdened and overworked, beaten, insulted, starved, maimed, misunderstood, deprived of leisure and liberty, unconsidered, doomed to an environment out of which has been drained every element calculated to promote his happiness and intelligence, and perpetuate his nobility and beauty. He is a mere suggestion of the might have been. His regal neck has wilted, the splendid flanks are lean and drawn, the ambitious face is sad, the proud galloper of the plains, the companion of the winds, bearing fire in his nostrils and thunder in his hooves, has become a soured, impoverished, broken-hearted, but faithful wreck. The stars of heaven have never looked down on a more pitiful sight than that of a horse, after having drudged all his days in the service of his Lord, cast out in his helpless old age to wander and perish. Our own happiness and that of our species are believed to be so much more important than that of others that we sacrifice without scruple the most sacred prerogatives of others in order that our own may be fastidiously trimmed, even for a tooth or a feather, to wear on our own vanity. Marauders are sent through the forests of the earth to ravage and depopulate them. Beautiful beings which fill the woods with song and juvenility are compelled to sprawl lifeless and disheveled on the skulls of unconscionable sillies. Criminal and inconvenient races are exterminated with eager and superfluous violence. Thousands of innocent and helpless souls are caught up and carried by unfeeling emissaries into foul dungeons, and there doomed by ghoulish clowns of science to the most protracted, useless, and damning victimizations. It is enough almost to make villains weep. The cold-blooded manner in which human beings cut the throats, dash out the brains, and discuss the flavor of their victims at their cannibalistic feasts. Look at the scenes to be met with in all our streets and stockyards. An army of butchers standing in blood ankle-deep and working themselves to exhaustion, carving the throats of their helpless fellows. Unsuspecting oxen with limpid eyes looking up at the deadly pole-axe, and a moment later, lying a-quiver under its relentless thud. Struggling swine swinging by their hinders, with their life leaping from their gashed jugulars. An atmosphere in perpetual churn with the groans and yells of the massacred. Streets thronged with unprocessioned funerals, everywhere corpses dangling from sail-hooks or sprawling on chopping blocks. Men and women kneeling nightly by their pillow-sides and congratulating themselves on their whiteness, and rising and leaping on the bloody remains of some slaughtered fellow. Such are the spectacles in all our streets and stockyards. Such are the enormities portrayed day after day by Christian cannibals on the defenseless dumb ones of this world. Holy days, days above all others, when it seems men's minds would be bent on compassion, are farces of gluttony and ferocity. Unfeeling ruffians cowardly shoot down defenseless birds or prowl the country in rival squads, massacring every living creature that is not able to escape them, and for no higher or humaner purpose than just to see who can kill the most. This is egoism unparalleled on the face of the earth. No species of animal except man plunges to such depths of atrocity. It is bad enough, in all conscience, for one being to suppress another in order to tear it to pieces and swallow it. But when such outrages are perpetuated by organized packs, just for a pastime, it becomes an enormity beyond characterization. The insectivora, the carnivora, and the reptilia are cruel. It is horrible to contemplate the enormous wickedness perpetuated on the less offensive races by these relentless brutes. But the crimes committed by the hominin species are the most insolent and extravagant in the universe. Non-human murderers are ruthless, but even serpents and hyenas do not exterminate for sport. A universe is, indeed, to be pitied whose dominating inhabitants are so unconscious, so irresponsible, and so ethically repulsive that they make life a commodity, mercy a disease, and systematic massacre a pastime and profession. I am a vegetarian because I believe in the golden rule. Act towards others as you would that others would act toward you, has been the basic precept of the morals of the generations. This wonderful rule has been mouthed and mouthed since the days of Confucius, 2,400 years ago. But it has never been lived. Do as you would be done by. Certainly. But to whom? Each class or clan has been its own little clique, to whom it, after a fashion, observed this rule. Slavery and slaughter have been the rule toward everyone else. The troglodytes hunted the Ethiopians in four-horse chariots, with as little compunction as Americans hunt the wood deer today. A Roman could take the life of his Gallic slave with as perfect impunity as an American can slave his bovine servant today. Yet to kill a Gaul was as really murder as to kill a Roman. It hasn't been very long since all the Christian nations hunted their dusky brethren in Africa, and sold and loaned and lashed them as we do the horse today. All these crimes are now matters of course to us. It is the same old story. We can see behind us but not around us. After so many centuries, the solidarity of our species has dimly dawned on us. But we cannot discern the solidarity of all the animal world. We go on daily committing crimes as horrible as those we execrate, and we do it for the very same reason our long line of ancestors have done it, because the human mind is too feeble to be conscious of all the complicated relations which it is called upon to be conscious of. The apology of the criminals has always been the same as it is today, that the crucified creatures were of a different order of being, that a chasm yawned between the persecutors and the persecuted, that there was not a solidarity. The Gaul has no rights because he was a barbarian. The fact that he has a nervous system and a love of life had nothing to do with it. The black man had no rights that were inconvenient to respect because he had no soul, and because his subordination was God-ordained. And the honest ox and the faithful dog have no rights today because they were made to be murdered. I am a vegetarian because I believe in justice. There is injustice in the universe because there are beings in it who monopolize its sweets and opportunities. They want their own pleasures and also the pleasures of others. They shuffle upon others their bitters, and at the same time rob them of their sweets. Others live, not as an ends, but as means and conveniences. I do not eat my fellow creatures. For the same reason I do not enslave my brother and treat my sister as an appendage, and otherwise monopolize the sweets and opportunities of the planet. There are on this ball billions of beings. They are my fellow creatures. So far as I can make out, they have approximately the same right to exist and to the enjoyment of existence as I have. I do not want their pleasures, and I do not want them to drink my sorrows. I simply want my own, and I am perfectly content not to rob one. In the words of another, quote, I never want happiness that gives another pain. I wish not happiness from others. Only happiness out of the bosom of the great All, which comes like the red flowers of the oleander. End quote. I am a vegetarian because it is logical and natural to be so. The vegetable world contains all the elements necessary to human sustenance, and in a much more prime condition than they are found in the diseased tissues of our mistreated servants. The belief that we cannot have peaches in our dimples and diamonds in our brains without dead bodies in our digestion is a belief having no foundation except ignorance. Vegetal fibrin is identical with animal fibrin, and vegetal albumin is identical with animal albumin, even in albuminoids, in the supply of which meat is supposed to be rather excessive. There are vegetables, nuts and grains that far exceed chops and steaks. Fish, for instance, contains about 13% of albuminoids, pork on average 16%, and beef 7.5%, while nuts furnish from 8 to 25%, grains 7 to 15%, eggs 14%, cheese 20%, peas 22%, lentils 25%, and beans from 22 to 35%. The vegetable world, in fact, is the natural storehouse and the only original storehouse from which animals may derive energy. No animal can produce protoplasm, which is the basis of all life and energy. This is a function of the plant, and of the plant only. All an animal can do is take it after it is produced and burn it up. Animals are simply locomotives consuming the energy which plants slowly accumulate from the sun. It is a graceful and perfect process. The plant storing up energy from the soil and sun, the inorganic, and the animal using this energy and completing the circle by sending the elements back again to the inorganic. And it is a barbarism in nature for animals to violate this beautiful arrangement by turning around and swallowing each other. To one accustomed to attain his supply of protoplasm chiefly from the bones of other animals instead of from the kingdom of the plant, the assertion that it is possible not to only sustain but to enhance existence on a fleshless diet seems very strange. It is not strange that such an assertion should seem strange. Anything is strange to the uninitiated. And the amount of ignorance on this subject is well nigh pitiable. The delusion that flesh is the most genuine source of human energy has become so fixed that it actually disturbs the respiration of 19 out of 20 to be told that flesh, compared with many foods, is a dilute form of nutrition, and that more than half the inhabitants of the earth today are practical and prosperous vegetarians. There is no reason, known to science or experience, why human beings may not keep up as profitable and as interesting an experience without flesh as with it. In fact, After an experience of 4 years and a rather careful contemplation of the matter, I assert that physiological integrity may be more accurately sustained by a judicious diet of fruits, grains, vegetables, and nuts than by a diet in which carrion is a distinguished constituent. Man is not naturally a carnivorous animal. He is evolved from the frugivorous anthropoids and has a long biological ancestry of vegetarians. His mouth, digestive organs, skin structure, and modes of life are all unadapted to a carnivorous life. Man has probably adopted predatory habits almost within historic times. Not only the student and the thinker, but the manual laborer as well, is benefited by a fleshless regimen. A breakfast of oatmeal and cream, a couple of eggs on toast, whole wheat muffins and butter, and a nice rich apple or banana is much more civilized, nutritious, and economical than a breakfast in which bloody beef plays chief role. The most successful burden-bearers of the world today are vegetarians. The Turkish longshoremen, perhaps the most powerful bipeds on the planet, except the gorilla, are lifelong vegetarians. They tend to pick up a burden of 600 or 800 pounds and walk away with it with no more effort than is made by a meat-eating Englishman in carrying 200. De Lesseps said that the Suez Canal, the greatest engineering achievement ever accomplished on the earth, never could have been finished, on account of the heat and slavish character of the labor, by meat-eating Europeans. It had to be done by the barley-feeding Bedouins and Armenians. De Lesseps became a vegetarian and remained one to his death from his experiences in the building of the Suez Canal. The peasantry of Russia, Italy, Germany, Ireland, and even Norway and Sweden, away from the coasts, are largely vegetarians. So also are millions in the Orient. From the standpoint of economy alone, vegetarianism ought to appeal powerfully to everyone possessed of undoubted sanity. If men would take the beautiful fruits of the soil, fresh from nature's hand, instead of sitting down and devouring in the form of the accumulated residue of ruminants an acre at a meal, the problem of the increasing destiny of the mundane population would not be such a grave one. I am a vegetarian, therefore, because cannibalism is unnecessary. I can live just as well and be just as happy without drinking the blood of my fellows. And why should I slay them? Why should I not live and let live, especially when I can do it just as well as not? It is not necessary that 10,000 creatures should give up their lives in order that I may keep mine. And if I make any pretensions to morality, if you say such a thing is necessary in your case, I say to you it is not. And further, that if it were, it would be your duty as an ethical being to call on your undertaker. There is no sense in the carnivora talking about ethics and justice and mercy, for their very existence is a travesty on such things. It makes me indignant and sad when I hear men deplore sin and prate about justice and love and mercy, when the very energy they expend in preaching justice and mercy is obtained from the skeletons and sensibilities of their fellows. It is a spectacle that ought to make the imps of the netherdom tremble for their laurels. Man, the remorseless glutton, going about with a tongue and a knife, with his tongue preaching peace, mercy, and love, and with his knife making the very earth sodden with blood. It may seem irreverent, but I say it, that if Christians can do these crimes and yet so act to earn celestial ecstasies, hell will be uninhabited. I would like to retain respect for the religion of my boyhood, but when I see that religion look with equanimity and even levity upon a hemorrhage wide as the continents and horrible even to heathens, not only wink at it, but actually perpetuate it, and even scaffold those few emancipated souls who are trying to curtail it, I almost despair of it. Vegetarianism appeals not to the selfish, but to the noble. It is for beings who love justice, liberty, reciprocity. It teaches the golden rule in its only sensible sense. It recognizes the moral progress of the past and points to still higher highlands towards which the ages have ever heaved. It teaches to do as you would be done by. To whom? Not to the black man and the white woman alone, but to the sorrel horse and the gray squirrel as well. Yes, do as you would be done by, not to creatures of your own anatomy and your own guild only, but to all creatures. In a world like this, with its tangles and irrationalities, it is impossible to act in every particular at all times and to all creatures ideally. This is not an ideal world, and if we are to judge the universe by the clod we root and ride on, the whole thing is not a flattering affair. Our relations to our fellow men are not ideal, and from the nature of things they never can be. But we think we can do amply when we do the best we can. The difference between him who attempts honestly and faithfully to do just the best he can, and him who knows little and cares less, is as great as the difference between January and June. Enjoy and let others enjoy. Live and let live. Do more. Live and help live. Do to beings below you as you would be done by beings above you. Pity the grub and the ladybug, and have mercy on the mole. Poor, defenseless, undeveloped, untaught creatures. They are our fellow mortals. They are enmeshed in the same mighty processes as we. They came from the same source and are destined to the same end. They lived, moved, and breathed on primeval land fragments when the continents we creep over were sleeping in the seas. They are our ancestors. They are the forms of beings that have made you and me possible. Let us be brothers and sisters to them, not ruffians. Pity them and help them, and pray for their untaught natures. Let us be consistent, for we have but one life to live. We are striving for the amelioration of this suffering world. Let us be economical. Let us not with one hand pour oil upon its agonies, and with the other inflict gashes. Let us vow allegiance to the principles of universal courtesy and love, whether to the lone worm wandering in the twilight of consciousness, the feathered forms of the fields and forests, the heifer of the meadows, the simple savage on the banks of the gladded river, the political slaves whom men call wives, or the economic exiles of industry. The same spirit of sympathy and fraternity that broke the black man's manacles, and is today melting the white woman's chains, will tomorrow emancipate the working man and the heifer, and as the ages bloom, and the great wheels of the centuries grind on, the same spirit of the leaven shall banish selfishness from the earth and convert the planet, finally, to one unbroken and unparalleled spectacle of peace, justice, and solidarity. Why I Don't Eat Faces. A Neuroethical Argument for Vegetarianism. David Christopher Lane. I was 16 years old when I consciously decided to give up eating meat. I still vividly remember the night when I made the vow. I was lying in bed looking out my window at the stars, wondering about the mystery of the universe and God. The only problem was that I couldn't fall asleep. I'd eaten too much junk food, that is, too many Cokes, too many M&Ms, and too many hamburgers. It was right then, after feeling stuffed, plastic, and just plain sick to my stomach, when I decided to transform my diet. I said to myself, "Dave, you have to stop eating like this. You are going to kill yourself." I had read enough books in Indian philosophy, particularly Yogananda's Autobiography of a Yogi, to know that vegetarianism was highly praised as both a morally cleansing diet and a healthy one as well. I never really did like the taste of meat all that much. I often wonder if most of us do. What I liked were the condiments, spices, and bread which surrounded the meat. Hamburgers tasted good to me because of the ketchup, the mustard, the bun, the relish, the onions, and the atmosphere where they were served. Getting out of my mother's home-cooked meals was always an occasion for festivity and joy. Hot dogs were the same. What made them good was the spice within the meat, the mustard on it, and the bun that encased it. In that context, almost anything tastes good. However, my switch to vegetarianism was mostly motivated because of health reasons. I thought it might improve my win for basketball and surfing. It was only later that my main motivation would be based on moral reasons. At first, I gave up eating meat entirely. However, during the first few months, I often broke down and ate fish and eggs. About 4 months after my diet change, though my brother Joseph was instrumental in permanently solidifying my vegetarian diet, there was a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken, now coyly known as KFC, most likely to hide the fried aspect, in the fridge. I couldn't resist. I especially liked the skins, where, coincidentally, most of the flavor is. So I tore off a few pieces, leaving the main fleshy part intact. My brother came in later and saw what I had done to his chicken. I can still hear his words in my head. "Good vegetarian you are, eating the skins of dead chickens." His words had a great effect on my mind. I vowed never to eat any kind of meat again. Since that awkward moment in the kitchen, I have never broken that vow. Footnote 3. Shortly before that time, I remember the last piece of fish I ate. I was in La Jolla, surfing with my friends, when one of their parents asked us to go to the chart house for dinner. The social pressure was such, at least in my own head, that I succumbed and ate some halibut. But this incident was a good lesson for me early on about the ins and outs of turning vegetarian. First, to be strict on the diet is simply not a matter of discipline. It is a matter of moral consistency. Second, peer pressure is no excuse for breaking a vow or succumbing to the whims of other people's wishes. Character is molded in such cases. End footnote. Thus, after about 6 months, I was a full-fledged lacto-vegetarian. I eat vegetables, fruits, nuts, breadstuffs, and the like, but I did not partake in any kind of meat or the things that contained meat byproducts. A more difficult task at first than it might seem. The list of foods that contain some type of meat is amazing. Footnote 4. A strict vegetarian has to avoid mostly junk food products and fast food chains. Donuts, cakes, some breads, most candy bars, rich ice cream, etc. have eggs. Mexican food, including simple dishes like rice, fast food French fries, and a large number of crackers and cookies have animal protein and fat. The difficulty for the vegetarian is not avoiding the products. It is learning how to read extremely small print and understanding that technical names often betray their real origins. Example, vitamin D3 is usually derived from fish liver oil. End footnote. Now, more than 2 decades later, around 1995, I feel quite healthy and fit, though I still suffer from occasional junk food binges. Just can't seem to give up Coca-Cola. But the real motivation behind my switch to vegetarianism is no longer health but morals. There is simply no good reason to eat meat, especially given our access to fresh foods. It is my strong opinion that most people who eat meat really do not think about what they are doing. Rather, our culture is such that we tend to do things out of habit, circumstance, or peer pressure. It's not quite in to consciously choose to be a very small minority, even though 1/4 of the other. The central nervous system. A neuroevolutionary argument for vegetarianism. Concerning the arguments for vegetarianism, it is no doubt a very controversial topic in this country, and one which has tremendous moral world is abstaining from flesh. But I hold that if people are presented with the simple logic behind vegetarianism, most, if not all, would abstain from eating meat. As Paul Brunton so rightly said in his notebooks, quote, "If there is any single cause for which I would go up and down the land on a 20th century crusade, it is that of the meatless diet. It may be a forlorn crusade, but all the same, it would be a heartwarming one." End quote. Footnote 5. The Notebooks of Paul Brunton, Volume 4, New York, Larson Publications, 1986, page 36. Brunton writes at length about the virtues of a vegetarian diet. Some of his passages are gems of wisdom, especially in illustrating the cruelty of eating meat. As Brunton aptly points out, quote, "A meatless diet has practical advantages to offer nearly everyone, but to idealists who are concerned with higher purposes, it has even more to offer. On the moral issue alone, it tends to lessen callousness to the suffering of others, men or animals, and to increase what the Schweitzer called reverence for life." End quote. Ibid, page 36. End footnote. However, when the issue of suffering and pain is raised, we should keep in mind one fundamental question. How do we, as humans, feel pain? Given a purely materialistic response, and connecting to the intriguing work of Patricia Churchland in her books, Neurophilosophy, and Francis Crick's The Astonishing Hypothesis, it is fairly obvious how we feel pain. We have a central nervous system that governs what our bodies will feel and how they will react. Indeed, we can modulate the amount of pain we feel by obstructing our nervous system. We do this by administering certain drugs that alter our biochemistry, as well as manipulating how our brain interprets nerve impulses. In our day-to-day world, we are quite familiar with this. Laughing gas, aspirin, Prozac, ad infinitum. We also know that when our central nervous system shuts down, when our focus point for consciousness and attention lacks the necessary fuel to keep it either awake or aware, the possibility for pain can be tremendously lessened. All of us, to greater or lesser degrees, have experienced the wide variances of pain. Thus, as humans, we have no overriding tendency to eat other human beings. Primarily, I would think, because we can empathize with their pain. Nobody seriously justifies eating humans for taste. Just can't help myself. Uncle Bobby just looks so delicious. Because we know that it is not worth our palate to put somebody through that kind of pain. No doubt there are many other reasons why we don't eat humans, but in most day-to-day interactions we just wouldn't tolerate it. Now, when it comes to animals, we have been brought up not to empathize as much with them, especially if we never see them get killed for our dinner. But in certain cases, we have a resistance to eating animals, particularly if they show higher brain functions. Dolphins and apes immediately come to mind. I would hazard to guess that most people don't want to eat Flipper for lunch. This resistance to eating humans and to eating certain highly evolved species. I am using highly here to denote complexity at the level of neural nets. I would suggest it is very telling indeed. I think it is a lead that we should follow up with more scrutiny. If it is true that those species with central nervous systems are much more likely to feel pain because of their sophisticated receptors and interneural communicative powers, then it would seem easy and wise to me that we should try to avoid eating them. I don't say this because they have a soul. I am told that when I dance I surely don't have one, but because of their capacity to feel pain. Footnote 6. I am purposely leaving out the word suffering, since it involves too many assumptions that may dilute the simplicity of this argument. End footnote. Hence, we don't eat humans because we know what it is like to be human. We don't eat apes or dolphins because we think or feel that they are more akin to us via their intelligence. But my argument is this. If it is not necessary to eat things with central nervous systems in order to survive, and I am not arguing about exceptional cases here, only those who have options, then why do we persist in eating faces? I venture to assume that most people would never eat a dog if they really knew about its sophisticated neural components, and how it does in fact feel pain. Indeed, most of us wouldn't eat them for other cultural reasons, but I think we are not being genuinely honest to our own sense of pain and the like when we simply ignore the evolutionary complexity which underlies various animals, and, in turn, their respective nervous systems, which modulate sensation, and say that we can eat anything since it is morally acceptable. I agree that vegetarianism is not a fact of nature. If it were, then we wouldn't be having this relative choice discussion. For instance, we are not arguing about whether one should breathe oxygen or not. It is precisely when we have a choice that vegetarianism becomes a moral issue. We may not have an option about the fact of eating and drinking, but we most certainly have a choice about what kinds of foods we are going to eat. My hunch is that if we examine how our bodies evolved, we will be much more sympathetic to those things which have developed via natural selection and the like, the ability to feel pain via their central nervous systems. Then we will be much more willing through our scientific understanding, not necessarily our spiritual understanding, to let these creatures alone. Thus, the vegetarian argument can be posed in a purely materialistic perspective. Is it necessary to eat animals to survive? Or is it possible to live a life eating things that do not have a brain and which, by extension, do not have the material complexity to centralize pain? I think the answer, again, is pretty simple. Thus, the vegetarian argument does not necessarily need a spiritual injunction at all. Indeed, I find the purely materialistic perspective to be very persuasive, since it grounds our discussion in what we know about our own neuroanatomies, and what we know about the physical transmission of pain and its more sophisticated cousin, suffering. Hence, we must ask ourselves a very pertinent question. If I can live on this planet without causing severe pain to animals, then should I avoid eating such creatures? If you don't buy the argument, we are not talking about religion or spirituality here, then the question arises about a transhuman species. Imagine, if you will, that there are beings in the universe who are more intelligent than ourselves. For argument's sake, let's say that these beings, we'll call them transhumans, have a superior intelligence over us that is roughly equivalent to our intelligence over cows. These transhumans one day decide to visit our planet Earth in search of new food sources. One is reminded here of that famous Twilight Zone episode called To Serve Man. And since humans are an especially tasty delicacy, they justify eating us because we have such a low level of consciousness we can't feel pain the way transhumans do. Besides, they muse that their divinely inspired computer programming book says that they have dominion over all the galaxies. They decide to slaughter as many humans as are needed to fill their wants. Now ask yourself a question. Don't these transhumans have as much a right in killing us for food as we do in killing cows? What logic can a meat eater give to these transhumans so that he/she could avoid being killed? Let's complicate the scenario a bit, making it more realistic to our relationship with cows. Now, naturally, The question is, how could we convince these transhumans not to eat us? To be sure, we can simply say it is the law of nature, whatever that may mean. But that's exactly what we wouldn't do in a real case scenario. We can only hope for something fairly extraordinary. We can only hope that these transhumans would have a sophisticated understanding of neurophysiology and how pain is felt by animals. We are also animals, with central nervous systems. Imagine also that these transhumans cannot understand our speech, our language, our cries. So, like our misguided human philosopher, Descartes, who thought that animals did not suffer, these transhumans believe that we are stupid. Thus, instead of empathizing with our pain, these transhumans explain it away. Oh, don't worry about their neurophysiology and how they writhe in pain. They have a low level of awareness, so it really isn't wrong. Therefore, I'm not suggesting that we are meant to be vegetarians by some law or dictate of nature. We are, it seems to me, omnivores if we are anything. Keep in mind that there are people who have eaten bicycles and other strange things. But precisely because we can eat almost anything makes the issue of vegetarianism all the more pertinent. It is a choice. Should we make choices on the basis of our tongue? Or should we make choices based upon an evolving understanding of our own bodies and how such complex structures receive pain? If we opt for the former, we have no vision of anything beyond us or before us. If we opt for the latter, we can at least say that we are worthy of being called an intelligent species. Animals who thought beyond their own self-interests. Footnote 7. I understand that there are mitigating circumstances where one would opt to eat flesh, but if such conditions are absent, as they are for most individuals, then why not opt to lessen inducing pain? End footnote. The human heart. An emotional manifesto for compassion. The argument is a simple one. If someone came over to your house and killed your wife or husband or mother or father or sister or brother or close friend and then decided to eat them, for graphic detail, let's say they wanted to put them on a barbecue, how would you feel? How would you react? Now, let's imagine if someone came over to your house and killed your favorite pet animal, Bowser the dog or Wonton the cat, and put them in the microwave oven to eat. What is your reaction now? Okay. Instead of killing another human being or animal, if someone came over to your house and took an apple out of your backyard and ate it, how would you feel? If you jot down your reactions on a piece of paper, you will notice a clear and drastic disparity between each circumstance. Why? The answer is so self-evident to most people that the question of why never arises. Naturally, there is a qualitative difference between human life and animal life, and, in turn, animal life and plant life. But what does not arise in most people's minds is why. Why eat animals at all if there is absolutely no necessity to do so? Moreover, most humans, especially children raised on farms who adopt animals such as cows and horses as friends, find the idea of eating one's pet particularly abhorrent. You mean to tell me we are eating Spot for dinner just because we ran out of hamburger meat? Yet, just because an animal does not have a name to it, does not mean it is designed to be killed and eaten. The logic behind pets is convoluted and typical of an unthinking, one is tempted to say pre-rational, society. If the dog has a name, don't eat it, and if the cat is called Fluffy, it has special privileges. But if the cow comes wrapped in a Big Mac bun, it is dinner. Regardless of the overwhelming health and economic reasons in favor of vegetarianism, the single most important reason to abstain from eating meat is moral. Our emotional reactions provide us with a glimpse into how we should eat in a civilized society. You don't get terribly upset if Bob, the next-door neighbor, comes over and eats one of your bananas, but you would get sickened if he ate your dog for lunch. It is not simply an issue over human attachment. There is no overriding predisposition in humans to domesticate fruits as dear and warm companions. Yes, it is true, carrots are man's best friend. But the complexity principle underlying the evolution of life forms. Higher forms of life, or those with sophisticated central nervous systems, should not be eaten, particularly when there is no compulsory need to do so. Nobody, except in rare cases, needs to resort to eating animal flesh to survive. But despite the abundance of primary proteins found in plant life, human beings, especially in the West and especially in the United States, persist in slaughtering millions and millions of animals. not to mention fish and other evolved life forms, for the sake of money and the palate. I personally find it both ironic and sad as humans, we can denounce the horrors of the Holocaust, one of the greatest crimes ever perpetuated by humans against humans, at countless conferences, while at the same time enjoy eating a steak while we discuss Auschwitz. The blinders are everywhere, and we do not see past them. Yet what about the economy, the inconvenience, the nectar burger at Bob's Big Boy? Transformation. It comes down to individuals simply transforming the way they look at animals and the way they look at food. Let me give you a few grotesque examples that may in themselves demonstrate how we blind ourselves to the facts. 1. There's a live cow outside your door right now. Go French kiss with him/her. That is, suck the juices off the cow's moist tongue. Do it for about 10 minutes. Pretty sick, huh? Now, most of my readers, if they are still with me on this, find this to be a silly analogy. Come on, Lane, nobody would go kiss a cow. But ask yourself, isn't it strange that we live in a society where it is considered normal to eat cow tongue for dinner? See if you can follow the logic of this one. Sucking a living cow's tongue is grotesque, but eating a dead one is a delicacy. 2. Okay, you don't like cow's tongue and have never tried it. How about putting your knife and fork into the meaty side of the cow? That's right. Go right up to the cow while it's still alive and stab out a chunk. Doesn't work? Why? The cow runs away every time. This brings up a classic adage that says a lot about what kinds of foods we should eat as humans. Quote, in general, don't eat things which cannot be eaten raw, and don't eat things which run away from you. End quote. 3. Let's give the cow a rest for a moment. What about eating other creatures, like fish, birds, chickens, or your pet rodent? Now, if you cannot eat a cow while it is alive, without risking innumerable diseases and indigestion from running with your meal, you are also going to have a tough time eating a turkey that's trotting away from your knife. Do you really want to kill these kinds of creatures for your lunch? Dinner time, sis. Let's butcher Athena the dog. She's been barking too much in the morning anyway. The indisputable fact is that most of the meat we eat is disguised. It is no longer an animal who enjoyed life just like you and me, albeit nameless, but a covered-up, dressed-up, transfigured dead substance we call tasty. We don't eat dead animals. We eat steak, ham, and tacos. The cow didn't have a name when she was alive, but she surely gets one when she is slaughtered. Gee, that was an excellent filet mignon. This brings up another cardinal principle about eating. Don't eat things that once had a mother. Footnote 8. Please remember that we are talking about our current situation and not necessarily hypothetical instances of the past or future. This question is posed in the here and now to those who have access to a wide variety of foodstuffs. Unthinking, unemotional, and unattached. Imagine that you are born an animal, not a human. Now try to explain to your captor that you do not desire to be eaten. What language can you use, since you don't possess any? What hand gestures can you evoke, since you don't have dexterity in your fingers? Feel trapped, feel caught, and feel helpless? That's the bottom line. Everything else is just heartless justification. Footnote 9. I am sure that this analogy will be heavily criticized by a number of readers as being a gross simplification. However, I don't think it is. We love to talk about non-violence, a nuclear-free world, save the whales, New Age peace, and point the finger at all the horrors human beings have done in the name of country and religion. But right now, in our own lives, we could help prevent the slaughter of literally hundreds of animals by turning vegetarian. It is roughly estimated that a meat eater takes in his body about 100 plus animals in his lifetime, give or take a few depending on your appetite. Why not cut those figures in half or eliminate it altogether? The burden of proof is not on the vegetarian, it is on the meat eater. What good, moral reasons are there to eat animals? End footnote. To be sure, the emotional argument will be assailed, will be plundered, will be lost, but the animals we now eat so reasonably will still be living. If I were to be the meal of a would-be transhuman, I would only hope, no doubt non-rationally, that it would have a sense of compassion for those creatures less than itself. Emotional arguments lack force, some philosophers argue, since they do not rely on logic and reasoning. Moreover, emotional pleas often tend to confuse and impart human feelings upon creatures that lack them. This may or may not be true, But one thing is certain. Even if one's sympathetic pleas do not hold up in the court of rationality, more animals will be alive today who will not suffer under human hands if we listen carefully, even if blindly, to the dictates of the human heart. The moral imperative behind vegetarianism is precisely this: to imagine the pain of an animal, and then to ask yourself one straightforward question: do I need to kill it in order to live? And, if you do not need to eat animals to live a good life, then ask yourself the following, and perhaps more pertinent questions: is slaughtering a cow, beheading a chicken, or hooking a fish necessary? Is my palate the driving force behind my ethical values? Do I really want to chew on a pig's butt? Footnote 10. Talking about justification, when I was composing this article on the computer, I left a copy of it inadvertently in the computer room. Someone picked it up and read through it, making comments in the margins. I think his comments are interesting for many reasons, not the least of which is his following assertion, quote, "You've got problems." He goes on, "The difference between man and animal is spiritual. God gave man a soul, and the Bible makes a clear distinction between animal and man flesh. This does not mean that I disagree with vegetarianism, I just don't like your arguments. By the way, I'm a Christian, my father a game warden, and I love animals. As a matter of fact, I enjoy the company of most animals over most people, but I put a great deal more value on human than animal life for many reasons. I cannot but worry about your frame of mind when you make these arguments." End quote. Needless to say, I think the nameless reader has misread the intention of this article. To value animal life is not to dishonor human life. Quite the contrary. Rather, if we can learn to respect the lives of creatures who lack the resources of human beings, I think we will show all the more dignity to the human race. And as humans, we may finally become worthy of the title Homo sapiens. Vegetarianism is merely the means, not the end, in a long process towards moral living. End footnote. Quote, "Nothing will benefit human health and increase chances for survival of life on Earth as much as the evolution to a vegetarian diet." End quote. Albert Einstein. Quote, "A man can live and be healthy without killing animals for food. Therefore, if he eats meat, he participates in taking animal life merely for the sake of his appetite." End quote. Leo Tolstoy. Note to the reader. The tone of this article may turn off a number of readers. First, it may sound as if I have somehow cornered the market on truth. Second, it may wrongly suggest that vegetarianism is a sum total of morality. To correct these possible misinterpretations, I should point out that humankind has a spectrum of moral possibilities, ranging from the extreme example of a Jain monk who will sweep the streets before he walks so as to not inadvertently kill any insects, and who will wear a face mask around his mouth so that he will be constantly reminded to not say anything which is not truthful and kind to his fellow human beings, to the fundamentalist zealot who is willing to kill and be killed in the name of his or her God. Naturally, nonviolence is an ideal we should all strive for, be it in the affairs of human relationship or of human-to-animal interaction, where we draw the line. Example, I won't eat meat, but I will eat fish. I won't eat fish, but I will eat eggs. I won't eat eggs, but I will take milk products. I won't take milk, but I will use soap and other animal-related products. Ad infinitum. Is, of course, entirely a personal matter, but the direction or aim of that choice is not. As I once mentioned to my classes in Death and Dying, who would you rather meet down a dark alley? A peaceful, extremely non-violent Jain monk, or a fundamentalist, extremist, militant Catholic from the Spanish Inquisition, upset with your heretical views? Thus, we should at least be moving in the direction of non-violence, whether or not it is possible for us at this stage of the game to be full-fledged Gandhian. The first step on this road, I would argue, is to stop eating animals. The payoff is amazing. Better health, better attitude, and more friends in the wild kingdom. Note on animal testing. A critique of Francis Crick. Not surprisingly, the only major objection I have with Crick's book, The Astonishing Hypothesis, is his second, albeit brief, on animal testing. Writes Crick, quote, "Even if new methods are devised so that much better neuroanatomy can be done on humans, there are still many key experiments that can only be performed on animals. Most of these experiments produce little if any pain, but when they are over, in some cases they may last for months, It is usually necessary to sacrifice the animal, again quite painlessly. The animal rights movement is surely correct in insisting that animals be treated humanely, and as a result of their efforts, animals in laboratories are now looked after somewhat better than they were in the past. But it is sentimental to idealize animals. The life of an animal in the wild, whether carnivore or herbivore, is often brutal and short compared to its life in captivity, nor is it reasonable to claim that since both animals and humans are part of nature, that they should be entitled to exactly equal treatment. Does a gorilla really deserve a university education? It demeans our unique human capabilities to insist that animals should be treated precisely the same way as human beings. They should be certainly handled humanely, but it shows a distorted sense of values to put them on the same level as humans." End quote. Here, Crick's reasoning is not only fallacious. Granting a gorilla entrance rights to the University of California is one thing, killing him or her is quite another, but also ethnocentric to the extreme. If, as Crick argues, we are nothing more than sophisticated neural chemistry, then how many neurons does an animal need in order to have its life not terminated for scientific research? 100,000? 1 million? Crick's argument is inane, especially when considered that our DNA code is almost identical, 99%, to that of chimpanzees. Sorry about that, cheetah, but you are 1% shy on the genetic test. Off to the death camps for you. Our use of the word laboratory, from the living perspective of the animal, is simply a euphemism for incarceration, occasional torture, and death. I would love to see how Crick would plead his case to a species, exobiological in origin presumably, which had a more developed brain than himself. He probably couldn't communicate to them, though, since they most likely would not understand his primitive cry. Poor human, not enough neurons, off to the laboratory for him. Must it be stated so simply? Let's show compassion whenever and wherever we can. Crick claims that animal activists have misplaced values because they don't want to eat animals or put them through a series of stressful tests. Illustrates just how blinded we are by our own species-driven logic, or drivel, depending on your perspective. To persist, like Crick does here, in justifying the killing of animals seems so short-sighted and so egocentric, especially when we now have the options in our day-to-day lives to eat vegetarian food and be healthier. And why not come up with new and innovative ways to test our drugs instead of resorting so quickly and so easily, as we do, with hapless animals that have literally no choice over the issue? We don't first perform studies and tests on human beings because we think that that is unethical. Then why not show a bit more empathy with these animals, which also have central nervous systems and which also have the capacity to feel pain? True, it may cause a little inconvenience and it may cost more money, but wouldn't we want a transhuman species to show us the same kind of consideration? It is man's sympathy with all creatures that first makes him truly a man. Addendum. Increasing the circle of compassion. It is one of those illuminating coincidences that an older religious system, appealing to an outdated model of differential elements in their respective place in the cosmos, could prehend a more sophisticated scientific understanding of sentience in animals and human beings, which would ultimately provide more, not less, fodder for turning vegetarian. 2 citations below illustrate how a pre-scientific intuition and observation can dovetail with a more qualified and precise rational measurement. A moral system based on continuous rather than categorical thinking gives us a biological and evolutionary foundation for the expansion of the moral sphere to include non-human animals, based on objective criteria of genetic relatedness, cognitive abilities, emotional capacities, moral development, and especially the capacity to feel pain and suffer. This is, in fact, what it means to be a sentient being, and for this reason I worded the first principle of this science-based moral system as the survival and flourishing of sentient beings. But which sentient beings and which rights? Instead of thinking of animals in categorical terms of us and them, we can think in continuous terms from simple to complex, from less to more intelligent, from less to more aware and self-aware, and especially from less to more sentient. So, for example, if we placed humans at 1.0 as a full rights-bearing sentient species, we could classify gorillas and chimps at 0.9, whales, dolphins, and porpoises at 0.85, monkeys and marine mammals at 0.8, elephants, dogs, and pigs at 0.75, and so forth down the phylogenetic scale. Continuity, not categories. Take brains, for instance. Scaling average brain size across species, we can compare the brains of gorillas, 500 cubic centimeters, or cc, chimpanzees, 400 cc's, bonobos, 340 cc, and orangutans, 335 cc, with those of humans at an average of 1200 to 1400 cc. Dolphin brains are especially noteworthy, coming in at an average of 1500 to 1700 cc. In the surface area of a dolphin's cortex, where the higher centers of learning, memory, and cognition are located, it is an impressive 3700 cc2 compared to our 2300 cc.2. And although the thickness of the dolphin's cortex is roughly half that of humans, when absolute cortical material is compared, dolphins still average an impressive 560 cc compared to that of humans at 660 cc. From Michael Shermer, The Moral Arc, 2015. Quote, "There are 5 such classes of substances. According to their classification, under Class 1 came all of those creatures in whom all 5 of these substances are active, that is, man. In the next class came those in which only 4 substances are active and 1 dormant, and that is quadrupeds. In them there is no sense of discrimination, because in them the Akash Tattva is dormant. In the third class fell creatures in which only 3 substances are active, namely air, water, and fire. They are birds. They lack earth and Akash. The fourth class is made up of insects, in which only 2 substances are active, air and fire. Then comes the last class, the fifth, in which only 1 element or substance is active, that is, the vegetable world. In them, water is the only active element. Experts have proved that, in many vegetables, there is as much as 95% water. When the creatures of the other 4 classes are killed or injured, they cry out in pain, but not so in the vegetables. Though they have life, so the sages concluded that the eating of vegetables was the least sinful, the least burdened with karma. Although the eating of vegetables produced some karma, yet it was of a light nature, which could be easily worked off by spiritual exercises. They thus chose the course of least resistance, and so abstained from the killing of other forms of life. From Sawan Singh on Vegetarianism, early 20th century. The Logic of Vegetarianism by Henry S. Salt. The Moralist at the Shambles, where slaughtered beasts lie, quivering pile on pile, and bare-armed fleshers, bathed in bloody dew, ply hard their ghastly trade, and hack and hew, and mock sweet mercy's name, yet loathe the while the lot that chains them to this service vile, their hands in hideous carnage to imbrue. Lo there, the preacher of the good and true, the moral man, with sanctimonious smile. Thrice happy beasts, he murmurs, 'tis our love, our thoughtful love that sends ye to the knife. Nay, no doubt, as ye welter in your gore, for thus alone ye earn the boon of life, and thus alone the moralist may prove his sympathetic soul by eating more. The humanitarian argument. It will have been noted that the anti-vegetarian arguments which have so far come under review have been mainly such as are based on purely materialistic grounds, as if the questions were wholly one for doctors and scientists to decide, and it has been shown that, even thus, there is no sort of warrant for the supercilious dismissal of vegetarianism as a theory condemned and advanced by some superior tribunal. But the question is not one for the ipse dixit of the specialist. It is also a moral question of very great moment, and this fact gives a new significance to such unwilling admissions as that made by the British Medical Journal that, quote, "man can obtain from vegetables the nutriment necessary for his maintenance and health," end quote, i.e. from vegetables only, much more, therefore, from a vegetable diet with the addition of eggs and milk. The practicability of vegetarianism being thus fully granted, it is impossible to pretend that moral considerations are not relevant to the controversy, and that in forming an opinion on the vexed problem of diet, we should not give due weight to the promptings of humaneness. People often talk as if the humanitarian plea were some fanciful external sentiment that has been illogically thrust into the discussion, whereas in truth it is one of the innermost facts of the situation, which no sophistry can escape. Our humane instincts are unalterably implanted in us, and we cannot deny them if we would. To be human is to be humane. Quote, "There is something in human nature," says an old writer, "resulting from our very make and constitution, which renders us obnoxious to the pains of others, causes us to sympathize with them, and almost comprehends us in their case. It is grievous to see or hear, and almost to hear of, any man or even any animal whatever in torture." End quote. And now that modern science has demonstrated the close kinship that exists between human and non-human, the greater is the repulsion that we feel at any wanton ill usage of animals. It is now so generally admitted that the point in dispute is not so much the duty of humaneness as some particular application of that duty, as in the present case, to the slaughter of animals for food. What have humane people to say of the tremendous mass of animal suffering inflicted, in the interests of the table, on highly organized and sensitive animals closely allied to mankind? By the unthinking, of course, these sufferings, being invisible, are almost wholly overlooked, while the deadening power of habit prevents many kindly persons from exercising, where their daily beef and mutton are concerned, the very sympathies which they so keenly manifest elsewhere. Yet it can hardly be doubted that, if the veil of custom could be lifted, and if a clear knowledge of what is involved in butchery could be brought home, with a sense of personal responsibility to everyone who eats flesh, the attitude of society towards the vegetarian movement would be very different from what it is now. If it be true that hunger is the best sauce, it may also be said that the bon vivant's most indispensable sauce is ignorance. Ignorance of the horrible and revolting circumstances under which his juicy steak or dainty cutlet has been prepared. Bon vivant. What's this vegetarian you call yourself? Vegetarian. And you? You are a bon vivant. You live well, I understand. Bon vivant. Not ashamed of enjoying a good dinner, but not greedy, I hope. Vegetarian. Nor cruel, I suppose. Bon vivant. Cruel. I subscribe regularly to the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. Vegetarian. And eat them. Bon vivant. Why not? A speedy, painless death is no cruelty, is it? Vegetarian. While you are finishing that choice beef steak, I will tell you something of the speedy, painless death of steak-producing animals. It may serve as an aid to digestion, like a musical accompaniment. Bon vivant. Oh, you won't spoil my digestion. Fire away. Vegetarian. Let us suppose, then, that our friend, on your plate there, hails from Ireland, and at one of the fairgrounds, of which there are several thousand in that island paradise, he meets the first agent in his euthanasia, the drover. Quote, "On such occasions," says the report of the late Departmental Committee on the Inland Transit of Cattle, "animals already, perhaps exhausted and footsore from a walk of many miles, stand for hours on the hard road, bewildered by the beating they receive in their unaccustomed surroundings. It was repeatedly asserted by responsible witnesses that many of the drovers are brutally harsh." End quote. So ferocious is the treatment that in many cases when the animals are slaughtered, the hide, as butchers testify, simply falls off the back and is worthless, even for use as leather. I hope your steak is nice and tender? Bon vivant. But why are not the brutal drovers punished for it? Vegetarian. Perhaps because it is not for themselves that they are driving. Then there is the journey in the railway trucks, and we learned on good authority, report of the Liverpool SPCA, that, quote, "Animals have frequently gone 20 to 24 hours without food at the time they are driven to the boats." As for the delights of the sea transit, you have read, I suppose, of what happens in cattle ships. Bon vivant. Well, of course, in stormy weather there may be accidents. Vegetarian. No, I'm speaking of the ordinary scenes of the cattle traffic, and say nothing of the occasions, not so rare either, when the boats come into port with blood pouring from their scuppers. Bon vivant. Thank you, that is enough. Vegetarian. We find it stated in the report of the Committee of Inquiry into the Irish Cattle Transit that, quote, the damage sustained by cattle is very serious, and that the principal portion of the damage is due to their treatment during shipment, while on shipboard, and on debarkation, end quote. On landing, there is more thrashing and tail-twisting, another railway journey, and then the slaughtermen. You have visited a slaughterhouse, of course. Bon vivant. No, really, I must protest. Vegetarian. Ah, then it should interest you. The drover's task accomplished, the butcher's begins. Yard by yard and foot by foot, with chains fastened to his horns, and sharp goads applied to his flanks, the struggling animal is dragged into the dark, blood-stained shed, where he is lucky indeed if he be killed by the first blow of the pole-axe. Bon vivant. Shameful! I do not believe you. It cannot be. Vegetarian. Then many well-known eyewitnesses must have strangely perjured themselves. Dr. Dembo, for example, says, quote, cases in which several blows are required are very frequent. On my first visit to the Deptford slaughtering yards, I found that the number of blows struck was 5 and more, end quote. And he goes on to describe a case which he saw in London, when 12 minutes elapsed before the animal, bon vivant, stop, I will hear no more. Vegetarian. You will hear no more, but you will eat more? It is on you, not the brutal drover or the slaughterman, that the responsibility falls. For this is the speedy and painless way in which animals must be slaughtered so that you may live well. I will hear no more. That said or implied is the most common and the most insuperable argument by which the vegetarian is confronted. It is the one great stronghold of flesh-eating which remains from age to age impregnable. For how can even truth convince the deaf and blind? The horrors of the journey by sea and journey by rail, of the savage drover's goad and the clumsy butcher's pole-axe. If the ordinary man and woman, unimaginative and unfeeling though they are, could see or even hear of these things, the end of the controversy would be nearer. By the few flesh-eaters who have made inquiry, accidental or conscientious, into the facts of cattle traffic and butchering trade, it is not denied that fearful cruelties are committed. Thus the Meat Trades Journal, which is not a sentimental paper, remarks on the sea and land transit that, quote, our cattle, sheep, and pigs are carried by sea and rail with the minimum care and maximum cost. They are bundled and shunted about as if they were iron, end quote. Again, Dr. T.P. Smith, writing in opposition to vegetarianism, allows that the indictment of the slaughterhouse, quote, hits a grievous blot on our much-vaunted civilization, end quote. There is a mass of printed testimony to the same effect, which can be confirmed, as often as confirmation is needed, by a visit to the shambles. But this is a visit which the ordinary man will neither undertake himself nor hear of from the mouths of others. Much also might be said of certain special cruelties, such as those involved in the supply of white veal or pâté de foie gras, and other so-called delicacies, but it is unnecessary to dwell on such refinements of torture, because it is the ordinary, everyday aspects of flesh-eating that are here under debate. It is a terrible fact that the very prevalence of the habit serves, more than anything else, to conceal its full import, and thus a large number of people who, in any other department of life, would indignantly refuse to profit by the cruel usage of animals, are, without knowing, or at least without recognizing it, dependent for their daily food on the continued and systematic infliction of sufferings which, in their magnitude and frequency, surpass all other cruelties whatsoever of which animals are the victims. These horrors, as I have said, are not realized by those who are personally responsible for them, or rather, they are not directly realized, for indirectly it is evident enough that the more sensitive conscience of mankind is far from easy about the morality of butchering, and would show still greater uneasiness but for the quieting assurance that flesh food is a strict necessity of existence. This sense of compunction has found at least partial expression in many non-vegetarian works, as, for example, in Michelet's Bible of humanity, quote, life and death, the daily murder which feeding upon animals implies, and those hard, bitter problems sternly place themselves before my mind. Miserable contradiction! Let us hope that there may be another globe in which the base, the cruel fatalities of this one may be spared to us." End quote. Now, in view of these facts and these feelings, we have a right to press the advocates of flesh-eating for some more explicit and coherent statement than they have hitherto accorded us of their attitude towards the ethics of the diet question. If, as the scientists themselves admit, there is no such cruel fatality as that which Michelet pictured, if flesh-eating is not to be regarded as necessary, but only as expedient, then it is the highest degree unreasonable to rule out humane considerations from their due share in the settlement of this many-sided problem. The British Medical Journal has said that, quote, "There is not a shadow of a doubt that the use of animals for food involves a vast amount of pain." End quote. The same paper has said that, quote, "Man can obtain from vegetables the nutriment necessary for his maintenance and health." End quote. Can it be doubted that if the average Englishman were made aware of these two facts, he would at least think vegetarianism worthy of a serious trial? To ask, as a superior person of science has asked, not merely in these dialogues but in an actual debate, quote, "How or where does the moral phase of food-taking enter the science of dietetics?" End quote. Or to take refuge in the common saying that, quote, "One man's food is another man's poison," end quote, is simply irrelevant, for diet, like any other social question, has its moral aspect, which claims no less and no more than its due importance, and it is because the scientific antagonists of vegetarianism have overlooked this fact that their judgments have hitherto been so warped, illogical, and unscientific. Palliations and sophistries. It is instructive to note that the desperate shifts and subterfuges to which our antagonists have recourse when they find themselves face to face with the humanitarian impeachment of the slaughterhouse. If one half of the popular prejudices were true, it might be supposed that, in the discussion of so fanciful and utopian a theory as vegetarianism, it would be its supporters who take refuge in metaphysical quibblings and sophistries, while its opponents would hold sternly to the hard facts of life. But no, for when butchery is the theme, we find the exact opposite to be the case, and it is the flesh-eaters, those level-headed deriders of the sentimental, who suddenly became enamored with the imaginary what might be and the hypothetical what would otherwise have been, and are disposed to turn their attention to anything rather than to the unpalatable what is. Now for the apologists of any form of cruelty are reduced to the plea that it is no worse than some other barbarous habit. Their presumption is that they are in a very bad plight indeed, yet we frequently hear it said that the fate of animals slaughtered for the table is no worse than that of other animals. Those perhaps are used for the purpose of draught or burden, a quite pointless comparison, because, even if the statement be true, the other act of injustice can obviously be no excuse for the other, or it may be that the morality of man himself and his liability to disease and accident are alleged in mysterious justification of his carnivorous habits, the suffering of animals being represented as brief and momentary in contrast with the pathetic human deathbed, an argument which reached its culminating point in Mr. W. T. Stead's delightful assertion that of all kinds of death he would himself prefer, quote, "the mode in which pigs are killed at Chicago," end quote, which mode, as he incautiously let out, he did not go to see when he visited that city. I do not think we need further discuss such remarkable preference. It will be time enough to do so when we hear of Mr. Stead's lamented self-immolation in the Chicago pig shambles. But it is said that domesticated animals owe a deep debt of gratitude to mankind, only to be repaid in the form of beef and mutton, because, by being brought within the peaceful fold of civilization, they have been spared all the harrowing fears and anxieties of their wild natural life. This, however, is a fallacy to which the great naturalists give no sort of sanction, for it is obvious that, though the life of a wild animal is liable to more sudden perils than that of our tame livestock, it is not on that account a less happy one. but, on the contrary, is spent throughout in a manner more conducive to the highest health and happiness. Thus, Dr. Alfred Russel Wallace says, quote, "The poet's picture of nature red in tooth and claw is a picture of evil which is read into by our imagination, the reality being made up of full and happy lives, usually terminated by the quickest and least painful of deaths." End quote. And Mr. W. H. Hudson, quote, "I take it that the lower animals' misery can result from two causes only, restraint and disease. Consequently, that animals in a state of nature are not miserable. They are not hindered or held back. As to disease, it is so rare in wild animals, or in a large majority of cases so quickly proves fatal, that, compared with what we call disease in our own species, it is practically non-existent. The struggle for existence, insofar as animals in a state of nature are concerned, is a metaphorical struggle, and the strife, short and sharp, which is so common in nature, is not misery, although it results in pain, since it is pain that kills or is soon outlived." End quote. Let us proceed, then, to the great sophistical paradox that it is better for the animals themselves to be bred and slaughtered than not to be bred at all, that most comfortable doctrine which of late years has been a veritable city of refuge, or grand old umbrella, to the conscientious flesh-eater, under stress of the vegetarian bombardment. Hither flock the members of the learned professions, academics, and ethical societies, and fortify their souls anew with this subtle metaphysic of the larder. Sophist. Of all the arguments for vegetarianism, none, in my opinion, is so weak as the argument from humanity. The pig has a stronger interest than anyone in the demand for bacon. Vegetarian. Indeed, and is that the view the pig himself takes of it? Sophist. It is the view I take of it, speaking in the interest of the pig, for where would the pig be if we did not eat pork? He would be non-existent. He would be no pig at all. Vegetarian. And he would be any the worse for that? Sophist. Yes, for he would lose the joy of life, and not the pig alone, but all animals that are bred for human food. Their death is the little price they necessarily pay for the inestimable boon of existence. Vegetarian. Now, let me first point out to you that it is not only flesh-eating that would be justified by this argument. Vivisection, pig-shooting, slavery, cannibalism, any treatment whatsoever of animals or of mankind where they are specially bred for the purpose, might be similarly shown to be a kindness. Do you really mean that? Sophist. I assume, of course, that the life is a happy one, and the death as painless as possible. Vegetarian. Neither of which conditions is in reality fulfilled, for the wretched creatures that are bred and fed for the shambles have none of the true joys of life, but from the first are mere animated beef, pork, and mutton, while their death is nothing better than a prolonged and clumsy massacre. Sophist. But it need not be so. It is a mere question of police and proper supervision. It should be imperative on all those who confer life on animals to ensure absolute painlessness for the last moment. Vegetarian. It should be. So it seems that this remarkable kindness of yours is, by your own showing, not an actual but a hypothetical benefit. The animals fulfill their part of the compact by being killed and eaten, and you might fill your part by killing them painlessly, only you don't. Are you serious in talking this stuff? Sophist. This stuff, let me remind you, sir, that I have the authority of such eminent philosophers as Sir Henry Thompson, Mr. Leslie Stephen, Professor D.G. Ritchie, and Dr. Stanton Coit. Do you call their academical reasoning stuff? Vegetarian. What else can it be called? For, as a matter of fact, quite apart from the conditions, good or bad, under which the animals live and die, it is a pure fallacy to say it is a kindness to bring them into existence. Sophist. How so, if life is pleasant? Vegetarian. Because it is impossible to compare existence with non-existence. Existence may or may not be pleasant, but non-existence is neither pleasant nor unpleasant. It is nothing at all. It cannot, therefore, be an advantage to be born, though, when once you are born, the good and the evil are comparable. The whole question is a postnatal, not a prenatal one. It begins at birth. Sophist. Well, but supposing you were an animal, would you not prefer vegetarian? Oh, that is a very old question. You will find it all in Hansard. It was asked by Sir Herbert Maxwell when he defended the sport of pigeon shooting in the debates of 1883. Quote, he wanted to ask the honorable member whether, if he were a blue rock, he would rather accept life under the condition of his life being short and a happy one, and violently terminated, or whether he would reject life at all upon such terms. End quote. Sophist. Hear, hear. That is just what I say. Vegetarian. Then you had better think over Mr. W. E. Forster's reply, which puts the case in a nutshell. He said that Sir Herbert Maxwell, quote, made one very amusing appeal by asking him, the member who introduced the bill, to put himself in the position of a blue rock. But this would be difficult, for the position was not a blue rock in existence, but a blue rock before it was born. End quote. Whereat the House laughed, and sophistry was for the moment disconcerted. But for the moment only, for there have since sprung up many other professors of this metaphysic of the larder, though none of them, with the exception of Dr. Stanton Coit, have had the hardihood to expound their theory in detail, a wise reticence perhaps, when it is seen how Dr. Coit fared in his conscientious but humorless essay on the bringing of sentient beings into existence. Quote, if the motive, he opined, that might produce the greatest number of the happiest cattle would be the eating of beef, then beef eating so far must be commended. And while heretofore the motive has not been for the sake of cattle, it is conceivable that, if vegetarian convictions should spread much farther, love for cattle would, if it be not psychologically incompatible, blend with the love of beef in the minds of the opponents of vegetarianism. With deeper insight, new and higher motives may replace or supplement old ones, and perpetuate but a noble ancient practices. End quote. The ox in a teacup, be it observed, may henceforth become the emblem of the concentrated humanity of the ethical societies. Quote, but we frankly admit, continues Dr. Coit, that it is a question whether the love of cattle, intensified to the imaginative point of individual affection for each separate beast, would not destroy the pleasure of beef eating, and render this time-honored custom psychologically impossible. We surmise that bereaved affection at the death of a dear creature would destroy the flavor. End quote. What a picture is conjured up by the sentence I have italicized. The bereaved moralist, knife and fork in hand, swayed in different directions by the call of duty and the scruples of affection. And then Dr. Coit goes on to express a fear that mankind, if they adopted vegetarianism, might become less powerful in thought. I respectfully submit that, in view of the arguments quoted, there is not the smallest possibility of that. The plea that animals might be killed painlessly is a very common one with flesh-eaters, but it must be pointed out that what might be can afford no exemption for moral responsibility for what is. By all means, let us reform the system of butchery as far as it can be reformed, that is, by the total abolition of those foul dens of torture known as private slaughterhouses, and by the substitution of municipal abattoirs, equipped with the best modern appliances and under efficient supervision, for there is no doubt that the sum of animal suffering may thus be greatly lessened. There will be no opposition from the vegetarian side to such reform as this. Indeed, it is a large measure, through the personal efforts of vegetarians, that the subject has attracted attention, whereas the very people who make this prospective improvement an excuse for their present flesh diet are seldom observed to be doing anything practical to carry it into effect. But when all is said and done, it remains true that the reform of the slaughterhouse is at its best a palliative, a temporary measure which will mitigate, but cannot possibly amend, the horrors of butchery, for it is but too evident that, under our complex civilization, when the town is so far aloof from the country, and pastoralism can only be carried on in districts remote from the busy crowded centers, it is impossible to transport and slaughter vast numbers of large and highly sensitive animals in a really humane manner. More barbarous or less barbarous, such slaughtering may undoubtedly be, according to the methods employed, but the humane slaughtering, so much bepraised of the sophist, is an impossibility in fact and a contradiction in terms. The consistency trick. It is certain, then, that the practice of flesh-eating involves a vast amount of cruelty, a fact which cannot be lessened or evaded by any quibbling subterfuges. But, before we pass on to another phase of the food question, we must deal more fully with that very common method of argument, alluded to in an earlier chapter, which may be called the consistency trick, akin to that known in common parlance as the tu quoque, or you're another, the device of setting up an arbitrary standard of consistency, then demonstrating that the vegetarian himself, judged by that standard, is as inconsistent as other persons. Whether we plead guilty or not guilty to this ingenious indictment depends altogether on the meaning assigned to the term consistency, for anyone who tries to do practical work in the world will rapidly discover there is a true and there is a false ideal of consistency. To pretend that in our complex modern society, where responsibilities are so closely interwoven, it is possible for any individual to cultivate a perfect character and stand like Sir Galahad above his fellows. This is the false ideal of consistency which it is the first business of a genuine reformer to put aside, for no human being can do any solid work without frequently convicting himself of inconsistencies, when consistency is stereotyped into a formula. On the other hand, there is a true duty of consistency, which regards the spirit rather than the letter, and prompts us not to grasp foolishly at the ideal, like a child crying for the moon, but to push steadily towards the ideal by a faithful adherence to the right line of reform, and by ever keeping in view the just proportion and relative value of all moral actions. Let it be remembered that it is this latter consistency alone that has any interest for the vegetarian. His purpose is not to exhibit himself as a spotless Sir Galahad of food reformers, but to take certain practical steps towards the humanizing of our barbarous diet system. Herein will be found the answer to a class of questions frequently put to vegetarians, as to how they find it consistent with their principles to use this or that form of food or animal substance. It depends entirely on what their principles are. If their aspirations were of the Sir Galahad order, some of the posers would indeed be formidable. But as they do not aim at moral perfection, but merely at rational progress, the charge of inconsistency hurtles somewhat harmlessly over their heads. But here let the consistency man have his say. Consistency man. But what I want to know is this: how can you think it consistent to use milk and eggs? Vegetarian. Consistent with what? Consistency man. Why, with your own principles, of course. Vegetarian. Or do you mean with your idea of my principles? The two things are not always identical, you know. Consistency man. You condemn flesh-eating because of the suffering it causes, but it seems to have escaped your notice that the use of milk and eggs is also responsible for much. It is strange that it has never occurred to you. Vegetarian. My good sir, it has occurred to us years and years ago. The question is as old as the movement itself, the cock and bull argument, I presume. Consistency man. I ask, what would become of the cockerels and bull calves under a vegetarian regime? At present, your supply of milk and eggs is easy enough, because the young males are killed and eaten by us carnivorous sinners. But are you not, to a certain extent, participators in the deed? Vegetarian. Yes, frankly, to a certain extent, a very limited extent, I think we are. We are content to get rid of the worst evils first. Consistency man. But is one sort of killing worse than another? Vegetarian. Immeasurably worse, even if it were necessary under the vegetarian system to destroy some of the calves at birth, as the superfluous young of domestic animals are now destroyed. It would be ridiculous to compare such restricted killings of new-born creatures with the present wholesale butchery of full-grown and highly sentient animals in the slaughterhouse. Consistency man. You say if it were necessary, but is there any doubt in it? Vegetarian. It is not by any means so certain as you suppose that the slaughter of calves would be unavoidable. Vegetarians use milk sparingly, far more so than flesh-eaters, and a limited amount of milk is obtainable without killing the calf. Nor is there any reason, as Professor Newman has pointed out, why a number of oxen should not be employed as formerly in working the land. But I do not wish to take refuge in future possibilities. I prefer to take the bull-calf argument, by the horns, and admit that, under present conditions, we are indirectly responsible. Call it inconsistency if you like. If it be inconsistency not to postpone the abolition of the greater cruelties until we also abolish the minor ones, we are willing to be called inconsistent. It may be noted in passing that the zeal with which flesh-eaters urge this countercharge of inconsistency is designed, unconsciously perhaps, to hide an important admission, viz., that where eggs and milk are used, there is no necessity for butcher's meat, or, in other words, that vegetarianism is a perfectly feasible diet. Quote, "Eggs and milk," says Dr. T.P. Smith, when objecting to their use by vegetarians, contain a much larger quantity of nutritive material than an equal amount of meat, for which, therefore, they may easily serve as substitutes. End quote. If this be granted, the rest is a mere battle of words. But the cock and bull argument with which may be linked the objection to the use of leather is one of many departments of the consistency trick. Another favorite method of convicting vegetarians of inconsistency is to start from the false assumption that vegetarianism is the same thing as Brahmanism, and that any destruction of even the lowliest forms of life is therefore reprehensible. Quote, "As for the argument based on the cruelty of the slaughterhouses," says Mr. W. T. Stead, "I don't see that it bears upon the question, unless you take it to the extreme Hindu doctrine as to the wickedness of taking sentient life, even in the shape of lice and adders." End quote. That is to say, the terrible and quite unnecessary cruelties inflicted on the most highly organized and harmless animals in the cattle ship and the slaughterhouses do not even bear upon the morality of diet, unless we also abstain from killing the most noxious and lowly organized forms. Of the same nature is the foolish "when you drink a glass of water" fallacy, which argues that, as we necessarily swallow minute organisms in drinking, we need have no scruples to the needless butchery of cow or a sheep. The savages who in the good old times used to eat their grandfathers and grandmothers might have justified their dietetic habits on precisely similar grounds. Nor is it only the insects and vermin on whose behalf the consistency man is concerned, for plants also have life, and therefore, if the vegetarian holds that, quote, "it is immoral to take life," end quote, which he does not, he must be inconsistent in eating vegetables, as for instance of a common but strange misunderstanding of the vegetarian principle. On this subject I must here quote a passage from the Science Jottings of Dr. Andrew Wilson. Note the triumphant tone of the unscientific scientist as he rushes to his absurd conclusion. Quote, "I have not yet finished with the food faddist. I suppose I find a vegetarian who, more consistent than the run of his fellows, will not touch, taste, nor handle milk, eggs, cheese, or any animal product whatever. I think it is still possible to show him that he is infringing on the code he lives by, in so far as its pretensions with the sacredness of life are concerned. Plants, no less than animals, are living things. Their tissues contain living protoplasm, which is the essential physical basis of life everywhere. I am afraid that the consistent vegetarian must no longer kill a cabbage if he is to live up to the standard of morals he sets up as a kind of fetish in his diet regulations, and to lay low the lettuce, or pluck the apple from its bough, is really a direct infringement of the code which maintains that you have no right to kill any living thing for food. Really, this is a monstrous doctrine when it is all said and done." End quote. It is a monstrous doctrine. And what are we to think of a man of science who attributes such absurdities to vegetarians, and thereupon holds them up to public contempt as inconsistent, when by making inquiry he might at once have learned that the blunder was on his own side? Once more, then, be it stated that it is not the mere taking of life, but the taking of life unnecessarily that the vegetarian deprecates. And there is no criticism of vegetarianism that can be of any relevance if it ignores the fact that all forms of life are not of equal value, but that the higher sensibility of the animal, and the closer his affinity to ourselves, the stronger his claim on our humaneness. Before leaving this question of consistency as affected by the gradations of our duty of humaneness to animals, a few words might be said on the practice of fish eating, as it was humorously suggested by Sir Henry Thompson, who, as I have proved in the second chapter of this work, wrote in complete ignorance of the facts and dates of the vegetarian movement, that, as vegetarians have added milk and eggs to their diet since the society was founded, a statement quite devoid of truth, they may perhaps still further enlarge their dietary so as to include fish. Here again, Sir H. Thompson only showed his unfamiliarity with the subject, for his novel proposition was in fact an old one, which has been debated and rejected by the Vegetarian Society in its adherence to its original rule of excluding fish, flesh, and fowl, and nothing else from its dietary. So far, then, as organized vegetarianism is concerned, those who eat fish are not within the pale of membership, but looked at from the purely humane standpoint, it must be admitted that there is an immense difference between flesh-eating and fish-eating, and that those unattached food reformers, not few in number, who for humane reasons abstain from flesh, but feel justified in eating fish, hold a perfectly intelligible position, and I would further note that the very fact of there having been some disposition, wise or unwise, within the vegetarian ranks, to recognize the comparative harmlessness of fish-eating, corroborates what I have asserted throughout, that the raison d'etre of vegetarianism has not been a pedantic hard and fast crusade against animal substances, but a practical desire to abolish the horrors of the slaughterhouse. This, then, is our parting word to the professors of the consistency trick. If they had charged us with the real inconsistency, that is, with sacrificing the spirit to the letter by overlooking graver cruelties while denouncing minor ones, we should have been fully prepared to meet so serious an accusation. But as they have not done this, but have merely twitted us with not attempting everything at once, and with allowing the subordinate evil to wait until the central evil has been grappled with, we cheerfully admit the impeachment, coming as it does, such is the humor of the situation, from those who are themselves desirous of perpetuating both kinds of suffering, the greater and the smaller alike. We beg to assure them that we would much rather be inconsistently humane than consistently cruel. The degradation of the butcher. But this question of butchery is not merely one of kindness or unkindness to animals, for by the very facts of the case, it is a human question of no slight importance, affecting as it does the social and moral welfare of those more immediately concerned in it. Of all recognized occupations by which in civilized countries a livelihood is sought and obtained, the work which is looked upon with the greatest loathing, next to the hangman's, is that of the butcher, as witness the appropriate scent of the word butcher has acquired, owing to the instinctive horror of bloodshed which is characteristic of all normal civilized beings. The trade of doing to death countless numbers of inoffensive and highly organized creatures, amid scenes of indescribable filth and ferocity, is delegated, in the large towns at any rate, to a pariah class of slaughtermen, who are thus themselves made the victims of grievous social wrong. "I'm only doing your dirty work. It's such as you make such as us," is said to have been the remark of a Whitechapel butcher to a flesh-eating gentleman who remonstrated with him for his brutality, and the remark was a perfectly just one. To demand a product which can only be procured at the cost of the intense suffering of the animal and the deep degradation of the butcher, and by a process which not one flesh-eater in 100 would himself under any circumstances perform or even witness, is conduct as callous, selfish, and unsocial as could well be imagined. For butchery, as Sir Benjamin Richardson used to point out, is essentially a dangerous trade. It not only deadens and destroys the moral sympathies, but it has the physical effect of straining the nerves and weakening the heart of the slaughtermen, and thus naturally induces a tendency to have recourse to drink. How often, too, in reading of some murderous crime, has one seen it stated that the criminal was a butcher? As, for instance, in the Austrian Ripper case, when, as the paper stated, a woman of the unfortunate class was killed by a young butcher of Herculean fame, by whom it is supposed a previous victim had also been slaughtered. To have accustomed oneself to a total disregard for the pleading terror of sensitive animals, and to a murderous use of the knife, is a terrible power for society to put into the hands of its lowest and least responsible members. The blame must ultimately fall on society itself, and not on the individual slaughtermen. No one has a better knowledge of this subject than the late Mr. H. F. Lester, and this is his opinion. Quote, "We must take into consideration the fact that the ranks of slaughtermen are habitually made up from persons in whom one could hardly expect to find the sentiment of pity strongly developed. Yet, even among these, there is a certain air of dissatisfaction with the work they are compelled to do, and a mixture of insolence and shamefacedness, of swagger and evident dislike of inspection, which makes one think they know their trade is a nasty one, only bearable from the lack of other employment and from the good wages earned. But there are plenty of men engaged in this work of killing animals for food, who are much too good for the business. They will tell you openly that they dislike the job, but people will have meat, and if they were to give it up, someone else would step into the work." End quote. Again, subordinate to the actual butchery, there are certain disgusting, if not dangerous occupations, such as that of the women who work in or near the cattle market at the malodorous task of, quote, "preparing animal entrails for commercial uses," end quote, of which processes the following account has been given. Quote, "The woman's share in the ugly business begins when the greasy, slimy, intestinal skins come to them for the scraping off of all fat and substance still attaching to them. They are washed and twisted up, dressed with salt, and ready for the sausage makers, on whose behalf they have been thus prepared." End quote. The journalistic comment is that, quote, "In an ideal world, men would not permit women to do work from which every instinct of refinement and even decency shrinks," end quote, but that it is all overruled by, quote, "the demands of present-day cheapness," end quote. This, as things go, is undeniable, but it would be well that conscientious flesh-eaters should at least realize what their diet imposes on other people. That, however, is just what they are mostly determined not to realize, doubtless from a subconscious apprehension that, if once they begin to look into this unsavory subject, they may be pushed to the verge of certain awkward conclusions. Nothing is more significant than the extreme unwillingness of philanthropists and members of ethical societies, who debate almost every problem under the sun, to give serious attention to the question of butchery, a reluctance which may be taken as one of the strongest possible tributes to the pertinence of vegetarianism. This is said to be especially true of the philanthropist of Chicago, that great center of the killing trade. Quote, "No one who goes to Chicago," says an eyewitness, "should fail to see the shambles. They are the most wicked things in creation. They are sickening beyond description. The men in them are more brutes than the animals they slaughter. Missions and institutes have been built up in the respectable parts of the city from the profits, and the employees of the shambles have been left to go straight down to the devil. It is the duty of everyone interested in social questions, of everyone whose demands necessitate this kind of labor, to wade through this filth to see the poor wretches at work." End quote. And so they go their ways, the philanthropists to build homes, the ethical folk to talk learnedly, and the social reformer to concoct schemes for the amelioration of the human race. Yet, meantime, these very persons are themselves perpetuating by their mode of living the evil conditions which they profess to be anxious to remove, and condemning the pariah slaughtermen to a life of sheer bestiality. Quote, "The meat-eater," says Mr. Lester, "accepts the result of this man's demoralization of character. Pious and professed Christians are content to allow the deep degradation of nature of a whole class of men, set apart to do the nation's dirty work of slaughtering, without an apparent thought of the baseness of their conduct." End quote. Here, as I said at the outset, is a distinctively human question, and one which cannot be evaded, even by those slippery reasoners who would shuffle out of the duty of humaneness to animals by pretending, in the face of evolutionary science, that there is no bond of consanguinity between animals and mankind. By no possible sophistry can educated people be justified in placing this heavy burden of butchery on the hands of their social inferiors. The vivisector and the sportsman have at least the courage to do their own devilries, and the work of even the hardened agents of murderous millinery and the fur trade is diversified to some extent by travel and adventure, but the slaughterman's task is one of unrivaled, unmitigated brutality, involving the constant and systematic doing of deeds that are inhuman in themselves, degrading to the rough men who do them, and trebly disgracing to the polite ladies and gentlemen at whose behest they are done. The aesthetic argument. Closely connected with the humane argument is the aesthetic argument, the two being, in fact, twin branches of the same stem. For humane, as the Latin shows, has the double meaning of gentle and refined, so that humanity, in the original conception of the term, implies not only a moral regard for the rights of our fellow beings, but also an aesthetic appreciation for what is beautiful and pure. Culture and good breeding, together with justice and compassion, are the characteristics of humane man, and the fact that this twofold sense of the word has been well nigh forgotten in the education of the modern gentleman may serve to explain why there is often such a grievous lack of gentleness in persons who claim to be refined. Our literae humaniores are a mere academic course of book learning, the humane element being altogether left out of account, and to such bathos has this divorce of gentleness and refinement carried us that, in some quarters, a professor of humanity is a teacher of Latin grammar. We are prepared, then, to find that the aesthetic or artistic faculty of the present day is deplorably narrow in its scope, and is so ignorant of the true relationship of humanity and art that it actually prides itself on omitting from its ken all humane considerations, while it diligently searches for the beautiful and the picturesque, as if beauty were a thing detached from the realities of everyday life. The bare idea that there is an aesthetic side to the diet question, beyond the mere delicacies of cookery and embellishments of the dining table, would be scouted as ridiculous by 99 out of 100 of our artists or literary men, for the very force of habit, which has made them so quick to resent the least technical flaw in their special departments of work, have left them blindly indifferent to the hideous and revolting aspects of flesh-eating. To these aesthetes, so-called, the sight of an ugly house, for example, is a sore trouble and grievance, but the slaughter-house, with all its gruesome doings, is a matter of supreme unconcern, nay, rather a thing to be indirectly patronized and defended. I have known a case where an aesthetic lady of great personal culture, and at the center of a polished circle, stained the floor of her charming suburban villa with bullock's blood brought from the shambles in a bucket. Yet the aesthete does not usually vindicate his carnivorous diet and its appurtenances with the old unhesitating heartiness of the barbarian. He is somewhat ashamed of himself, unconsciously perhaps, in these latter days, even as the cannibal is ashamed when the discussion turns upon long pig. Like all the apologists of flesh-eating in their respective spheres, he is shifty and evasive in his defenses, and is not too proud, in his moment of extremity, to have recourse to the consistency trick, and to try to trip up his vegetarian persecutor with the retort of "you're another." From which signs of grace it may be surmised that the aesthete, in spite of his brave exterior, is not quite at ease with his dietetic philosophy, and that the products of butchery are, in a very real sense, the skeleton in the cupboard, the larder cupboard, of literature and art. Aesthete. Pray, why do you address yourself to me in that significant manner? Vegetarian. Because I understand that you cultivate the artistic sense. You love to have beautiful things about you, do you not? So you must needs wish to be a vegetarian. Aesthete. I love beautiful things, certainly. Art is my vocation. But what has vegetarianism to do with it? Vegetarian. Have the arrangements of the dinner table nothing to do with it? The cloth, the silver, the glasses, the dessert, the flowers? Aesthete. A great deal, obviously. There is much art in dining well. Vegetarian. Yet the meats that are served at the table have nothing to do with it. Is not that rather contradictory? Aesthete. I did not say that. The cookery is an essential point, of course. Vegetarian. But what of the meat, the thing cooked? What is it? What was it? And how did it come to be on your plate? Aesthete. I never think of such questions. So long as it is nice, I am content. I must satisfy my taste. That is all. Vegetarian. But are you sure that it does satisfy your taste in the same way that other things do? I think not, for you have never put it to the trial. In no other branch of art do you take things wholly on trust, but you try them by the standard of independent and educated intelligence. In diet, and diet only, you shut your eyes and open your mouth, as the children say, and never distinguished between a real innate liking and a liking that is merely traditional. Aesthete. De gustibus non est disputandum. Vegetarian. About genuine tastes, I admit, disputation is idle, but the proverb is not true of the sham tastes to which I refer. There is a great deal to be discussed about them. Aesthete. But I assure you, my liking for a ham sandwich is a genuine taste. Vegetarian. With the full knowledge of the pigsty and the pig sticker, do not the antecedents of your ham sandwich cause you a feeling of disgust? Aesthete. Oh well, if you persist in thinking about it, all feeding causes disgust. Don't you think there is something gross in the whole process of ingestion? Vegetarian. Then why not gorge on carrion at once? The moment you adopt the in for a penny, in for a pound attitude, you sacrifice the whole art of living. Aesthete. But what of the processes on which vegetarianism itself depends? You talk of the filth of the slaughterhouse, but how about the filth of the market gardening? To watch the soil being manured, if we let our thoughts dwell upon it, is enough to spoil all appetite for the produce of the garden. The more delicious the asparagus or the strawberries, the more we ought to loathe them. Vegetarian. There I disagree with you entirely. There is nothing in the least disgusting, to me at any rate, and I speak from personal experience, in the manuring of the soil or in any agricultural process. On the contrary, there is much that is wholesome and cheering in this chemistry of nature. The healthy mind takes a delight in gardening, just as it regards slaughtering with abhorrence. If you want to see the contrast between the effects of the two professions on those who practice them, compare the face of the typical slaughterman with that of the typical gardener. It is as remarkable as the contrast between a butcher's and a fruiterer's shop. Aesthete. Well, it is no use talking about it. Our views of life are different. You are a social reformer, an agitator, and agitation is fatal to the tranquility of art. I am an artist, and do not care a straw for social reform. My creed is expressed in Keats' couplet. Beauty is truth, truth beauty. That is all. Ye know on earth, and all ye need to know. Vegetarian. Yes, but is it possible that Keats' meaning is somewhat deeper than you imagine? It is not your creed that I quarrel with, but your own misunderstanding and misuse of it. That the oneness of truth and beauty is knowledge sufficient, I admit, but my complaint is that you do not really know it, and therefore I regard your aestheticism, the aestheticism that makes clean the outside of the cup and the platter, and the outside only, as mere vandalism in masquerade. Nor even is the outside of the aesthetic platter free from offense, for there is nothing more hideous to the eye, not to mention the mind, than the scorched corpses, as Bernard Shaw calls them, that are displayed on polite dinner tables when the dish covers are removed. Quote, "Among the customs at table that deserves to be abolished," wrote Leigh Hunt, "is that of serving up dishes that retain a look of life and death. Codfish with their staring eyes, hares with their hollow countenances, etc. It is in bad taste, an incongruity, an anomaly, to say nothing on its effect on morbid imaginations." End quote. Perhaps, however, the most morbid imagination, or lack of imagination, is that of the persons who are not disgusted by these ugly sights. Art and humanity, then, are but two branches of the same stock. The true humanist and the true artist are own brethren. To the artistic temperament, in particular, vegetarianism has the surest right of appeal, for the aestheticism which can pate of truth and beauty, while it battens like a ghoul on bloodshed and suffering, has abnegated its own principles, and has ceased to be artistic. How would it be possible for the scenes that are hourly enacted in slaughterhouses to be tolerated for a moment in a community which has any real artistic consciousness? Yet what aesthetic protest, except from vegetarians, is ever raised against them? Take, for example, the following extract from some notes descriptive of the Chicago meat factories. Quote, "Slithered over bloody floor, nearly broke neck and gore of old porker, saw a few hundred men slicing pigs, making hams, sausages, and pork chops, whole sight not edifying, indeed rather beastly. Next went to the cattle-killing house. Cattle driven along gangway and banged overhead with iron hammer, fell stunned, then swung up by legs and man-cut throats. Small army of men with buckets catching blood. It gushed over them in torrents, a bit sickening. Next to sheep slaughterhouse, more throat-cutting, 10,000 sheep killed a day, more blood. Place reeks with blood, walls and floor splashed with it, air thick, warm, offensive. Yes, said guide. Armour's biggest slaughterhouse in the world. There is no waste. We utilize everything. Everything except the squeak of the pigs. We can't can that. Went and drank brandy. End quote. It is much to be regretted that it is not found possible in this enterprising establishment to can the squeak as well as the flesh of the pig, for such a phonographic effect might suggest certain novel thoughts to the refined ladies and gentlemen who contentedly regale themselves on ham sandwiches at polite supper tables. For imagine what the result would be, in studio and boudoir, dining room and drawing room, if the death cries of the slaughterhouse could be at once uncanned and brought to hearing. Quote, "The groans and screams of this poor persecuted race," as De Quincey said of cats, if gathered into some great echoing hall of horrors, would melt the heart of the stoniest. End quote. But far vaster and more impressive would be the worldwide hall of horrors which should contain the bitter cry of the victims of the butcher. Would that it were possible thus to compel the ascetic flesh-eater to face the music of his misdeeds. And remember, it is not only at the big slaughtering centers that these ugly trades are carried on, nor are they there, perhaps, at their ugliest, but every town and every village has its private torture dens, where the same carnage is performed the year round on a smaller scale, and in a clumsier manner, and everywhere the butcher's shop presents the same ghastly spectacle of quartered carcasses hanging a row, and gloated over by shopping women. One would think it incredible that any lover of the beautiful could doubt that the national sense of beauty must be seriously impaired by these disgusting and degrading sights. But enough of this subject. Were we to dwell too long on it, we should be tempted to exclaim, as was said of another kind of iniquity, quote, "While these things are being done, beauty stands veiled, and the music is a screeching lie." End quote. The hygienic argument. The humane and aesthetic aspects of vegetarianism are constantly described by the advocates of flesh-eating as sentimental, and if it be sentimental to have regard for the sufferings of animals and the beauty of our own surroundings, the charge will be gladly admitted. But there is also, independent of all considerations of humanity, a distinctly hygienic movement towards the disuse of flesh food, on the ground that such diet is not only barbarous but unwholesome. It is held that flesh food is in itself a stimulant, and that incidentally it is very liable to transmit disease, while vegetarianism, on the contrary, is a simple, natural, less inflammatory diet, which from the earliest times has been known and practiced by a few wise persons as containing the secret of health. In Germany especially, the system of natural living has attracted much attention, and the propaganda of food reform is there mainly on those lines. In England less so, but here too, there are a number of vegetarians who are hygienists first and humanitarians afterwards, and all humanitarians are to some extent hygienists. So it is ridiculous, in any serious criticism of vegetarianism, to leave out of sight, as some of our opponents do, this essential part of the system. There is, in fact, a considerable scientific literature on the subject, a train of thought and experience handed down from Coronaro and Gassendi, through their successors Cheyenne, Hartley, Lamb, Abernathy, and others, to such modern authorities as Sir Benjamin Richardson and Dr. Alexander Haig. Yet so little known is this testimony that it might be imagined, from the nervous apprehension with which the abandonment of flesh food is regarded, that vegetarianism were some new and hazardous experiment, whereon he who enters carries his life in his hands. This ignorance of the long-standing claims of vegetarianism to a scientific basis is the result of the indifference and prejudice that have always made dietetics the most unpopular of studies. Those who are in health not caring to give more than a passing thought to the hygienic quality of their food, while those who are sick are naturally suspicious of change or overruled by medical advisers. Yet the moment impartial inquiry is made into the comparative benefits and perils of the two modes of living, certain undeniable facts begin to appear, of which the first and most obvious, though not the most important, perhaps, are the incidental dangers of eating flesh. Many indeed, and unsuspected by the ordinary man who takes a good meat dinner, are the ills that flesh is heir to, especially in the diet of the poor. For as Professor F.W. Newen pointed out, quote, "Where the population is dense, the poorer classes, if they eat flesh meat at all, are sure to get a sensible portion of their supply in an unwholesome state." End quote. This assertion is no mere piece of vegetarian polemics. It rests on the authority of more than one royal commission, the latest of which has insisted in the tuberculosis report of 1898 that, quote, "So long as private slaughterhouses are permitted to exist, so long must inspection be carried out under conditions incompatible with efficiency." End quote. There is in fact no genuine inspection of the meat killed in private slaughterhouses, nor is the case, at present, much better in public ones, and it is notorious that a large amount of tuberculosis flesh, examined and rejected under the more careful scrutiny by the Jews, is thought good enough to be sold for the use of the Gentiles. It would be easy to quote official figures to show the prevalence of the mischief, but it is not necessary here to do so, because the facts are not denied. The cause of the disease thus prevalent among cattle must be sought partly in the excessive demand for flesh food, in the consequent high price of meat, which is a great temptation to graziers to breed from immature stock, partly too in the unhealthy system of stall feeding and cramming, the last but not least in the rough treatment to which animals are exposed during their transit by sea and rail, an evil which is recognized by butchers no less than by humanitarians. Moreover, in addition to the dangers which flesh-eaters incur of diseases contagious and parasitic, there is the risk of eating decomposed meat under the title of table delicacies. Here, as one instance out of many, is an extract from a London daily paper. Some exemplary fines were inflicted when summonses connected with the seizure of 13 tons of rotten pigs' livers came on for hearing. A company promoter, trading as manufacturer of table delicacies, was fined £100, including costs, for the possession of 44 barrels of the livers, which were deposited for the purpose of being converted into human food in the shape of meat extracts, soups, and other table delicacies. The magistrate characterized the condemned goods as absolute filth. The bearing of such facts on public health is obvious. Quote, "The shocking revelations," it has been said, "as to the potted meat trade of London, clearly give us the keynote to the terrible weekly statistics of fevers and other diseases in the poor districts of London and big towns generally. Putrid sheep hearts, putrid meat of unknown origin, anything from horse to pug dog, slimy livers, reeking lights that would poison even a Fleet Street cat, and moribund hams from diseased pigs are the foundation of our table delicacies. Ugh, it is enough to make a man forswear anything potted forever." End quote. But though these and similar facts are indisputable, and though so great an authority as Sir B.W. Richardson has stated that, quote, "In respect to the propagation of disease, it seems just to declare that the danger is much less and much more easily preventable on the vegetarian than on the animal diet." End quote. The flesh-eaters, strong or weak as they may happen to be, even to the sickliest valetudinarian than ever sipped his Liebig, are much more afraid of being infected with vegetarian principles than with the poisons of the murdered ox, and would venture on every drug in the pharmacopoeia rather than on a pure and simple diet. Yet more than 150 years ago, so eminent a physician as Dr. George Cheyenne, then in a hale old age, had written as follows, quote, "My regimen at present is milk with tea, coffee, bread and butter, mild cheese, salads, fruits, and seeds of all kind, with tender roots, as potatoes, turnips, and carrots, and, in short, everything that has not life, dressed or not, as I like, in which there is as much or a greater variety than in animal foods, so that the stomach need never be cloyed. I drink no wine nor any fermented liquors, and am rarely dry, most of my food being liquid, moist, or juicy. Only after dinner I either drink coffee or green tea, but seldom both in the same day, and sometimes a glass of soft small cider. The thinner my diet, the easier, more cheerful, and lightsome I find myself. My sleep is also the sounder, though perhaps somewhat shorter than formerly under my full animal diet, but then, I am more alive than I ever was." End quote. The close connection of vegetarianism with temperance, simplicity, and general hardihood has been discovered by many thousands of persons since Dr. Cheyenne recorded it, and has had its latest illustration in the doings of vegetarian athletes, whose remarkable achievements in cycling matches and long-distance walks have shown once more that flesh-eating is not by any means a necessary condition of physical prowess. It cannot be mere accident that vegetarians are almost invariably abstainers from alcohol and tobacco, that, man for man, they eat more sparingly, dress more lightly, live more naturally, and work harder than flesh-eaters, and are far less subject to illnesses and ailments. It is notorious that in quite a number of diseases, especially those of the gouty class, a vegetarian diet is prescribed by medical men, who use for cure what they scorn to use for prevention. In the works of Dr. Alexander Haig, the most distinguished recent exponent of reformed diet, a close study has been made of the comparative wholesomeness and unwholesomeness of vegetable and animal foods, and to those writings, together with those of other authorities above mentioned, I would refer any of my readers who may be under the idea that vegetarianism has no medical support. The doctors, of course, or those of them who study the history of their own profession, are well aware of the hollowness of this common superstition, but they still continue to let an ignorant public fondly hug the belief that vegetarianism is a mere fad, a mushroom growth born of the follies and sentimentalities of a decadent and hyper-civilized age. It is impossible, in the limit of these pages, which are concerned with the logical, not the medical view of vegetarianism, to discuss with any fullness the argument based on hygiene, but it may be stated as a matter, not of opinion, but of knowledge, that quite apart from all humane bias, there is a strong case for the reformed regimen on the ground of its healthfulness alone, and that a scientific statement of this case may be found by those who care to become acquainted with the facts in the published writings of a small but not inconsiderate succession of medical authors. Humanity and hygiene are the twin deities of food reform, and their paths, though separate for a time, converge eventually to the same vegetarian goal. Digestion. We have seen that the scientific apologists of flesh-eating do not seriously rely on the old bogey of structural evidence, though they have certainly not been over-anxious to dissociate their cause from whatever support has been accrued to it through this too common misunderstanding. The same is true of that other widespread superstition that meat alone gives strength, i.e., that vegetarian diet, as compared with flesh diet, is deficient in flesh-forming constituents, an error which the medical faculty, as a whole, has secretly fostered and encouraged, though in face of the existence of the elephant and rhinoceros and other mighty herbivora, its responsible spokesmen have, of course, not committed themselves to any such absurdity, except for the fact that thousands of ignorant persons are still under the delusion that no adequate nourishment is to be found in the vegetable kingdom. It would not be necessary to point out that, by the admission of all authorities, the albuminoids, carbohydrates, oils, salts, and other chemical food properties exist in vegetables no less than in animal substances, and therefore a vegetarian diet, even without the use of eggs and milk, has access to all the needed elements. The professional, as distinct from the popular objections to vegetarianism, are based nowadays on quite other arguments, as may be seen from the suggested admissions and assertions made in the following passage from the British Medical Journal. Quote, "Man is undoubtedly in his anatomy most nearly allied to the higher apes, and these animals, though they show obvious tendency to be omnivorous, are yet, in the main, eaters of nuts and fruits. But man is not a higher ape, and in the process of development to his present high status, he has become omnivorous. It is true that he can obtain from vegetables the nutriment necessary for his maintenance and health, but he has learnt that he can obtain what he wants at less cost of energy from a mixed diet, and he is not likely to unlearn this lesson." End quote. In the words I have italicized, we have the latest shibboleth of carnivorous science. In its changing treatment of the food question, vegetarianism is not impossible, as we used to be told it was. Oh no. Life, and even healthy life, can really be maintained on a diet of vegetables. How many thousands of doctors have asserted the contrary, but the inferior digestibility of vegetable food, that is the trouble. The poor vegetarians must put their digestive organs to so great a strain and must eat so large a bulk of food in order to get the requisite nourishment, why then, says the chemist, should they thus overtax their systems, when they could digest a few slices from a dead body at so much less cost of energy? Now, if the chemist were a man of action and not merely a man of study, the practical aspects of this question might at the outset give him pause. Had he known vegetarians, lived among vegetarians, and talked with vegetarians, instead of regarding them theoretically, he would be aware that the average vegetarian eats decidedly less in bulk than the average flesh-eater, and is seldom or never troubled with the indigestion that the flesh-eater dreads. So far from being compelled to consume a greater bulk of food, it is the general experience of those who have adopted vegetarianism that they eat much less under the new system than they did under the old, and it is a frequent marvel to them, when they dine with their former messmates, to see the huge amounts that they devour. There is the further consideration entirely overlooked in the argument of the British Medical Journal, that vegetarianism, in the current state of the word, is not a diet of vegetables only, but includes the use of eggs, butter, cheese, and milk, for all which reasons the talk about less cost of energy seems to have little practical bearing on the subject under discussion, and it may be suspected that the chemical chimera is as quite fabulous as the phantom difficulties that have preceded it. Chemist. Now listen, I am a chemist, and I have no time to think or talk of anything sentimental. To all your views about vegetarian diet, I have but one answer: Hoffman's experiments. Vegetarian. So Hoffman's figures have settled this diet problem for all time? Chemist. Undoubtedly, for they prove that the human stomach can assimilate a greater percentage of animal than of vegetable substances. In other words, that it requires a greater exercise of digestive powers to get an equal amount of nourishment from vegetables. What have you to say about that? Vegetarian. Obviously this, that it is quite devoid of value unless we know who were the persons experimented on. No statistics of the comparative digestibility of foods can be of practical use unless the habits and conditions of those who digest the food are also noted. Custom and the personal element are all important factors in the result. Many vegetable foods, nuts for example, are readily digested by vegetarians accustomed to their use, though almost universally found indigestible by flesh-eaters. Chemist. I cannot follow you into that. Let us keep clear of all such sentiment, if you please, and bear in mind the great precept of Dr. Andrew Wilson, in his application of Hoffman's figures, has laid down for our guidance that, quote, animal matter, being likest to our own composition, is most easily and readily converted into ourselves. End quote. Vegetarian. With all due deference to the Andrew Wilson formula, may I ask what matter is likest to our own? Chemist. Why, animal matter, of course. Vegetarian. Yes, but what animal matter? Chemist. Oh, we don't go into that. Vegetarian. But I do, and I beg you to observe that the matter likest to our own composition is human flesh, so that according to the Andrew Wilson formula, we all ought to be cannibals, because for human beings, human flesh must be the most digestible of foods. Chemist. Very likely it is so, though I do not approve of cannibalism. Vegetarian. Then allow me to read you a sentence from C.F. Gordon Cummings' book, At Home in Fiji. Quote, at every cannibal feast there was served a certain vegetable, also commonly used by the cannibal Maoris of New Zealand, which was considered as essential an adjunct as mint sauce is to lamb or sage to goose. Its use, however, was prudential, as human flesh was found to be highly indigestible, and this herb acted as a corrective. End quote. Now I ask you, if that does not logically depose of the Andrew Wilson formula? Chemist. Nonsense, sir. I will not discuss cannibalism. You fail to see that some things, though logical enough, may not be expedient. Vegetarian. I am delighted to hear you say that. I beg you to remember it when you next talk of Hoffman's experiments. It is possible that flesh-eating, like cannibalism, is not expedient, when it is regarded from a wider standpoint than that of the chemical doctrine. Nothing, indeed, could be more unscientific than the attitude taken on this question by scientists of the Andrew Wilson type. For, in the first place, as pointed out above, it is impossible to arrive at any scientific conclusion as to the comparative digestibility of vegetable and animal foods unless the conditions are equal, that is, unless the persons experimented on are equally accustomed to the foodstuffs they are invited to digest. And secondly, there is the question of the quality of the food supplied, for as Dr. Oldfield has remarked, quote, "It is quite as unfair to judge of the digestibility of the protein of the vegetable kingdom from one example of the legumes, as it would be to class all forms of flesh as indigestible because veal or lobster happens to be so." End quote. Against the academic testimony of the Hoffman School of specialists, we may confidently set that of so distinguished a practical chemist as Sir B. W. Richardson, who, by his personal knowledge of vegetarians and vegetarianism, was particularly qualified to judge. Quote, "From experimental observations which I have made, I am of opinion that the vegetable flesh-forming substances may be easily digested, when they are presented to the stomach in proper form, as are the animal substances of like feeding quality." End quote. The true function of the chemist in his general relation to the diet question is to help the coming dietary by transferring to the vegetarian system some of the scientific attention that has hitherto been solely devoted to flesh meats. Quote, "Men of practical science," says Sir B. W. Richardson, "ought to be at work assisting with their skills in bringing about that mighty reformation. We now know to a nicety the relation of the various parts of food needed for the construction of the living body, and there should be no difficulty, except the labor of research, in so modifying food from its prime source as to make it applicable to every necessity, without the assistance of any intermediate animal at all." End quote. Why should not the chemist, instead of maintaining, like Mrs. Partington, a pettifogging and quite futile opposition to the flowing tide, put himself in the current of progress and try to turn his special knowledge to the furtherance of a noble end? Conditions of climate. Try to change the venue is sometimes the policy of defendants in an action at law, and a similar device is adopted by those who would stave off hearing of the vegetarian case. The tropics are the convenient limbo to which this uncongenial subject is most frequently consigned, and it is with a proud sense of humor and self-assurance that the British Islander, who objects to alien immigration and all foreign frivolities, warns the vegetarian heresy to keep clear of his inhospitable clime. Such diet may be all very well, he thinks, for passive Hindus, but not for the hard-working inhabitants of this temperate zone. British Islander. Vegetarianism? No thank you, not here. All very nice in Africa and India, I dare say, where you can sit all day under a palm tree and eat dates. Vegetarian. But I have not observed that when you visit Africa or India, you practice vegetarianism. On the contrary, you take your flesh pots with you everywhere, even to the very places where you admit you don't need them, and where, as in India, they give the greatest offense to the inhabitants. British Islander. Oh, well, it's no affair of theirs, is it, if I take my roast beef? Vegetarian. Yet you think it your affair to interfere with the cannibals when they take their roast man. And have you observed that it is in the tropical zone, not the temperate zone, that cannibalism is most rife? British Islander. Why do you remind me of that? Vegetarian. To show you that all this talk about vegetarianism being a matter of climate is pure humbug. The use of flesh is a vicious habit everywhere, and nowhere a necessity, except where other food is not procurable. British Islander. But do we not need more oil and fat in the northern climates? Vegetarian. Undoubtedly, but these can be readily obtained without the recourse to flesh. Then how do you account for the fact that northern races have been, to so great an extent, carnivorous? Vegetarian. Perhaps because in primitive times hunting and pasturage were less toilsome than agriculture, but I am not called on to account for such a fact. Their past addiction to flesh food no more proves the present utility of flesh-eating than their gross drinking habits prove the utility of alcohol. British Islander. Can you quote any scientific authority for your contention? Vegetarian. There is one which is all the more valuable because it is an admission made by an opponent. Sir William Lawrence wrote, quote, that men can be perfectly nourished, and that their physical and intellectual capabilities can be fully developed in any climate by a diet purely vegetable, has been proved by such abundant experience that it will not be necessary to adduce any formal arguments on the subject." End quote. In any climate, mark, and a diet purely vegetable, whereas all you are asked to do is forego the actual flesh foods and not the animal product. But come now, ask me the great question. British Islander: "What is that? There is only one other I had in mind. What would become of the Eskimo?" Vegetarian: "Of course. I have always been profoundly touched by the disinterested concern of the Englishman, when vegetarianism looms ahead, for the future of that Arctic people. Well, perhaps the question of what ice-bound savages might do or might not do need scarcely delay the decision of civilized mankind. For that matter, what would become of the polar bears? If you cannot dissociate your habits from those of the Eskimo, why don't you eat blubber? At least they have a better reason for eating blubber than some people have for eating beef. They can get nothing else." The dishonesty of the excuse that vegetarianism may be all very well in the tropics is shown by the fact that Englishmen, when living in the tropics, make precisely the contrary statement. Quote, "You would be surprised," writes Mr. B.K. Adams from Ceylon, "if you knew how much prejudice and opposition there is here. The most amusing part is that nearly everyone says, it is all very well being a vegetarian in England in a cool climate like that, but out here in this hot, depressing, and enervating climate, you must have meat, and some alcoholic stimulant." End quote. 20 years ago, just the same climatic argument used to be put forward by the opponents of the temperance movement. It was impossible here to abstain from alcoholic drink, wherever it might be elsewhere. We do not often meet with that argument now. On the contrary, it is generally admitted that a disuse of alcohol brings with it an increased power of hardihood and endurance. As in drink, so in food. Those who fly to stimulants obtain a temporary sense of comfort at the cost of permanent vigor. But granting that it is possible to support life on vegetarian diet in northern climes, it is also possible, asks the conscientious doubter, to live at one's highest energy under such conditions. Look at the carnivorous Mr. Dash's career, it is said, as compared with that vegetarian Mr. So-and-so. Was not the greater public activity of the former attributable to his mixed diet? To which it may be replied that any such personal comparison is necessarily useless, from lack of sufficient data as to the relative powers and opportunities of the persons compared. It is obvious that a man whose convictions are unpopular will have far less opportunity of carrying his principles into action than one who is the mouthpiece of widely current opinions, to the propagation of which he devotes, perhaps, an equal amount of ability. For this reason, it is absurd to suggest that vegetarians or any other class of unpopular reformers are living on a less active plane because their activities are not of the kind that commend themselves to the man in the street, or to that equally fallible person, the man in the study. The whole notion that vegetarians are less able than flesh-eaters to endure a severe climate is a delusion. It is not only untrue, but the contrary of the truth. Quote, "No one surely suggests," says Dr. Oldfield, "that the English climate is too cold for a vegetarian dietary, when there is the experience of the stalwart, hardy Scotch peasantry, in a climate far more rigorous, developing brain and muscle superior to the average Englishman, and this upon a dietary for which generations has been so largely vegetarian that no one would dream of saying that the small amount of flesh eaten by them could have anything to do with the matter." End quote. Anyone who is intimately acquainted with the vegetarian movement in this country will bear me out when I say that the average vegetarian is much less susceptible than the average flesh-eater to the extremes of cold and heat, and can get through an English winter in comparative comfort without any of the wrapping up to which the mixed dietists are reduced. It is amusing indeed, after being asked the common question, "Don't you feel the cold very much, as you eat no meat?" to observe one's questioner attired perhaps to face a moderate London winter like a German student for a duel. A moving mass of scarves and furs and overcoats, stoked up internally with plates of beef and cups of Bovril, and shivering withal. Poor fellow, one thinks. It looks as if you were the person whose diet might be all very well for those who live in the tropics, but not for the hard-working inhabitants of this northern clime. Flesh meat and morals. Man is what he eats, says the materialist in the German proverb. The body is built up of the foodstuffs which it assimilates, and it is reasonable to suppose that diet has thus a determining influence on character. If this be true, the reflection is not a pleasant one for the flesh-eater. Quote, "Animal food," it has been said, containing as it does highly wrought organic forces, may liberate within our systems powers which we may find it difficult or even impossible to dominate. Lethargic monsters, foul harpies, and sad-visaged lemurs, which may insist on having their own way, building up an animal body not truly human." End quote. But here the idealist steps in with a different theory. Man is not what he eats, but what he thinks and feels. It is not what we eat, but how we eat, that most vitally affects us. This is well expressed in one of Thoreau's daring paradoxes. Quote, "There is a certain class of unbelievers who sometimes ask me such questions as if I think I can live on vegetable food alone, and to strike at the root of the matter at once, for the root is faith, I am accustomed to answer such, that I can live on board nails. If they cannot understand that, they cannot understand much of what I have to say." End quote. There is, however, no real antagonism between these two theories, for both may be to a great extent true, though neither wholly so. If mind affects matter, matter also affects mind. If spirit acts on food, food in its turn reacts on spirit. The one truth that stands out clearly from a consideration of the subject, and from the witnesses of common experience, is that a gross animal diet is inimical to the finer instincts, and that, as Thoreau says, quote, "Every man who has ever been earnest to preserve his higher or more poetic faculties in the best condition has been particularly inclined to abstain from animal food." End quote. Plain living and high thinking are indissolubly connected. Vegetarianism, as I have already shown, is not asceticism, but if it offer the moral advantages of asceticism without the drawbacks, is that not in its favor? But there is a tendency among certain psychical authorities of the present day to eschew the vegetarian doctrine as itself materialistic, and as attributing too much importance to the mere bodily functions of eating and digesting. What does it matter about our diet, they say, whether it be animal or vegetable, flesh or fruit, so long as the spirit in which we seek it be a fit and proper one? The question of food is one for the doctors to decide. 'Tis they who are concerned with the body, while we are concerned with the soul. I wish to show that this reasoning is nothing but a piece of charlatanry, and rests upon a perversion of the philosophy that it claims to represent. For though it is true, in a sense, that spirit can sanctify diet, it is not true that a general sanction is thereby given to any diet whatsoever, no matter what cruelties may be caused by it, or who it be that causes them. We may grant that so long as no scruple has arisen concerning the morality of flesh-eating, or any other barbarous usage, such practices may be carried on in innocence and good faith, and therefore without personal demoralization to those who indulge in them. But from the moment when discussion begins, and an unconscious act becomes a conscious or semi-conscious one, the case is wholly different, and it is then impossible to plead that it does not matter about one's food. On the contrary, it is a matter of vital import if injustice be deliberately practiced. To use flesh food unwittingly, by savage instinct, as carnivora do, or like barbarous mankind in the ignorance of age-long habit, is one thing, but it is quite another thing for a rational person to make a sophistical defense of such habits when their iniquity has been displayed, and then to claim that he is absolved from guilt by the spirit in which he acted. The spirit that absolves one of unquestioning faith, not of far-fetched sophistry. The wolf devours the lamb and is no worse a wolf for it. But if he seeks, as in the fable, to give quibbling excuses for his wolfishness, he becomes a byword for hypocrisy. Psychic philosopher. Why all this fuss about vegetarianism and what we eat? With the best intention, no doubt, you regard the matter from too low a plane. Has not the greatest of teachers himself told us that, quote, "Not that which goeth into the mouth defileth a man, but that which cometh out of the mouth, this defileth a man." End quote. Vegetarian. You know well the text has not the meaning you put on it. It could be as logically be made to excuse any swishiness whatsoever. Flesh-eating is not a mere ceremonial question of eating with unwashed hands, as that referred to in the text, but one that involves the gravest issues of right-doing and wrong-doing. Psychic philosopher. But to the pure, all things are pure. Vegetarian. Possibly, if we know who are the pure. but the mere eating of impurities is scarcely proof sufficient. Psychic philosopher. I cannot take your view of the importance of this question. To me, as to the Indian yogis, the choice of food is a matter of indifference. Vegetarian. I doubt if your butcher's bill would bear out that assertion. If food is one of the indifferent things, why do you hold fast to your flesh meat like a snarling dog to his bone? Our psychic philosopher, in truth, is a wolf in sheep's clothing, a carnalist in psychical disguise. It will be objected, no doubt, that the injurious effect of flesh food on morals has never been sufficiently proved, nor indeed is it possible that absolute proof should be forthcoming until vegetarianism is widely enough practiced to furnish data for comparison. There are, however, certain very marked indications that can hardly be overlooked. In the first place, as already stated, there is the immemorial belief, especially prominent in the usage of monastic orders, but scarcely less so in all systems of hygienic or spiritual exercise, amounting, in short, to a practical consensus of mankind, that a stimulating or excessive diet is harmful to sobriety and self-control, as evidenced by the far greater amount of crime rife among luxurious town dwellers than among frugal peasants. Secondly, there is the fact, too well attested to be challenged, that flesh-eating and alcoholism are closely allied, and that the drink-craved dies a natural death when a stimulating diet is withdrawn. From which it may be further realized that the excitation caused by flesh food must necessarily, in many cases, act injuriously on the nerve system, and contribute powerfully to the vicious habits which moralists deplore. Quote, "The deepest, truest, and most general causes of prostitution in all great cities," says Dr. Kingsford, "must be looked in for the luxurious and intemperate habits of eating and drinking prevalent among the rich and well-to-do. The chief element of this luxury is the use of flesh and alcohol, which mistaken notions of hygiene and therapeutics tend to press more and more upon all classes of men and women. Abolish creophagy and its companion vice, alcoholism, and more, 1,000-fold will be done to abolish prostitution than can be achieved by any other means soever, as long as these two evil influences flourish. The young man of the present day, accustomed from childhood to frequent and copious meals of flesh, and from early youth to the usage of all manner of fermented beverages and liqueurs, carries about with him and fosters an increasingly disordered appetite, which not infrequently assumes the character of true disease." End quote. The evils of stimulating diet in the case of the young have been emphasized by such well-known authorities as Dr. George Keith and Sir B. W. Richardson. Here's a significant passage from the writings of the former. Quote, "I have done much for many years privately, whenever I had the opportunity, to impress on fathers and mothers the danger to their sons and daughters from exciting prematurely their natural desires and passions. But custom and fashion have so powerful a hold, especially in the higher circles of society, that I have frequently had to feel that my efforts were in vain. The existence of bad habits at schools is well known to the masters, and they take what measures they can for their prevention. Even when they know the truth, the strength of custom and habit so imperatively demands a full diet for the growing youth that they are obliged to fall in with the customs of the day. But few of them are aware of the main cause of the evil, and the last thing most of them would dream of as a remedy is a simpler diet." End quote. So, too, Sir B. W. Richardson. Quote, "In all my long medical career, extending over 40 years, I have rarely known a case in which a child has not preferred fruit to animal food. I say it without the least prejudice, as a lesson learnt from simple experience, that the most natural diet for the young, after the natural milk diet, is fruit and wholemeal bread, with milk and water for drink. The desire for this same mode of sustenance is often continued into after years, as if the resort to flesh were forced and artificial feeding, which required long and persistent habit to establish its permanency as a part of the system of everyday life." End quote. Contrast with this wise and weighty advice the dietetic habits actually prevalent among the youth of our well-to-do classes, where we see not only a strong tendency to overeating, but a rooted and active conviction that flesh is the summum bonum of food. The fatted calf is rivaled by the fatted schoolboy. The cramming of Strasbourg geese itself is not more disgusting than the cramming which makes pâté de foie gras of the moral fibre of the young. When we find even the Eton College chronicles raising a protest against the diet of boyish athletes, we may be sure that the evil is a crying one. Quote, "He, the boy in training, takes a lot of exercise and finds he has a good appetite. For breakfast he has a chop every morning. We have known some who had 2. He also has heard porridge is nourishing, and that this is why Scotchmen are so hardy and brawny. He acts upon this information. For dinner he makes a point of having 2 good helpings of meat to get his weight up, while for tea, besides having a plate of eggs and chicken, or something of that kind, he winds up with a large allowance of marmalade." End quote. Nor is it only among schoolboys that overeating is rampant, for the tables of the wealthy are everywhere loaded with flesh meat, and the example thus is set naturally followed, first in the servants' hall, and then, as far as may be, in the homes of the working class. To consume much flesh is regarded as the sign of symbol and well-being. Witness the popular English manner of keeping the festival of Christmas. Quote, "We interknit ourselves with every part of the English-speaking world," says the Journal of the Cosmic Colony in Paraguay, describing a Christmas celebration by the most sacred ceremony of overeating. End quote. A nice moral bond of union, truly, between colonies and motherland. What is likely to be the effect on the national character of such patriotic gorging? We come back, then, to the point that though it is not absolutely true that man is what he eats, there is nevertheless a large element of truth in the saying, and the vegetarian has just ground for suspecting that beefy meals are not infrequently the precursors of beefy morals. Carnalities of one kind are apt to lead to carnalities of another, the fleshly modes of diet to fleshly modes of thought. Good living, unfortunately, is a somewhat equivocal term. The economic argument. Quote, "The oftener we go to the vegetable world for our food," says Sir B.W. Richardson, "the oftener we go to the first, and therefore the cheapest, source of supply." End quote. The case for vegetarianism would by no means be complete without a statement of the economic view, though precedence is necessarily given to the motives of humanity and healthfulness, the higher considerations to which the idea of economy must be subservient. If it were proved that flesh food is essential to the real interests of the race, and that there is no moral objection to the use of it, the greater outlay would be justified by the value of the result. But if such proof is not forthcoming, and it has been the object of the preceding chapters to show that it is not, it is obvious that the comparative cost of a flesh diet and a vegetarian diet becomes a question of high importance to mankind. What, then, are the facts? They are so plain as to be positively beyond dispute, and it is a cause for marvel what Dr. J. Burney Yeo can have meant in describing vegetarianism as, quote, "a scheme of diet which we believe to be utterly impractical on an extensive scale, and irreconcilable with the existing state of civilized man, not so much on strictly physiological grounds as on general economical considerations." End quote. If it be in accordance with general economical considerations, to pay 3 pence for what can be procured for a penny, then only does Dr. Yeo's statement become intelligible. For the very first fact that demands notice is this comparison of foods, is that not only does butcher's meat pound for pound cost about 3 times the price of cereals and pulses, but that it is under the further disadvantage of containing a much larger percentage of water. That is to say, in purchasing flesh, you have to buy the water and buy it dirty, while in purchasing seeds and grains, you do not buy the water, but add it clean. The following passage from Sir B.W. Richardson's Foods for Man puts the case succinctly. Quote, "If we make an analysis of the primiest joints of animal food, legs of mutton, sirloin of beef, rump steak, veal cutlet, pork chop, we find as much as 70 to 75% water. Oatmeal contains about 5 or 6%. Good wheaten flour, barley meal, beans, and peas, 14, rice, 15, and good bread, 40 to 45 of water. Taking, then, the value of foods as estimated by their solid value, it will be observed a great many kinds of vegetable foods which are incomparably superior to animal." End quote. We find accordingly, when we turn from this analysis to the actual charges at restaurants, that, whereas a good vegetarian dinner may be got for $1, it is necessary to pay fully 3 times that sum for an equivalent in flesh food. It would be a waste of time to argue further that vegetarianism, whatever its other advantages and disadvantages to the individual, is much more economical than flesh eating. But here we are met by the difficulty that the well-to-do, on the one hand, are not easily influenced by the motive of economy, while the poor, on the other hand, are naturally suspicious of the gospel of thrift, so often preached to them by the predatory classes who do not practice it themselves, and it must be admitted that it is perfectly useless for philanthropical persons to preach food thrift to the poor, unless by their own methods of living they are testifying to the truth of what they preach. It is sometimes said that vegetarianism is an inconvenient diet, which means no more than that the adoption of any new system gives trouble at first, though it may save trouble afterwards. When once adopted, vegetarianism is, of course, a far more convenient because a simpler and cleaner diet than an ordinary one, as is testified by those who have had personal experience of both. Quote, "Having been my own butcher and scullion," says Thoreau, "as well as the gentleman from whom the dishes were served up, I can speak from an unusually complete experience. The practical objection to animal food in my case was its uncleanliness, and besides, when I had caught and cleaned and cooked and eaten my fish, they seemed not to have fed me essentially. It was insignificant and unnecessary, and cost more than it came to. A little bread or a few potatoes would have done as well, with less trouble and filth." End quote. The assertion that the cheapening of food would cause the lowering of wages is true only as an answer to the exaggerated claims sometimes made by vegetarians, that their system would of itself solve the whole problem of employment. It would not do so, and if there were no force but vegetarianism in the field, it is doubtful whether the adoption of the cheaper diet would in the long run bring any economical advantage to the workers, though it would still benefit them morally and physically. This, however, does not detract from the real strength of the vegetarian argument, for with labor now organized and resolute, and yearly growing in power and intelligence, there is no likelihood that the worker's thrift would become the capitalist profit. On the contrary, it would clearly add to the resources of labor. To assert that the working classes should maintain the cruel and wasteful practice of flesh-eating merely to keep up wages is pure nonsense. For the same reasoning would justify the maintenance of drink, or any other extravagant and useless habit. What is true for the individual and the class is also true for the community, and unless flesh food can be shown to be necessary for human progress, the continuance of pastoralism, to the detriment and neglect of agriculture, is a criminal waste of the national resources. In this Malthusian age of overpopulation scares and emigration schemes, it is well to recollect that a remedy lies close to hand, if we would but use it. Quote, "Not only is the earth not yet a quarter peopled," says Mr. W. R. Gregg, "but even the inhabited portion is scarcely yet a quarter cultivated. In many countries the soil is barely scratched. Even in England it is not made to yield, on the average, more than one-half its capacity." End quote. And in the same work he points out that, quote, "the amount of human life sustainable on a given area, and therefore throughout the chief portion of the habitable globe, may be almost indefinitely increased by a substitution pro tanto of vegetable for animal food. A given acreage of wheat will feed at least 10 times as many men as the same acreage employed in growing mutton." End quote. In the view of the great complexity of the land question, the variety of the causes that have led to the depression of agriculture, and the difficulty of forecasting accurately what would be the result of the adoption of any particular reform by any one nation considered apart from the rest, vegetarians will do wisely in not claiming too much for the system they advocate. But at least it must be admitted that vegetarianism would tend to bring about, in some form or another, that much desired return to the land, which, in the present congested state of our cities and busy centers, is felt to be the best hope of staunching a dangerous wound. The town is at present draining the life of the country, and the tide of emigration is still further sapping the national strength. But if men's thoughts could be turned back from commerce to agriculture, if a healthy love of the soil, of fruit growing, of market gardening could be substituted for the insane thirst for the feverish atmosphere of the town, it is evident that a great step would have been taken towards the cure of the disease. Quote, "If the towns renounce flesh-eating," says Professor Newman, "we would see in a single generation, even without improved land tenure, a tide of migration set the other way, from towns into the country. Rustic industry would be immediately developed. All motive for the expatriation of our robustest youth would, for a long time yet, be removed, and the country might be enormously enriched. not in an upper stratum of great fortunes, but down to the bottom of the community." End quote. So too Max Nordau in some notable passages of his Conventional Lies of Our Civilization. Quote, "If the soil of Europe were cultivated like that of Belgium, it could support a population of 1,950 millions much more completely and abundantly than about the 360 millions it now supports so poorly. Cultivation of the soil is the despised child of our civilization. It hardly takes one forward stride where manufactured takes 100. Experience teaches us that man's labor, as a general thing, can nowhere be employed in a more lucrative way than in agriculture. If a man should work over his field with a shovel and spade instead of the plow, he would find that a plot of ground of incredibly small size would be sufficient to support him." End quote. There is yet another peril that would be lessened in proportion to the increase of vegetarianism, the dependence of this country on the importation of food from abroad. Quote, "At present," says Mr. W. E. A. Axon, "probably 1/2 of the population is dependent upon a foreign supply. That England should be, as is, the last country in the world to desire a Chinese wool for the exclusion of foreign commodities need not blind us to the fact that there are many grave national dangers in the soil of the country providing food for about half its people. A nation of vegetarians would create such a demand that rural England would be, if not a cornfield, yet a vast orchard and market garden." End quote. Enough now has been said to show that the habit of flesh-eating, involving as it does the sacrifice of vast tracts of land to the grazing of cattle, and the consequent starving of agriculture, is far too costly to be justified in the face of an extending civilization, unless by a much clearer proof of its necessity than any which its advocates have essayed. In fact, it only remains possible on its large present scale through the temporary use of huge pasture grounds in remote civilized regions, which will not always be available, for pastoralism belongs rightly to another and earlier phase of the world's economics. And as civilization spreads, it becomes more and more an anachronism, as surely as flesh-eating, by a corresponding change, becomes an anachronism in morals. It seems, generally speaking, that the foods which are the costliest in suffering are also the costliest in price, whereas the wholesome and harmless diet to which nature points us is at once the cheapest and most humane. Conclusion. The chief object of this work, as stated at the outset, has been to prove the logical soundness of vegetarian principles, and the hollowness of the hackneyed taunt so often a makeshift for reasoning, that vegetarians are a crew of mild, brainless enthusiasts whose hearts are better than their heads. How far I have been successful in this purpose, it is for the reader to judge. I trust it has, at least, been made plain that if it is logic that our friends are in need of, we are quite ready to accommodate them, and that nothing will please us better than a thorough intellectual sifting of the whole problem of diet. Only it must be a thorough sifting. The great foe of vegetarianism, as of every other reform, is habit, that inert, blind, dogged force, which time called into being, and only time can outwear. And it is this which lurks behind the flimsy sophisms and excuses that the flesh-eater loves to set up, in which, as a rule, though there is much show of controversy, there is little real discussion. To those of our opposition who honestly wish to grapple with the question of diet, and to understand what vegetarianism means, whether they agree with it or not, I submit that the following points have at any rate been clearly set before them. 1. That the objections raised to the name vegetarian are founded on sheer ignorance of the word's origin, and calculated, if not designed, to distract attention from the substance by fixing it on the shadow. It is not nowadays seriously denied, by any responsible authority, that a vegetable diet, with the addition of eggs and milk, is quite adequate for nutriment. But the method is this: to allow what is said, rightly or wrongly, of the sufficiency of a strictly vegetable diet to be misunderstood by the public as referring to vegetarianism. Thus, Dr. J. Burney Yeo, in his Food and Health and Disease, first argues that vegetarians have no right to their title because they consume animal products, and then proceeds to allege various reasons against a purely vegetable diet, which by his own showing is not what vegetarianism represents. This is a fair sample of flesh-eaters' logic. 2. That the immediate aim of vegetarians is not that which under various forms, is so industriously foisted on them, viz., a desire to attain at one step to the millennium by altogether ceasing to take the life of animals, or by entire abstinence from animal products. But rather, it is a practical, intelligible, though necessarily imperfect, attempt to humanize, as far as may be, the present sanguinary diet system, by the omission at least of its more loathsome and barbarous features. 3. That vegetarianism, if once admitted to be practicable, offers certain positive benefits of the utmost value, humane, aesthetic, hygienic, social, economic, while on the other hand, the denials that have hitherto been made of its practicability, on the plea of structure, laws of nature, climate, digestion, and so forth, are far too weak and illogical to bear the test of criticism. There may, of course, be some conclusive reason against vegetarianism, but if so, why is its production delayed? 4. That in the greater number of the arguments brought against vegetarianism, the importance of the moral aspect of the question is studiously kept out of sight. Thus, Sir Henry Thompson, in his 19th century article of 1885, while admitting the possibility of abstaining from flesh foods, gave judgment on the whole in favor of a moderate use of them, but without allowing the smallest weight to humane or moral considerations. Writing on the same subject in 1898, he so far repaired this oversight to argue that it is really kinder to eat animals than not to do so, because otherwise they would not have been bred at all. That is the amount of attention the moral side of vegetarianism receives from its opponents, a great humane issue being set aside by a sophism more suited for a Savoy comedy than for a serious discussion. But there is the further question, and as far as these chapters are concerned, the final question: why, if vegetarianism is part and parcel of a genuine progressive movement, does it not more rapidly progress? Why so little result from your propaganda? Is the frequent sneer of the flesh-eater, and the vegetarian himself is sometimes fain to be downhearted at the seeming slowness of his advance. Does vegetarianism progress? Yes and no, according to the expectations, reasonable or unreasonable, that its supporters have been cherishing. If we have fondly hoped to witness in the future the triumph of the humaner living, it must be allowed that the actual rate of progress is extremely disheartening. But if, on the contrary, we work under a rational understanding that a widespread change of diet, like any other radical change, is a matter not of years, but of centuries, then we shall not find in the slow growth of our movement any reason for dissatisfaction. Revolution in personal habits, be it remembered, is even more difficult than revolution in political forms, and needs a greater time for its fulfillment. And, looked at in this light, vegetarianism has made as much progress during the past half-century as any other cause which aims at so far-reaching a change. But what of those many individual failures, it is asked, among those who make a trial of vegetarianism? Taking the circumstances into account, the failures cannot be regarded as numerous, for in every such movement there are half-hearted people who are impelled by motives of restlessness and curiosity, rather than that of real conviction, and in view of the personal obstacles that beset the path of the vegetarian, it is not surprising that in food reform, as in drink reform, there are a certain number of backsliders. In an ordinary household, every possible influence, social and domestic, is brought to bear on the heretic who abstains from flesh foods. Anxious relatives and indignant friends adjure him to remember the duty he owes to himself and to his family, and urge him, for the sake of those dear to him, if not for his own, to return to that great sacramental bond of union between man and man, the eating of non-human fellow beings. He is smitten by one of the numberless ailments that are stock in trade of the physician, and of which flesh-eaters are daily the victims in every part of the world. The doctor looks wise, shakes his head, and informs a sorrowing circle that it is a direct result of his vegetarianism. Above all, the fear of ridicule, acting on the natural unwillingness of mankind to venture along unknown paths, is a strong deterrent, for there is still many persons to whom the idea of abstinence from butcher's meat is positively a matter for merriment, and it seems fated that vegetarianism, like every new principle, must be a target for such shafts. Well, so be it. We know that the struggle will be a long one, and if vegetarianism has got to run the blockade of noodledom, and a huge amount of foolish talk must perforce be fired off. The sooner the battle commences, and the sooner it is concluded, the better for all concerned. And ridicule, as the flesh-eater will learn, is a weapon which can be wielded by more parties than one. For, to be frank, the dietists of the old-fashioned creophagous school have talked, and are talking, a great deal of downright nonsense in their tirades against vegetarianism, and the only reason why they have not been more widely brought to book is that they speak in orthodox quarters where no reply is permitted. The oracle, of course, must not be answered or criticized. So far as they have condescended to state a case against food reform, it is a case which would be laughed out of court, as a string of quibbles and absurdities, in any open discussion, for the specialist, that most humorless of persons, is apt to forget that the moment he quits the grounds on which he has made himself a master, and such ground has very narrow limitations, he is no longer infallible, and that if he thinks to exercise modern feeling by the repetition of ancient formulas, he will only make himself ridiculous. And as a matter of pure humor, apart from humanity, which is more comical, the man who can live in simple affluence on a supply of food which is as little costly to himself as it is burdensome to others, or he who cannot be content unless he gluts an ogreish appetite on animals slaughtered for his larder, and then pharisically pretend that he has done them a kindness by eating them, it is custom, and custom alone, the thraldom of that ceaseless round of mutton and beef, to which the dead level of civilization reduces us, that prevents civilized men from seeing the essential silliness of maintaining the diet of savages. That a percentage of those who make trial of vegetarianism should return to their formal habit is in accordance with what always happens in the fight between the new and the old, and at the utmost, that is, in the rare cases where such a trial has been a genuine one, proves only that a change of diet is much more difficult for some persons than it is for others, a fact which all rational food reformers have recognized. But from the force of affirmative testimony there is no escape, when, as in the case of vegetarianism successfully practiced, in yielding the best results, the instances are drawn from every rank and temperament, and are amply sufficient in number to prove the experience trustworthy. It is idle to go on asserting that a thing cannot be done, when you are face to face with some thousands of people who have not only done it, but are happier and healthier in consequence. With the question of the right choice of food, and how to adopt vegetarianism, I am not here concerned. Such information is readily accessible in current vegetarian literature, but it must be said in conclusion, and this is the thought which, above all others, I would leave in the mind of the reader, that the surest warrant of success in the reform of diet is a sincere belief in the moral rightness of the cause. The spirit in which one takes up vegetarianism is the main factor in the result. It is useless to look for any absolute proof in such matters. The proof is in oneself, for those, at least, who have heart to feel and brain to ponder the cruelty and folly of flesh-eating. It is an issue where logic is as wholly on the one side as habit is wholly on the other, and where habit is as certainly the shield of barbarism as logic is the sword of humaneness. Vegetable diet, as sanctioned by medical men and by experience in all ages, by Dr. William A. Alcott. Testimony of philosophers and other eminent men. Plautus. Plautus, a distinguished dramatic Roman writer, who flourished about 2,000 years ago, gives the following remarkable testimony against the use of animal food, and of course in favor of the salubrity of vegetables, addressed indeed to his own countrymen and times, but scarcely less applicable to our own. Quote, "You apply the term wild to lions, panthers, and serpents, yet, in your own savage slaughters, you surpass them in ferocity, for the blood shed by them is a matter of necessity, and requisite for their subsistence. But that man is not, by nature, destined to devour animal food, is evident from the construction of the human frame, which bears no resemblance to wild beasts or birds of prey. Man is not provided with claws or talons, with sharpness of fang or tusk, so well adapted to tear and lacerate, nor is his stomach so well braced and muscular, nor his animal spirit so warm as to enable him to digest this solid mass of animal flesh. On the contrary, nature has made his teeth smooth, his mouth narrow, and his tongue soft, and has contrived, by the slowness of his digestion, to divert him from devouring a species of food so ill-adapted to his frame and constitution. But, if you still maintain that such is your natural mode of subsistence, then follow nature in your mode of killing your prey, and employ neither knife, hammer, nor hatchet, but like wolves, bears, and lions, seize an ox with your teeth, grasp a boar round the body, or tear asunder a lamb or a hare, and, like the savage tribe, devour them still panting in the agonies of death. We carry our luxury still farther, by the variety of sauces and seasonings which we add to our beastly banquets, mixing together oil, wine, honey, pickles, vinegar, and Syrian and Arabian ointments and perfumes, as if we intended to bury and embalm the carcasses on which we feed. The difficulty of digesting such a mass of matter, reduced in our stomachs to a state of liquefaction and putrefaction, is the source of endless disorders in the human frame. First of all, the wild, mischievous animals were selected for food, and then the birds and fishes were dragged to slaughter. Next, the human appetite directed itself against the laborious ox, and the useful and fleece-bearing sheep, and the cock, the guardian of the house. At last, by this preparatory discipline, man became matured for human massacres, slaughters, and wars." End quote. Plutarch, quote, "It is best to accustom ourselves to eat no flesh at all, for the earth affords plenty enough of things not only fit for nourishment, but for enjoyment and delight, some of which may be eaten without much preparations, and others may be made pleasant by adding divers and other things to them. You ask me," continues Plutarch, "for what reason Pythagoras abstained from eating the flesh of brutes? For my part, I am astonished to think, on the contrary, what appetite first induced man to taste of a dead carcass, or what motive could suggest the notion of nourishing himself with the flesh of animals which he saw, the moment before, bleating, bellowing, walking, and looking around them? How could he bear to see an impotent and defenseless creature slaughtered, skinned, and cut up for food? How could he endure the sight of the convulsed limbs and muscles? How bear the smell arising from the dissection? Once it happened, and he was not disgusted and struck with horror, when he came to handle the bleeding flesh, and clear away the clotted blood and humours from the wounds. We should, therefore, rather wonder at the conduct of those who first indulged themselves in this horrible repast, than at such as have humanely abstained from it." End quote. Porphyry of Tyre. Porphyry of Tyre lived about the middle of the 3rd century, and wrote a book on abstinence from animal food. This book was addressed to an individual who had once followed the vegetable system, but had afterwards relinquished it. The following is an extract from it. Quote, "You owned, when you lived among us, that a vegetable diet was preferable to animal food, both for preserving the health and for facilitating the study of philosophy. And now, since you have eat flesh, your own experience must convince you that what you had confessed then was true. It was not from those who lived on vegetables that robbers or murderers, sycophants or tyrants have proceeded, but from flesh-eaters. The necessities of life are few and easily required, without violating justice, liberty, or health, or peace of mind, whereas luxury obliges those vulgar souls who take delight in it to covet riches, to give up their liberty, to sell justice, to misspend their time, to ruin their health, and to renounce the joy of an upright conscience." End quote. He takes pains to persuade men of the truth of the 2 following propositions. First, quote, "that a conquest over the appetites and passions will greatly contribute to preserve health and to remove distempers. Second, that a simple vegetable food, being easily procured and easily digested, is a mighty help toward obtaining this conquest over ourselves." End quote. To prove the first proposition, he appeals to experience and proves that many of his acquaintances who had disengaged themselves from the care of amassing riches, and turning their thoughts to spiritual subjects, had got rid entirely of their bodily distempers. In confirmation of the second proposition, he argues in the following manner, quote, "Give me a man who considers seriously what he is, whence he came, and whither he must go, and from these considerations resolves not to be led astray, nor governed by his passions, And let such a man tell me whether a rich animal diet is more easily procured or incites less to regular passions and appetites than a light vegetable diet. But if neither he, nor a physician, nor indeed any reasonable man whatsoever, dares to affirm this, why do we oppress ourselves with animal food, and why do we not, together with luxury and flesh meat, throw off the encumbrances and snares which attend them?" End quote. Lord Bacon. Lord Bacon, in his treatise on life and death, says, quote, "It seems to be approved by experience that a spare and almost a Pythagorean diet, such as is prescribed by the strictest monastic life, or practiced by hermits, is most favorable to long life." End quote. Sir William Temple. Quote, "The patriarchs' abodes were not in cities, but in open countries and fields. Their lives were pastoral and employed in some sorts of agriculture. They were of the same race to which their marriages were generally confined. Their diet was simple, as that of the ancients is generally represented. Among them flesh and wine were seldom used, except at sacrifices at solemn feasts. The Brahmins, among the old Indians, were all of the same races, lived in fields and woods, and after the course of their studies was ended, and fed only upon rice, milk, and herbs. The Brazilians, when first discovered, lived the most natural, original lives of mankind, so frequently described in ancient countries, before laws or propriety or arts made entrance among them, and so their customs may be concluded to have been yet more simple than either of the other two. They lived without business or labor, further than for their necessary food, by gathering fruits, herbs, and plants. They knew no other drink but water, were not tempted to eat or drink beyond common appetite and thirst, were not troubled with either public or domestic cares, and knew no pleasures but the most simple and natural. From all these examples and customs, it may probably be concluded that the common ingredients of health and long life are great temperance, open air, easy labor, little care, simplicity of diet, rather fruits and plants than flesh, which easier corrupts, and water, which preserves the radical moisture without too much increasing the radical heat, whereas sickness, decay, and death proceeded commonly from one preying too fast upon the other, and at length wholly extinguishing it." End quote. Cicero. This eminent man sometimes, if not usually, confined himself to vegetable food. Of this we have evidence in his complaints about the refinements of cookery, that they were continually tempting him to excess, etc. He says that after having withstood all the temptations that the noblest lampreys and oysters could throw his way, he was at last overpowered by poultry beets and mallows. At victory, by the way, in the case of the eater of plain food, is very often achieved. Cyrus the Great. This distinguished warrior was brought up, like the inferior Persians, on bread, cresses, and water, and notwithstanding the temptations of a luxurious and voluptuous court, he rigorously adhered to his simple diet. Nay, he even carried his simple habits nearly through life with him, and it was not till he had completely established one of the largest and most powerful empires of antiquity that he began to yield to the luxuries of the time. Had he pursued his steady course of temperance through life, the historian, instead of recording his death at only 70, might have told us that he died at 100 or 150. Peter Gassendi. 220 years ago, Peter Gassendi, a famous French philosopher, and by the way of one of the most learned men of his time, wrote a long epistle to Van Helmont, a Dutch chemist, on the question whether the teeth of mankind indicate that they are naturally flesh-eaters. In this epistle, too long for insertion here, Gassendi maintains with great ingenuity that the human teeth were not made for flesh. He does not evade any of the facts in the case, but meets them all fairly and discusses them freely, and after having gone through with all the parts of the argument, and answered every other conceivable objection, he thus concludes, quote, "And here I feel that it may be objected to me, why then do you not yourself abstain from flesh and feed only on fruits and vegetables? I must plead the force of habit for my excuse. In persons of mature age, nature appears to be so wholly changed that this artificial habit cannot be renounced without some detriment. But I confess that if I were wise, in relinquishing the use of flesh, should gradually accustom myself to the gifts of the kind earth. I have little doubt that I should enjoy more regular health and acquire greater activity of mind, for truly our numerous diseases and the dullness of our faculties seems principally produced in this way, that flesh, or heavy, and as I may say, too substantial food, overloads the stomach, is oppressive to the whole body, and generates a substance too dense and spirits too obtuse. In a word, it is a yarn too coarse to be interwoven with the threads of man's nature." End quote. I know how it strikes many when they find such men as Gassendi, admitting the doctrines for which I contend, in theory, and even strenuously defending them, and yet setting them at naught in practice. Surely, say they, such persons cannot be sincere. For myself, however, I draw a very different conclusion. Their conduct is perfectly in harmony with that of the theoretic friends of cold water, plain dress, and abstemiousness in general. They are compelled to admit the truth, but it is so much against their habits, as in the case of Gassendi, besides being still more strongly opposed to their lusts and appetites, that they cannot, or rather will not, conform to what they believe in their daily practice. Their testimony to me is the strongest that can be obtained, because they testify against themselves and in spite of themselves. Professor Hitchcock. This gentleman, a distinguished professor in Amherst College, is the author of the work entitled Dyspepsia, Forestalled and Resisted, which has been read by many, and execrated by not a few of those who are so wedded to their lusts to be unwilling to be told of their errors. I am not aware that Professor H. has anywhere, in his writings, urged a diet exclusively vegetable, for all classes of the community, although I believe he does not hesitate to urge it on his students, and one might infer, from his works of various kinds, that if he is not already a believer in the doctrines of its universal superiority to a mixed diet, he is not far from it. In a sermon of his, in the National Preacher, for November 1834, he calls a diet exclusively vegetable a, quote, proper course of living. I propose to add here a few anecdotes of his, which I know not how to find elsewhere. Quote, Pythagoras restricted himself to vegetable food altogether, his dinner being bread, honey, and water, and he lived upwards of 80 years. Matthew, St. Matthew I suppose he means, according to Clement, lived upon a vegetable diet. Galen, one of the most distinguished of the ancient physicians, lived to 140 years, and composed between 700 and 800 essays on medical and philosophical subjects, and he was always, after the age of 28, extremely sparing in the quantity of his food. The Cardinal de Sully, Archbishop of Seville, who lived 110 years, was invariably sparing in his diet. One Lawrence, an Englishman, by temperance and labor lived 140 years, and one Kentigern, who never tasted spirits or wine, and slept on the ground and labored hard, died at the age of 185. Henry Jenkins of Yorkshire, who died at the age of 169, was a poor fisherman, as long as he could follow this pursuit, and ultimately he became a beggar, living on the coarsest and most sparing diet. Old Parr, who died at the age of 153, was a farmer of extremely abstemious habits, his diet being solely milk, cheese, coarse bread, small beer, and whey, and at the age of 120 he married a second wife by whom he had a child, but being taken to court, as a great curiosity, in his 152nd year, he very soon died, as the physicians decidedly testified, after dissection, in consequence of a change from parsimonious to a plentiful diet. Henry Francisco, of this country, who lived to about 140, was, except for a certain period, remarkably abstemious, eating but little, and particularly abstaining almost entirely from animal food, his favorite articles being tea, bread and butter, and baked apples. Mr. Ephraim Pratt, of Shutesbury, Massachusetts, who died at the age of 117 years, lived very much upon milk, and that in small quantity, and his son, Michael Pratt, attained to the age of 103 by similar means. End quote. Speaking, in another place, of a milk diet, Professor H. observes that, quote, a diet chiefly of milk produces a most happy serenity, vigor, and cheerfulness of mind, very different from the gloomy, crabbed, and irritable temper and foggy intellect of the man who devours flesh, fish, and fowl, with ravenous appetite, and adds puddings, pies, and cakes to the load." End quote. Lord Kames. Henry Home, otherwise called Lord Kames, the author of The Elements of Criticism and of 6 Sketches on the History of Man, has, in the latter work, written 80 years ago, the following statements respecting the inhabitants of the torrid zone. Quote, "We have no evidence that either the hunter or shepherd state were ever known there. The inhabitants at present subsist upon vegetable food, and probably did so from the beginning." End quote. In speaking of particular nations or tribes of this zone, he tells us that, quote, "The inhabitants of Belouijered and the desert of Sahara have but 2 meals a day, one in the morning and one in the evening, and, being temperate," he adds, "and strangers to the diseases of luxury and idleness, they generally live to a great age." End quote. 60 with them is the prime of life, as is 30 in Europe. Quote, "Some of the inland tribes of Africa," he says, "make but 1 meal a day, which is in the evening, and yet their diet is plain, consisting mostly of rice, fruits, and roots. An inhabitant of Madagascar will travel 2 or 3 days without any other food than a sugar cane." End quote. So also, he might have added, will the Arab travel many days, and at almost incredible speed, with nothing but a little gum arabic, and the Peruvians and other inhabitants of South America, with a little parched corn. But I have one more extract from Lord Kames. Quote, "The island of Otaheite is healthy, the people tall and well made, and by temperance, vegetables and fish being their chief nourishment, they live on to a good old age, with scarcely an ailment. There is no such thing known among them as rotten teeth, and the very smell of wine or spirits is disagreeable, and they never deal in tobacco or spiceries. In many places Indian corn is the chief nourishment, which every man plants for himself." End quote. Dr. Thomas Dick. Dr. Dick, the author of the Philosophy of Religion, and several other works deservedly popular, gives this remarkable testimony. Quote, "To take the life of any sensitive being and to feed on its flesh appears incompatible with a state of innocence, and therefore no such grant was given to Adam in paradise, nor to the antediluvians. It appears to have been a grant suited only to the degraded state of man after the deluge, and it is probably that, as he advances in the scale of moral perfection in the future ages of the world, the use of animal food will be gradually laid aside, and he will return again to the productions of the vegetable kingdom, as the original food of man, as that which is best suited to the rank of rational and moral intelligence, and perhaps it may have an influence, in combination with other favorable circumstances, to promoting health and longevity." End quote. Professor George Bush. Professor Bush, a writer of some eminence in his Notes on Genesis, while speaking of the permission to man in regard for food, in Genesis 1:29 has the following language, quote, "It is not perhaps to be understood from the use of the word given that a permission was now granted to man of using that for food which it would have been unlawful for him to use without that permission. For, by the very constitution of his being, he was made to be sustained by that food which was most congenial to his animal economy, and this it must have been lawful for him to employ, unless self-destruction had been his duty. The true import of the phrase, therefore, doubtless is, that God had appointed, constituted, ordained this, as the staple article of man's diet. He had formed him with a nature to which a vegetable aliment was better suited than any other. It cannot perhaps be inferred from this language that the use of flesh meat was absolutely forbidden, but it clearly implies that the fruits of the field were the diet most adapted to the constitution which the Creator had given." End quote. Thomas Shillitoe. Mr. Shillitoe was a distinguished member of the Society of Friends, at Tottenham, near London. The first 25 years of his life were spent in feeble health, made worse by high living. This high living was continued about 20 years longer, when, finding himself fast failing, he yielded to the advice of a medical friend, and abandoned all drinks but water, and all foods but the plainest kind. by which means he so restored his constitution that he lived to be nearly 90 years of age, and at 80 could walk with ease from Tottenham to London, 6 miles, and back again. The following is a brief account of this distinguished man when at the age of 80, and nearly in his own words. It is now nearly 30 years since I ate fish, flesh, or fowl, or took fermented liquor of any kind whatsoever. I find from continued experience that abstinence is the best medicine. I don't meddle with fermented liquors of any kind, even as medicine. I find I am capable of doing better without them than when I was in the daily use of them. Quote, "One way in which I was favored to experience help in my willingness to abandon all these things arose from the effect of my abstinence had on my natural temper. My natural disposition is very irritable. I am persuaded that ardent spirits and high living have more or less effect in tending to raise into action those evil propensities which, if given way to, war against the soul and render us displeasing to Almighty God." End quote. Alexander Pope. Pope, the poet, ascribes all the bad passions and diseases of the human race to their subsisting on the flesh, blood, and miseries of animals. Quote, "Nothing," he says, "can be more shocking and horrid than one of our kitchens, sprinkled with blood and abounding with the cries of creatures expiring, or with the limbs of dead animals scattered or hung up here and there. It gives one an image of a giant's den in romance, bestrewed with the scattered heads and mangled limbs of those who were slain by his cruelty." End quote. Sir Richard Phillips. Sir Richard Phillips, in his Million of Facts, says that, quote, "The mixed and fanciful diet of man is considered as the cause of numerous diseases, from which animals are exempt. Many diseases have abated with the change of natural diet, and others are virulent in particular countries, arising from peculiarities. The Hindus are considered the freest from disease of any part of the human race. The laborers on the African coast, who go from tribe to tribe to perform the manual labor, and whose strength is wonderful, live entirely on plain rice. The Irish, Swiss, and Gascons, the slaves of Europe, feed also on the simplest diet, the former chiefly on potatoes." End quote. He states also that the diseases of cattle often afflict those who subsist on them. Quote, "In 1599, he observes, the Venetian government, to stop a fatal disease among the people, prohibited the sale of meat, butter, or cheese, on pain of death." End quote. Sir Isaac Newton. This distinguished philosopher and mathematician is said to have abstained rigorously, at times, from all but purely vegetable food, and from all drinks but water, and it was also stated that some of his important labors were performed at these seasons of strict temperance. While writing his treatise on optics, it is said he confined himself entirely to bread, with a little sack and water, and I have no doubt that his remarkable equanimity of temper, and that government of his animal appetites, throughout for which he was so distinguished to the last hour of his life, were owing in no small degree to his habits of rigid temperance. The Abbé Galani. The Abbé Galani ascribes all social crimes to animal destruction, thus treachery to angling and ensnaring, and murder to hunting and shooting. He asserts that the man who would kill a sheep, an ox, or any unsuspecting animal would, but for the law, kill his neighbor. Homer. Even Homer, 3,000 years ago, says Dr. Cheyenne, could observe that the Homolgians, those Pythagoreans, those milk and vegetable eaters, were the longest lived and honestest of men. Dr. Benjamin Franklin. Dr. Franklin, in his younger days, often for some time together, lived exclusively on a vegetable diet, and that too in a small quantity. During his afterlife, he also observed seasons of abstinence from animal food, or Lents, as he called them, of considerable length. His food and drink were, moreover, especially in early life, exceedingly simple, his meal often consisting of nothing but a biscuit and a slice of bread with a bunch of raisins, and perhaps a basin of gruel. Now, Dr. F. testifies of himself that he found his progress in science to be in proportion to that clearness of mind and aptitude of conception which can only be produced by total abstinence from animal food. He also derived many other advantages from his abstinence, both physical and moral. Mr. Newton. This author wrote a work entitled Defense of Vegetable Regimen, It is often quoted by Shelley, the poet, and others. I know nothing of the author or of his works, except through Shelley, who gives us some of his views and informs us that 17 persons of all ages, consisting of Mr. Newton's family and the family of Dr. Lamb, who is elsewhere mentioned in this work, had, at the time he wrote, lived 7 years on a pure vegetable diet, and without the slightest illness. Of the 17, some of them were infants, and one of them was almost dead with asthma when the experiment was commenced, but was already nearly cured by it. And the family of Mr. N. Shelley testifies that they were, quote, the most beautiful and healthy creatures it is possible to conceive. The girls, perfect models for a sculptor, and their dispositions, most gentle and conciliating. End quote. The following paragraph is extracted from Mr. Newton's defense, and will give us an idea of his sentiments. He was speaking of the fable of Prometheus. Quote, making allowance for such transposition of the events of the allegory as the time might produce after the important truths were forgotten, the drift of the fable seems to be thus. Man, at his creation, was endowed with the gift of perpetual youth. That is, he was not formed to be a sickly, suffering creature, as we see him now, but to enjoy health, and to sink by slow degrees into the bosom of his parent earth, without disease or pain. Prometheus first taught the use of animal food, and of fire, with which to render it more digestible and pleasing to the taste. Jupiter and the rest of the gods, foreseeing the consequences of these inventions, were amused or irritated at the short-sighted devices of the newly formed creature, and left him to experience the sad effects of them. Thirst, the necessary concomitant of a flesh diet, ensued. Other drink than water was resorted to, and man forfeited the inestimable gift of health which he had received from heaven. He became diseased, the partaker of a precarious existence, and no longer descended into his grave slowly. End quote. O.S. Fowler. O.S. Fowler, the distinguished phrenologist, in his work on physiology, devotes nearly 100 pages to the discussion of the great diet question. He endeavors to show that, in every point of view, a flesh diet, or a diet partaking of flesh, fish, or fowl in any degree, is inferior to a well-selected vegetable diet, and, as I think, successfully. He finally says, quote, I wish my own children had never tasted, and would never taste, a mouthful of meat. Increased health, efficiency, talents, virtue, and happiness would undoubtedly be the result. But for the fact that my table is set for others than my own wife and children, it would never be furnished with meat, so strong are my convictions against its utility. End quote. I believe that L. N. Fowler, the brother and associate of the former, is of the same opinion, but my acquaintance with him is very limited. Both the Fowlers and Mr. Wells, their associate in bookselling, seemed anxiously engaged in circulating books which involve the discussion of this great question. Reverend Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, who for some 15 or 20 years has been an American missionary in different foreign places, Trebizond, Smyrna, etc., is from conviction a vegetable eater. The author holds in his possession several letters from this gentleman on the subject of health, from which, but for want of room, he would be glad to make numerous extracts. He once sent, or caused to be sent to him, at Trebizond, a barrel of choice American apples, for which the missionary, amid numerous Eastern luxuries, was almost starving. Happy would it be for many other American and British missionaries if they had the same simple taste and natural appetite. John H. Chandler. This young man has been for 8 or 10 years in the employ of the Baptist Foreign Missionary Board, and is located at Bangkok, in Siam. For several years before he left this country he was a vegetable eater, sometimes subsisting on mere fruit for 1 or 2 of his daily meals, and yet, as a mechanic, his labor was hard, sometimes severe. Since he has been in Siam, he has continued his reformed habits, as appears from his letters and from reports. The last letter I had from him was dated June 10, 1847. The following extracts are from it. Quote, I experienced the same trials, that is from others, on my arrival in Burma, in regard to vegetable diet, that I did in the United States. This I did not expect, and was not prepared for it. Through the blessing of God, we were able to endure, and have persevered until now. Myself and wife are more deeply convinced than ever that the vegetable diet is the best adapted to sustain health. I cannot say that we have been much more free from sickness than our associates, but one thing we can say, we have been equally well off, and our expenses have been much less." End quote. After going to say how much his family, himself and wife, save by their plain living, viz., an average of about $1 a week, he makes additional remarks of which I will only quote the following. Quote, "My labors, being mostly mechanical, are far more fatiguing than those of my brethren, and I do not think any of them could endure a greater amount of labor than I do." End quote. It deserves to be noticed in this connection that Mr. Chandler has slender muscles, and would by no means be expected to accomplish as much as many men of greater vigor, and yet we have reason to believe that he performs as much labor as any man in the service of the board. Reverend Jesse Caswell. Mr. Caswell went out to India about 13 years ago, a dyspeptic, and yet perhaps somewhat better than while engaged in his studies at Andover. For several years after his arrival, he suffered much from sickness, like his fellow laborers. He was stationed in Bangkok. He was an American missionary sent out by the American Board, as it is called, of Boston. About 6 years ago, he wrote me for information on the subject of health. He had read my works and those of Mr. Graham, and seemed not only convinced of the general importance of studying the science of human life, but of the superiority of a well-selected vegetable diet, especially at the East. He was also greatly anxious that missionaries should be early taught what he had himself learned. The following is one of his first paragraphs. Quote, "I feel fully convinced that you are engaged in a work second to few, if any, of the great enterprises of the day. If there be any class of men standing in special need of correct physiological knowledge, that class consists of missionaries of the cross. What havoc has disease made with this class, and for the most part, as I feel convinced, because before and after leaving their native land, they live so utterly at variance with the laws of their nature." End quote. He then proceeds to say that the American missionaries copy the example of the English, and that they all eat too much high-seasoned food and too much flesh and fish, and argues against the practice of adducing facts. The following is one of them. Quote, "My Siamese teacher, a man about 40 years old, says that those who live simply on rice with a little salt enjoy better health and can endure a greater amount of labor than those who live by any other way. The great body of the Siamese use no flesh except fish. Of this they generally eat very little with their rice." End quote. The next year I had another letter from him. He had been sick, but was better, and thought he had learned a great deal during his sickness about the best means of preserving health. He had now fully adopted what he chose to call the Graham system, and was rejoicing. He and his wife and children, in its benefits, he says, quote, "If a voice from an obscure corner of the earth can do anything toward encouraging your heart and staying your hands, that voice you shall have." End quote. He suggests the propriety of my sending him a copy of Vegetable Diet. Quote, "I think," says he, "it might do great good." End quote. He wished to lend it among his friends. It must suffice to say that he continued to write me, once or twice a year, as long as he lived. He also insisted strongly on the importance of physiological information among students preparing for the ministry, and especially for the missions. He even wrote once or twice to Reverend Dr. Anderson and solicited attention to the subject. But the board would neither hear to him nor to me, except to speak kind words, for nothing effective was ever done. They even refused a well-written communication on the subject, intended for the Missionary Herald. Let me also say that as early as March 1845, he told me that Dr. Bradley, his associate, now in this country, with his family, were beginning to live on the vegetable system, and added that one of the sisters of the missionary, who is no Grahamite, told him that she thought there was not 1/3 as much flesh used in all the mission families that there was a year before. Mr. Caswell became exceedingly efficient, overexerted himself in completing a vocabulary of the Siamese language, and in other labors, and died in September last. He was, according to the testimony of Dr. Bradley, a noble man, and probably his life and health, and that of his family were prolonged many years by his improved habits, but his early transgressions, like those of thousands, at length found him out. I allude to his errors in regard to exercise, eating, drinking, sleeping, taking medicine, etc. Mr. Samuel Chin. This individual has represented the town of Marblehead, Massachusetts, in the state legislature, and is a man of respectability. He is now, says the Lynn Washingtonian, above 40 years of age, a strong, healthy man, and, to use his own language, has neither ache nor pain. For the 10 years next preceding our last account from him, he had lived on a simple vegetable diet, condemning to slaughter no flocks of herds that ranged the valley free, but leaving them to their native joyous hillsides and mountains. But Mr. Chin, not contented with the abstinence from animal food, goes nearly at full length of Dr. Schlemmer and his sect, and abjures cookery. For 4 years he subsisted, we believe he does so now, on nothing but unground wheat and fruit. His breakfast, it is said, he uniformly makes of fruit, his other 2 meals of unground wheat, patronizing neither millers nor cooks. A few years since, being appointed a delegate to a convention in Worcester, 58 miles distant, he filled his pocket with wheat, walked there during the day, attended the convention, and the next day walked home again with comparative ease. Father Sewell. This venerable man, Jonathan Sewell of Maine, as he styles himself, one of the fathers of that state, is now about 90 years of age, and yet is, what he has long been, an active home missionary. He is a man of giant size and venerable appearance, of a green old age, and remarkably healthy. He is an early riser, a man of great cheerfulness, and of the most simple habits. He has abstained from tea and coffee, poisonous things he calls them, 47 years. He only drinks water. His only drinks are water and sage tea. These with bread, milk, and fruits, and perhaps a little salt, are the only things that enter his stomach. How long he has abstained from flesh and fish I have not learned, but I believe some 30 or 40 years. Such is the appearance of this venerable man, that no one is surprised to find in him those gigantic powers of mind and that readiness to give wise counsel on every important occasion, for which he has so long been distinguished. It has sometimes seemed to me that no one would doubt the efficacy of a well-selected vegetable diet to give strength, mental or bodily, who had known Father Sewell. Magliabechi. An Italian who died at the beginning of the 18th century, abjured cookery at the age of 40 years, and confined himself chiefly to fruits, grains, and water. He never allowed himself a bed, but slept upon a kind of settee, wrapped in a long morning gown, which served him for a blanket and clothing all year round. It would not be understood as encourage the anti-cookery system of Dr. Schlemmer and Magliabechi, but it is interesting to know that it can be done. Magliabechi lived to the age from 80 to 100 years. Oberlin and Schwartz. These 2 distinguished men were essentially vegetable eaters. Of the habits of Oberlin, the venerable pastor and father of Waldbach, I am not able to speak, however, with so much certainty as those of Schwartz. His income, during the early part of his residence in India, was only £48 a year, which, being estimated by its ability to procure supplies for his necessities, was only equal to about $100. He not only accepted of very narrow quarters, but ate, drank, and dressed in the plainest of manner. Quote, "A dish of rice and vegetables," says his biographer, "satisfied his appetite for food." End quote. The Irish. Much has been said of the dietetic habits of the Irish of late years, especially of their potato. Now, we have abundant facts which go to prove that good potatoes form a wholesome aliment, equal, if not superior, to many forms of European and American diet. Yet it cannot be that a diet consisting wholly of potatoes is as well for the race as one partaking of greater variety. Mr. Gamble, a traveller in Ireland, in his work on Irish society and manners, gives the following statement of an old friend of his whom he visited. Quote, "He was upwards of 80 years when I had last seen him, and he was now in his 94th year. He found the old gentleman seated on a kind of rustic seat, in the garden, by the side of some beehives. He was asleep. On his waking, I was astonished to see the little change time had wrought on him. A little more stoop in his shoulders, a wrinkle more, perhaps, in his forehead, a more perfect whiteness of his hair, was all the difference since I had seen him last. Flesh meat in my venerable friend's house was an article never to be met with. For 60 years past he had not tasted it, nor did he by any means like to see it taken by others. His food was vegetables, bread, milk, butter, and honey. His whole life was a series of benevolent actions, and Providence rewarded him, even here, by a peace of mind which passeth all understanding, by a judgment vigorous and unclouded, and by a length of days beyond the common course of men." James Houghton, I believe of Dublin, a correspondent of Henry C. Wright of Philadelphia, who is himself in theory a vegetable eater, has, for some time past, rejected flesh and pursued a simple course of living, as he says, with great advantage. I have been both amused and instructed by his letters. I have met with several Irish people of intelligence who were vegetable eaters, but their names are not now recollected. They have not, however, in any instance confined themselves to potatoes. One of the most distinguished of these was a female laborer in the family of a merchant at Barnstable. She was, from choice, a very rigid vegetable eater, and yet no person in the whole neighborhood was more efficient as a laborer. Those who know her, and are in the habit of thinking no person can work hard without flesh and fish, often express their astonishment that she should be able to live so simply and yet perform so much labor. John Bayliss. John Bayliss of England, who reached the great age of 128, is said to have been a strict vegetarian. His food, for the most part, consisted of brown bread and cheese, and his drink of water and milk. He had survived the whole town of Northampton, as he was wont to say, where he resided, 3 or 4 times over, and it was his custom to say that they were all killed by tea and coffee. Flesh meat at the time had not come into suspicion, otherwise he would doubtless have attributed part of the evil to this agency. Francis Hupazoli. This gentleman was a Sardinian ecclesiastic, at the first, afterward a merchant at Scio, and finally Venetian consul at Smyrna. Much has been said of Louis Coronaro, who, having broken down his constitution at the age of 40, renewed it by his temperance and lasted unto nearly the age of a century. His story is interesting and instructive, but little more so than that of Hupazoli. His habits were all remarkable for simplicity and truth, except one. He was greatly licentious, and in his licentiousness, at the age of 85, had nearly carried him off. Yet such was the mildness of his temper, and so correct was he in regard to exercise, rest, rising, eating, drinking, etc., that he lived on to the great age of 115 years, and then died, not of old age, but of disease. Hupazoli did not entirely abstain from flesh, and yet he used very little, and that was wild game. His living was chiefly on fruits. Indeed, he ate but little at any time, and his supper was particularly light. His drink was water. He never took any medicine in his whole life, not even tobacco. No has he so much as ever bled. In fact, till late in life, he was never sick. Mary Caroline Hinckley. This young woman, a resident of Hallowell in Maine, and somewhat distinguished as a poet, is, from her own conviction and choice both, a vegetable eater. Her story, which I had from her friends, is substantially as follows. When about 11 years of age, she suddenly changed her habits of eating, and steadfastly refused at the table all kinds of food which partook of flesh and fish. The family were alarmed and afraid she was ill. When they made inquiry concerning it, she hesitated to assign the reasons for her conduct, but, on being pressed closely, she confessed that she abstained for conscience' sake, that she had become fully convinced, from reading and reflection, that she ought not to eat animal food. It was in vain that the family and neighbors remonstrated with her, and endeavored in various ways to induce her to vary from her purpose. She continued to use no fowl, flesh, or fish, and in this habit she continues, as I believe, to this day, a period of some 12 or 15 years. John Whitcomb. John Whitcomb, of Swansea, New Hampshire, at the age of 104, was in possession of sound mind and memory, and had a fresh countenance, and so good was his health that he rose and bathed himself in cold water, even in midwinter. His wounds, moreover, would heal like those of a child, and yet this man, for 80 years, refused to drink anything but water, and for 30 years, at the close of his life, confined himself chiefly to bread and milk as his diet. Captain Ross of the British Navy. It is sometimes said that animal food is indispensably necessary in the polar regions. We have seen, however, in the testimony of Professor Sweetser, that this view of the case is hardly correct. But we have positive testimony on the subject from Captain Ross himself. This navigator, with his company, spent the winter of 1830–31 above 70 degrees north of latitude, without beds, clothing, that is, extra clothing, or animal food, and with no evidence of any suffering from the mere disuse of flesh and fish. Henry Francisco. This individual, who died at Whitehall, New York, in the year 1820, at the age of 120 years, was, during the latter part of his life, quite a Grahamite, as the moderns would call him. His favorite articles of food were tea, bread and butter, and baked apples, and he was even abstemious in the use of these. Professor Ferguson. Professor Adam Ferguson, an individual not unknown in the literary world, was, till he was 50 years of age, regarded as quite healthy. Brought up in a fashionable society, he was very often invited to fashionable dinners and parties, at which he ate heartily and drank wine, sometimes several bottles. Indeed, he habitually ate and drank freely, and, as he had by nature a very strong constitution, he thought nothing which he ate or drank injured him. Things went on in this manner, as I have already intimated, till he was 50 years of age. One day, about this time, having made a long journey in the cold, he returned very much fatigued, and in this condition went to dine with a party, where he ate and drank in his usual manner. Soon after dinner he was seized by a fit of apoplexy, followed by palsy, but by bleeding and other energetic measures he was partially restored. He was now, by the direction of his physician, put upon what was called a low diet. It consisted of vegetable food and milk. For nearly 40 years he tasted no meat, drank nothing but water and a little weak tea, and took no suppers. If he ventured at any time upon more stimulating food or drink, he soon had a full pulse and hot, restless nights. His bowels, however, seemed to be much affected by the fit of palsy, and not being inclined, so far as I can learn, to the use of fruit and coarse bread, he was sometimes compelled to use laxatives. When he was about 70 years of age, however, all his paralytic symptoms had disappeared, and his health was so excellent for a person of his years as to excite universal admiration. This continued till he was nearly 90. His mind, up to this time, was almost as entire as in his younger days. None of his bodily functions, except his sight, were much impaired. So perfect, indeed, was the condition of his physical frame, that nobody who had not known his history would have suspected that he had ever been apoplectic or paralytic. When about 90 years of age, his health began slightly to decline. A little before his death he began to take a little meat. This, however, did not save him, nature being fairly worn out. On the contrary, it probably hastened his dissolution. His bowels became irregular, his pulse increased, and he fell into a bilious fever, of which he died at the great age of 93. Probably there are, on record, few cases of longevity more instructive than this. Besides showing the evil tendency of living at the expense of life, it also shows, in a most striking manner, the effects of simple and unstimulating food and drink, even in old age, and the danger of recurring to the use of that which is more stimulating in very advanced life. In this last respect, it confirms the experience of Coronaro, who was made sick by attempting, in his old age, and at the solicitation of kind friends, to return to the use of a more stimulating diet, and of Parr, who was destroyed in the same way, after having attained to more than 150 years. But the fact that living at the expense of life cuts down here and there, in the prime of life, or even at the age of 50, a few individuals, though this of itself is no trivial evil, is not all. Half of what we call the infirmities of old age, and thus charge upon them, him who made the human frame subject to age, have their origin in the same source. I mean in living too fast, in exhausting prematurely the vital powers. When will the sons of men learn wisdom in this manner? Never, I fear, till they are taught, as commonly as they are now, reading and writing, the principles of physiology. Howard the Philanthropist. Although individual cases of abstinence from animal food prove but little, yet they prove something in the case of a man so remarkable as John Howard. If he, with a constitution not very strong, and in the midst of the greatest fatigues of body and mind, could best sustain himself on a bread and water or bread and tea diet, who is there that would not be well sustained on vegetable food? And yet it is certain that Howard was a vegetable eater for many years of the latter part of his life, and that he had not exposed himself in a remarkable manner. There is no known reason why he might not have lasted with a constitution no better than his was to 100 years of age. General Eliot. The following extract exhibits in few words the dietetic history of the brave and wise commander, General George Augustus Eliot, of the British Army. Quote, "During the whole of his active life, General Eliot had inured himself to the most rigid habits of order and watchfulness, seldom sleeping more than 4 hours a day, and never eating anything but vegetable food or drinking anything but water. During 8 of the most anxious days of the memorable siege of Gibraltar, he confined himself to 4 ounces of rice a day. He was universally regarded as one of the most abstemious men of his age, and yet his abstemiousness did not diminish his vigor, for at the above-mentioned siege of Gibraltar, when he was 66 years of age, he had nearly all the activity and fire of his youth, nor did he die of any wasting disease, such as full-feeders are wont to say men bring upon them by their abstinence. On the contrary, owing to a hereditary tendency, perhaps, of his family, he died at the age of 73 of apoplexy." End quote. Mr. Thomas Bell of London. Mr. Thomas Bell, Fellow of the Royal Society, member of the Royal College of Surgeons in London, lecturer on the anatomy and diseases of the teeth at Guy's Hospital and surgeon-dentist to that institution, his physiological observations on the nature of food of man, deduced from the character of the teeth, says, quote, "The opinion which I venture to give has not been hastily formed, nor without what appear to me sufficient grounds. It is not, I think, going too far to say that every fact connected with human organization goes to prove that man was originally formed a frugivorous, fruit-eating animal, therefore probably, tropically or nearly so, with regard to his geographical situation. This opinion is principally derived from the formation of his teeth and digestive organs, as well as from the character of his skin and general structure of his limbs." End quote. Linnaeus the Naturalist. Linnaeus, in speaking of fruits and esculent vegetables, says, quote, "This species of food is that which is most suitable to man, as in evinced by the structure of the mouth, of the stomach, and of the hands." End quote. Shelley the Poet. The following are the views of that eccentric, though in many respects sensible writer, Shelley, as presented in a note to his work called Queen Mab. I have somewhat abridged them, not solely to escape part of his monstrous religious sentiments, but for other reasons. I have endeavored, however, to preserve undisturbed his opinions and reasonings, which I hope will make a deep and abiding impression. Quote, "The depravity of the physical and moral nature of man originated in his unnatural habits of life. The language spoken by the mythology of nearly all religions seems to prove that, at some distant period, man forsook the path of nature and sacrificed the purity and happiness of his being to unnatural appetites. Milton makes Raphael thus exhibit to Adam the consequence of his disobedience. Immediately, a place before his eyes appeared, and noisome, dark, a lazar house it seemed, wherein were laid numbers of all diseased, all maladies, of ghostly spasm or racking torture, qualms of heart-sick agony, all feverous kinds, convulsions, epilepsies, fierce carters, intestine stone and ulcer, colic pangs, demoniac frenzy, moping melancholy, in moonstruck madness, pining atrophy, marasmus and wide-wasting pestilence, dropsies and asthmas, and joint-racking rheums. The fable of Prometheus, too, is explained in a manner somewhat similar. Before the time of Prometheus, according to Hesiod, mankind were exempt from suffering. They enjoyed a vigorous youth, and death, when at length it came, approached like sleep, and gently closed the eyes. Prometheus, who represents the human race, effected some great change in the condition of his nature and applied fire to culinary purposes. From this moment his vitals were devoured by the vulture of disease. It consumed his being in every shape of its loathsome and infinite variety, inducing the soul-quelling sickness of premature and violent death. All vice arose from the ruin of healthful innocence. Man and the animals which he has infected with his society, or depraved by his dominion, are alone diseased. The wild hog, the bison, and the wolf are perfectly exempt from malady, and invariably die, either from external violence or natural old age. But the domestic hog, the sheep, the cow, and the dog are subject to an incredible number of distempers, and like the corrupters of their nature, have physicians who thrive upon their miseries. The supereminence of man is like Satan's supereminence of pain, and the majority of his species, doomed to penury, disease, and crime, have reason to curse the untoward event that, by enabling him to communicate his sensations, raised him above the level of his fellow animals. But the steps that have been taken are irrevocable. The whole of human science is comprised in one question: how can the advantages of intellect and civilization be reconciled with the liberty and pure pleasures of natural life? How can we take the benefits and reject the evils of the system which is now interwoven with our being? I believe that abstinence from animal food and spirituous liquors would, in a great measure, capacitate us for the solution of this important question. It is true that mental and bodily derangement is attributable in part to other deviations from rectitude in nature than those which concern diet. The mistakes cherished by society respecting the connection of the sexes, whence the misery and diseases of celibacy, unenjoying prostitution, and the premature arrival of puberty, necessarily spring. The putrid atmosphere of crowded cities, the exhalations of chemical processes, the muffling of our bodies in superfluous apparel, the absurd treatment of infants, all these and innumerable other causes contribute their mite to the mass of human evil. Comparative anatomy teaches us that man resembles frugivorous animals in everything, and carnivorous in nothing. He has neither claws wherewithin to seize his prey, nor distinct and pointed teeth to tear the living fibre. A mandarin of the first class, with nails 2 inches long, would probably find them alone inefficient to hold even a hair. It is only by the softening and disguising dead flesh, by culinary preparations, that it is rendered susceptible of mastication and digestion, and that the sight of its bloody juices does not excite intolerable loathing, horror, and disgust. Let the advocate of animal food force himself to such a decisive experiment on its fitness, and as Plutarch recommends, tear a living lamb with his teeth, and plunging his head into its vitals, slake his thirst with the steaming blood. When fresh from the deed of horror, let him revert to his irresistible instincts of nature that would rise in judgment against it, and say, "Nature formed me for such work as this." Then, and only then, would he be consistent. Young children evidently prefer pastry, oranges, apples, and other fruit to the flesh of animals, until, by the gradual deprivation of the digestive organs, the free use of vegetables has, for a time, produced serious inconveniences. For a time, I say, since there was never an instance wherein a change from spirituous liquors and animal food to vegetables and pure water has failed ultimately to invigorate the body by rendering its juices bland and constantaneous, and to restore to the mind that cheerfulness and elasticity which not 1 in 50 possesses on the present system. A strong love of liquor is also with difficulty taught to infants. Almost every one remembers the wry faces which the first glass of port produced. Unsophisticated instinct is invariably unerring, but to decide on the fitness of animal food from the perverted appetites which its constrained adoption produces is to make the criminal a judge in his own cause. It is even worse. It is appealing to the infatuated drunkard in a question of the salubrity of brandy. Except in children, however, there remain no traces of that instinct which determines, in all other animals, what aliment is natural or otherwise, and so perfectly obliterated are they in the reasoning adults of our species that it has become necessary to urge considerations drawn from comparative anatomy to prove that we are naturally frugivorous. Crime is madness, madness is disease. Whenever the cause of disease shall be discovered, the root, from which all vice and misery have so long overshadowed the globe, will be bare to the axe. All the exertions of man, from that moment, may be considered as tending to the clear profit of his species. No sane mind, in a sane body, resolves upon a crime. It is a man of violent passions, bloodshot eyes, and swollen veins, that alone can grasp the knife of murder. The system of a simple diet is not a reform of legislation, while the furious passions and evil propensities of the human heart, in which it had its origin, are unassuaged. It strikes at the root of all evil, and is an experiment which may be tried with success, not alone by nations, but by small societies, families, and even individuals. In no case has a return to a vegetable diet produced the slightest injury. In most it has been attended with changes undeniably beneficial. Should ever a physician be born with a genius of Locke, he might trace all bodily and mental derangements to our unnatural habits, as clearly as that philosopher has traced all knowledge to sensation. What prolific source of disease are not those mineral and vegetable poisons, and that have been introduced for its extirpation? How many thousands have become murderers and robbers, bigots and domestic tyrants, dissolute and abandoned adventurers, from the use of fermented liquors, who, had they slaked their thirst only on pure water, would have lived but to diffuse the happiness of their own unperverted feelings? How many groundless opinions and absurd institutions have not received a general sanction from the sottishness and impertinence of individuals? Who will assert that had the populace of Paris satisfied their hunger at the ever-furnished table of vegetable nature, they would have lent their brutal suffrage to the prescription list of Robespierre? Could a set of men whose passions were not perverted by unnatural stimuli look with coolness on an auto-da-fe? It is to be believed that a being of gentle feelings, rising from his meal of roots, would take delight in sports of blood. Was Nero a man of temperate life? Could you read calm health in his cheeks, flushed with ungovernable propensities of hatred for the human race? Did Muley Ismail's pulse beat evenly? Was his skin transparent? Did his eyes beam with healthfulness, and its invariable concomitants, cheerfulness and benignity? Though history has decided none of these questions, a child could not hesitate to answer in the negative. Surely the bile-suffused cheeks of Bonaparte, his wrinkled brow and yellow eye, the ceaseless inquietude of his nervous system, speak no less plainly than the character of his unresting ambition than his murders and his victories. It is impossible, had Bonaparte descended from a race of vegetable feeders, that he could have had either the inclination or the power to ascend to the throne of the Bourbons. The desire of tyranny could scarcely be excited in the individual. The power to tyrannize could certainly not be delegated by a society neither frenzied by inebriation nor rendered impotent and irrational by disease. Pregnant indeed with inexhaustible calamity is the renunciation of instinct, as it concerns our physical nature. Arithmetic cannot enumerate, nor reason perhaps suspect, the multitudinous source of disease in civilized life. Even common water, that apparently innocuous pabulum, when corrupted by the filth of populous cities, is a deadly and insidious destroyer. There is no disease, bodily or mental, which adoption of vegetable diet and pure water has not infallibly mitigated, wherever the experiment has been fairly tried. Debility is gradually converted into strength, disease into healthfulness, madness, in all its hideous variety, from the ravings of the fettered maniac to the unaccountable irrationalities of ill temper that made a hell of domestic life, into a calm and considerate evenness of temper, that alone might offer a certain pledge to the future of moral reformation of society. On a natural system of diet, old age would be our last and only malady. The term of our existence would be protracted. We should enjoy life, and no longer preclude others from the enjoyment of it. All sensational delights would be infinitely more exquisite and perfect. The very sense of being would then be a continued pleasure, such as we now feel it in some few and favored moments of our youth. By all that is sacred in our hopes for the human race, I conjure those who love happiness and truth to give a fair trial to the vegetable system. Reasoning is surely superfluous on a subject whose merits and experience of 6 months should set forever at rest. But it is only among the enlightened and benevolent that so great a sacrifice of appetite and prejudice can be expected. Even though its ultimate excellence should not admit of dispute, it is found easier by the short-sighted victims of disease to palliate their torments by medicine than to prevent them by regimen. The vulgar of all ranks are invariably sensual and indocile, yet I cannot but feel myself persuaded that when the benefits of vegetable diet are mathematically proved, when it is as clear that those who live naturally are exempt from premature death, as that 9 is not 1, the most sottish of mankind will feel preference toward a long and tranquil, contrasted with a short and painful life. On the average, out of 60 persons, 4 die in 3 years. Hopes are entertained that in April 1814 a statement will be given that 60 persons, all having lived more than 3 years on vegetables and pure water, are then in perfect health. More than 2 years have now elapsed, and not one of them has died. No such example will be found in any 60 persons taken at random. When these proofs come fairly before the world, and are clearly seen by all those who understand arithmetic, it is scarcely possible that abstinence from aliments demonstrably pernicious should not become universal. In proportion to the number of proselytes, so will be the weight of evidence, and when 1,000 persons can be produced, living on vegetables and distilled water, who have to dread no disease but old age, the world will be compelled to regard animal flesh and fermented liquors as slow but certain poisons. The change which would be produced by simple habits on political economy is sufficiently remarkable. The monopolizing eater of animal flesh would no longer destroy his constitution by devouring an acre at a meal, and many loaves of bread would cease to contribute to gout, madness, and apoplexy in the shape of a pint of porter, or a dram of gin, when appeasing the long-protracted famine of the hard-working peasants' hungry babes. The quantity of nutritious vegetable matter consumed in fattening the carcass of an ox would afford 10 times the sustenance, undepraving indeed, and incapable of generating disease, if gathered immediately from the bosom of the earth. The most fertile districts of the habitable globe are now actually cultivated by men for animals, and at a delay and waste of aliment absolutely incapable of calculation. It is only the wealthy that can, to any great degree, even now, indulge the unnatural craving for dead flesh, and they pay for the greater license of having the privilege by subjection to supernumerary diseases. Again, the spirit of the nation that should take the lead in this great reform would insensibly become agricultural. Commerce, with all its vices, selfishness, and corruption, would gradually decline. More natural habits would produce gentler manners, and the excessive complication of political relations would be so far simplified that every individual might feel and understand why he loved his country, and took a personal interest in its welfare. On a natural system of diet, we should require no spices from India, no wines from Portugal, Spain, France, or Madeira, none of those multitudinous articles of luxury for which every corner of the globe is rifled, and which are the cause of so many individual rivalship and such calamitous and sanguinary national disputes. Let it ever be remembered the direct influence of excess of commerce to make the interval between the rich and the poor wider and more unconquerable. Let it be remembered that it is a foe to everything of real worth and excellence in human character. The odious and distinguishing aristocracy of wealth is built upon the ruins of all that is good in chivalry or republicanism, and luxury is the forerunner of barbarism scarce capable of cure. It is impossible to realize a state of society where all the energies of man shall be directed to the production of his solid happiness. None must be entrusted with power, and money is the completest species of power, who do not stand pledged to use it exclusively for the general benefit, but the use of animal flesh and fermented liquors directly militates those with this equality of the rights of man. The peasant cannot gratify these fashionable cravings without leaving his family to starve. Without disease and war, those sweeping curtailers of population, pasturage would include a waste too great to be afforded. The labor requisite to support a family is far lighter than is usually supposed. The peasantry work, not only for themselves, but for the aristocracy, the army, and the manufacturers. The advantage of a reform in diet is obviously greater than that of any other. It strikes at the root of the evil. To remedy the abuses of legislation, before we annihilate the propensities by which they are produced, is to suppose that by taking away the effect, the cause will cease to operate. But the efficacy of this system depends entirely on the proselytism of individuals, and ground its merits, as a benefit to the community, upon the total change of the dietetic habits in its members. It proceeds securely from a number of particular cases to one that is universal, and has this advantage over the contrary mode, that one error does not invalidate all that has gone before. Let not too much, however, be expected from this system. The healthiest among us is not exempt from hereditary disease. The most symmetrical, athletic, and long-lived being is inexpressibly inferior to what he would have been had not the unnatural habits of his ancestors accumulated for him a certain portion of malady and deformity. In the most perfect specimen of civilized man, something is still found wanting by the physiological critic. Can a return to nature, then, instantaneously eradicate predispositions that have been slowly taking root in the silence of innumerable ages? Indubitably not. All that I contend for is that from the moment of relinquishing all unnatural habits, no new disease is generated, and that the predisposition to hereditary maladies gradually perishes for want of its accustomed supply. In cases of consumption, cancer, gout, asthma, and scrofula, such is the invariable tendency of a diet of vegetables and pure water. Those who may be induced by these remarks to give the vegetable system a fair trial should, in the first place, date the commencement of their practice from the moment of their conviction. All depends upon breaking through a pernicious habit resolutely and at once. Dr. Trotter asserts that no drunkard was ever reformed by gradually relinquishing his dram. Animal flesh, in its effect on the human stomach, is analogous to a dram. It is similar to the kind, though differing in the degree of its operation. The proselyte to a pure diet must be warned to expect temporary diminution of muscular strength. The subtraction of a powerful stimulus will suffice to account for this event. But it is only temporary, and it is succeeded by an equal capacity for exertion, far surpassing his former and various fluctuating strength. Above all, he will acquire an easiness of breathing, by which such exertion is performed with a remarkable exemption from that painful and difficult panting now felt by almost everyone after hastily climbing an ordinary mountain. He will be equally capable of body exertion or mental application after, as before, his simple meal. He will feel none of the narcotic effects of an ordinary diet. Irritability, the direct consequence of exhausting stimuli, would yield to the power of natural and tranquil impulses. He will no longer pine under the lethargy of ennui, that unconquerable weariness of life, more to be dreaded than death itself. He will no longer be incessantly occupied in blunting and destroying those organs from which he expects his gratification. The pleasures of taste to be derived from a dinner of potatoes, beans, peas, turnips, lettuce, with a dessert of apples, gooseberries, strawberries, currants, raspberries, and in the winter, oranges, apples, and pears, is far greater than is supposed. Those who wait until they can eat in this plain fare with the sauce of appetite will scarcely join with the hypocritical sensualist at a Lord Mayor's feast, who declaims against the pleasures of the table." End quote. Reverend Ezekiel Rich. This gentleman, once a teacher in Troy, New Hampshire, now nearly 70 years of age, is a giant, both intellectually and physically, like Father Sewell of Maine. The following is his testimony, speaking of what he calls his system. Quote, "Such a system of living was formed by myself, irrespective of Graham or Alcott, or any other modern dietetic philosophers and reformers, although I agree with them in many things. It allows but little use of flesh, condiments, concentrated articles, complex cooking, or hot and stimulating drinks. On the other hand, it requires great use of milk, the different breadstuffs, fruits, esculent roots, and pulse, all well, simply, and neatly cooked." End quote. Reverend John Wesley. The habits of this distinguished individual, though often adverted to, are not yet sufficiently known. For the last half of his long life, 88 years. He was a thoroughgoing vegetarian. He also testifies that for 3 or 4 successive years he lived entirely on potatoes, and during that whole time he never relaxed his arduous ministerial labors, nor ever enjoyed better health. Lamartine. Lamartine was educated a vegetarian of the strictest sort, an education which certainly did not prevent his possessing as fine a physical frame as can be found in the French Republic. Of his mental and moral characteristics it is needless that I should speak. True it is that Lamartine ate fish and flesh at one period of his life, but we have the authority of Douglas Jerrold's London Journal for assuring our readers that he is again a vegetarian. The Logical Vegetarian by Gilbert Keith Chesterton. Quote, "Why shouldn't I have a purely vegetarian drink? Why shouldn't I take vegetables in their highest form, so to speak? The modest vegetarian ought obviously to stick to wine or beer, plain vegetarian drinks, instead of filling their goblets with the blood of bulls and elephants, as all conventional meat-eaters do, I suppose." End quote. By Dalroy. You will find me drinking rum like a sailor in a slum. You will find me drinking beer like a Bavarian. You will find me drinking gin in the lowest kind of inn. Because I am a rigid vegetarian, so I cleared the inn of wine, and I tried to climb the sign. And I tried to hail the constable as Marian, but he said I couldn't speak, and he bowled me to the beak. Because I am a happy vegetarian, oh, I knew a Dr. Gluck. In his nose it had a hook, and his attitudes were anything but Aryan. So I gave him all the pork that I had upon a fork. Because I am myself a vegetarian, I am silent in the club, I am silent in the pub, I am silent on a bally peak in Darien, for I stuff away for life, shoving peas in with a knife. Because I am at heart a vegetarian, no more the milk of cows shall pollute my private house. Than the milk of the wild mares of the barbarian, I will stick to port and sherry, for they are so very, very vegetarian. Giving Up Dairy by Rupert H. Weldon. It is unfortunate that many flesh abstainers who agree with the general trend of foregoing arguments do not realize that these same arguments also apply to abstinence from those animal foods known as dairy produce. In considering this further aspect, it is necessary, for reasons already given, to place hygienic considerations first. It is reasonable to suppose that nature ever intended the milk of the cow or the egg of the fowl for the use of man as food. Can anyone deny that nature intended the cow's milk for the nourishment of her calf, and the hen's egg for the propagation of her species? It is begging the question to say that the cow furnishes more milk than her calf requires, or that it does not injure the hen to steal her eggs. Besides, it is not true. Regarding the dietetic value of milk and eggs, which is the question of first importance, are we correct in drawing the inference, as we did, that as nature did not intend these foods for man, therefore they are not suitable for him? As far as the chemical constituents of these foods are concerned, it is true they contain compounds essential to the nourishment of the human body, and if this is going to be set up as an argument in favor of their consumption, let it be remembered that flesh food also contains the compounds essential to nourishment. But the point is this: not what valuable nutritive compounds does any food substance contain, but what value, taking into consideration its total effects, has the food in question as a wholesome article of diet. It seems to be quite generally acknowledged by the medical profession that raw milk is a dangerous food on account of the fact that it is liable from various causes, sometimes inevitable, to contain impurities. Dr. Kellogg writes, typhoid fever, cholera infantum, tuberculosis, and tubercular consumption, 3 of the most deadly diseases known, it is very probable also that diphtheria, scarlet fever, and several other maladies are communicated through the medium of milk. It is safe to say that very few people indeed are fully acquainted with the dangers to life and health which lurk in the milk supply. The teeming millions of China, a country which contains nearly 1/3 of the entire population of the globe, are practically ignorant of this article of food. The high-class Hindu regards milk as a loathsome and impure article of food, speaking of it with the greatest contempt as cow juice, doubtless because of his observations of the deleterious effect of the use of milk in its raw state. The germs of tuberculosis seem to be the most dangerous in milk, for they thrive and retain their vitality for many weeks, even in butter and cheese. An eminent German authority, Hirschberger, is said to have found 10% of the cows in the vicinity of large cities to be affected by tuberculosis. Many other authorities might be quoted supporting the contention that a large percentage of cows are afflicted by this deadly disease. Other germs, quite as dangerous, find their way into milk in numerous ways. Excreta, clinging to the hairs of the udder, are frequently rubbed off into the pail by the action of the hand whilst milking. Under the most careful sanitary precautions, it is impossible to obtain milk free from manure. From the ordinary germs of putrefaction to the most deadly microbes known to science, there is little doubt but that milk is one of the uncleanest and impurest of all foods. Milk is constipating, and as constipation is one of the commonest complaints, a preventative may be found in abstinence from this food. As regards to eggs, there is perhaps not so much to be said, although eggs so quickly undergo a change akin to putrefaction that unless eaten fresh they are unfit for food. Moreover, according to Dr. Haig, they contain a considerable amount of xanthins and cannot therefore be considered a desirable food. Dairy foods, we emphatically affirm, are not necessary to health. In the section dealing with the physical considerations, sufficient was said to prove the eminent value of an exclusive vegetable diet, and the reader is referred to that and the subsequent essay on nutrition and diet for proof that man can and should live without animal food of any kind. Such nutritive properties as are possessed by milk and eggs are abundantly found in the vegetable kingdom. The table of comparative values given exhibits this quite plainly, that man can live a thoroughly healthy life upon vegetable foods alone. There is ample evidence to prove, and there is good cause to believe that milk and eggs not only are quite unnecessary, but are foods unsuited to the human organism, and may be, and often are, the cause of disease. Of course it is recognized that with scrupulous care this danger can be minimized to a great extent, but still it is always there, and as there is no reason why we should consume such foods, is it not foolish to continue to do so? But this is not all. It is quite impossible to consume dairy produce without slaughter as it is to eat flesh without slaughter. There are probably as many bulls born as cows. One bull for breeding purposes suffices for many cows and lives for many years. So what is to be done with the bull calves if our humanitarian scruples debar us from providing a vocation for the butcher? The country would soon be overrun with vast herds of wild animals, and the whole populace would have to take arms for self-preservation. So it comes to the same thing. If we do not breed these animals for their flesh, or milk, or eggs, or labor, we should have no use for them, and so should breed them no longer, and they would quickly become extinct. The wild goat and sheep and the feathered life might survive indefinitely in mountainous districts, but large animals that are not domesticated or bred for slaughter soon disappear before the approach of civilization. The Irish elk is extinct, and the buffalo of North America has been wiped out during quite recent years. If leather became more expensive, much of it is derived from horsehide, manufacturers of leather substitutes would have a better market than they have at present. However much thou art read in theory, if thou hast no practice, thou art ignorant, says the Persian poet Sadi. Conviction, were it never so excellent, is worthless until it converts itself into conduct. Nay, properly, conviction is not possible until then, says Herr Teufelsdrockh. It is never too late to be virtuous. It is right that we should look before we leap, but it is gross misconduct to neglect duty to conform to the constitutes of the hour. We must endeavor in practical life to carry out to the best of our ability our philosophical and ethical convictions, for any lapse in such endeavor is what constitutes immorality. We must live consistently with theory so long as our chief purpose in life is advanced by doing so. But we must be inconsistent when by our antinomianism we better forward this purpose. To illustrate, all morally minded people desire to serve as a force working for the happiness of the race. We are convinced that the slaughter of animals for food is needless, and that it entails much physical and mental suffering among men and animals, and is therefore immoral. Knowing this, we should exert our best efforts to counteract the wrong. Firstly, by regulating our own conduct so as not to take either an active or passive part in this needless massacre of subhuman life. And secondly, by making those facts widely known, which would show the necessity for food reform. Now we go to the ultimate extreme as regards our own conduct. We should make no use of such things as leather, bone, catgut, etc. We should not even so much as attend a concert where the players use catgut strings, for however far distantly related the cause and effect may be, the fact remains that the more demand, no matter how small, the more the supply. We should not even be guilty of accosting a friend from over the way, lest in consequence he takes more steps than otherwise he would do, thus wearing out more shoe leather. He who would practice such absurd sansculottism as this would have to resort to the severest seclusion, and plainly enough, we cannot approve of such fanaticism. By turning antinomian, when necessary, and staying amongst our fellows, making known our views accordingly to our ability and opportunity, we shall be doing more towards establishing the proper relation between man and subman than by turning cenobite and refusing all intercourse and association with our fellows. Let us do small wrong that we may accomplish great good. Let us practice our creed so far as to abstain from the eating of animal food, and from the use of furs, feathers, seal, and fox-skins, and similar ornaments, to obtain which necessitates the violation of our fundamental principles. With regard to leather, this material is, under present conditions, a by-product. The hides of animals slaughtered for their flesh are made into leather, and it is not censurable in a vegetarian to use this article in the absence of a suitable substitute, when he knows that by doing so he is not asking an animal's life, nor a fellow being to degrade his character by taking it. There is a substitute for leather now on the market, and it is hoped that it may soon be in demand, for even a leather tanner's work is not exactly an ideal occupation. Looking at the question of conviction and consistency in this way, there are conceivable circumstances when the staunchest vegetarian may even turn creophagist. As to how far it is permissible to depart from the strictest adherence to the principles of vegetarianism that have been laid down, the individual must trust his own conscience to determine, but we can confidently affirm that the eating of animal flesh is unnecessary and immoral, and retards the development in the direction which the finest minds of the race hold to be good, and that the only time when it would be not wrong to feed upon such food would be when, owing to misfortunes such as shipwreck, war, famine, etc., starvation can only be kept at bay by the sacrifice of animal life. In such case, man, considering his own life the more valuable, must resort to the unnatural practice of flesh-eating. The reformer may have, indeed must have, to pay a price, and sometimes a big one, for the privilege, the greatest of all privileges, of educating his fellows to a realization of their errors, to a realization of a better and nobler view of life than they have hitherto known. Seldom do men who carve out a way for themselves, casting aside the conventional prejudices of their day, and daring to proclaim, and live up to, the truth they see, meet with the esteem and respect due to them. But this should not, and, if they are sincere and courageous, does not, deter them from announcing their message and caring for the personal discomfort it causes. It is such as these that the world has to thank for its progress. It often happens that the reformer reaps not the benefit of the reform he introduces. Men are slow to perceive and strangely slow to act, yet he who has genuine affection for his fellows, and whose desire for the betterment of humanity is no mere sentimental pseudo-religiosity, bears bravely the disappointment he is sure to experience, and with undaunted heart urges the cause that, as he sees it, stands for the enlightenment and the happiness of man. The vegetarian in the West, Europe, America, etc., is often ridiculed and spoken of by appellations neither complimentary nor kind, but this should deter no honorable man or woman from entering the ranks of the vegetarian movement as soon as he or she perceives the moral obligation to do so. It may be hard, perhaps impossible, to convert others to the same views, but the vegetarian is not hindered from living his own life according to the dictate of his conscience. He who conquers others is strong, but the man who conquers himself is mighty, wrote Lao Tse, in the Tao Te Ching, or the simple way. When we call to mind some heroic character, a Socrates, a Regulus, a Savonarola, the petty sacrifices our duties entail seem trivial indeed. We do well to remember that it is only by obedience to the highest dictates of our own hearts and minds that we may obtain true happiness. It is only by living in harmony with all living creatures that nobility and purity of life are attainable. As we obey the immediate vision, so do we become able to see yet richer visions. But the strength of the vision is ours only as we obey its high demands. The Karmic View by Sawan Singh. Quote, I must point out that animal food, even if a single particle is eaten, is detrimental to spiritual progress. End quote. Quote, a human being cannot comprehend the existence of God and his creation until he has succeeded in getting his soul free from the bondage of the 5 tattvas, the 25 prakritis, the 3 gunas, maya and mind, all of which are enveloping it here, until he has emancipated his soul from every one of these errors and taken it beyond the sphere of mind and intellect, and opened his internal vision. Then, only then, is the soul able to know itself and understand what it is made of. After that, it becomes fit to seek its Creator, and to find out the ocean from which it originally descended, as well as means to regain it. Consequently, before a disciple has succeeded in getting rid of these chains, it shall be sufficient for him to know that this world can be divided into 2 parts, land and water. The creatures of water live upon each other. Nature has not provided them with any other means of subsistence. Big fish are eating the little ones, etc. The same holds true of the land. Lions and tigers eat up wolves and jackals. The latter subsist on the meat of sheep, goats, etc. They in turn eat plants. Hawks eat smaller birds. Birds eat insects. And men eat most every form of life, so far as climate and special circumstances of their own countries permit. Every grain, every plant, has life in it. Hindu philosophy has acknowledged this fact since very ancient times. Dr. Bose has demonstrated this fact to the European world by his experiments, showing that plants feel and breathe, and have souls. If a ray of light is allowed to penetrate a dark room, the microscope reveals numberless germs floating in the air of that room. The whole room seems to be full of this germ life. When we breathe, these tiny creatures go inside of us and die. When we walk, numberless creatures are killed by contact with us, and countless others are crushed beneath our feet. The same is true when we drink water. The microscope reveals myriads of tiny creatures in a tumbler of water, and these we drink to their death every day. Souls would appear to be literally packed together in all space in our world. If we put down a needlepoint on the earth, countless germs may be found beneath its point. And so in our world, life is everywhere destroying life. In such a world where one creature is eating upon another, it is impossible to expect either justice or peace of mind. There is no rest or security anymore. Therefore, when the ancient sages found that in this world creatures were destroying each other, they decided it was better to give up the world. They found that in such a world there could be no peace of mind, and it was impossible to attain bliss until and unless the soul breaks away from the bonds which have kept it enchained, and that it was folly to regard the pleasures of this world as a means to happiness, because they lead to hell and further bind the soul with karma and dirt. They determined that it was impossible to find peace of mind in any worldly object, and that happiness lies within man himself in that ocean of which he is a drop. Therefore, the sages thought, as long as they were confined in the prison of this world, they would adopt the course which was the least harmful. They would subsist on creatures the killing of which was the least sinful. They discovered that all living beings of this world could be divided into classes as regards the composition of their bodies and the number of elements they contain. By elements, they did not mean the 90 or so elements discovered by modern scientists, but the main conditions or divisions of matter. There are 5 such classes of substances. According to their classification, under Class 1 came all of those creatures in whom all 5 of these substances were active, that is, man. In the next class came those in which only 4 substances are active and 1 dormant, and that is quadrupeds. In them there is no sense of discrimination, because in them the Akash Tattva is dormant. The third class fell creatures in which only 3 substances were active, namely air, fire, and water. They are birds. They lack earth and Akash. The fourth class is made up of insects, in which only 2 substances are active, air and fire. Then comes the last class, the fifth, in which only 1 element or substance is active, that is, the vegetable world. In them, water is the only active element. Experts have proved that, in many vegetables, there is as much as 95% water. When the creatures of the other 4 classes are killed or injured, they cry out in pain. But not so in vegetables, though they have life. So the sages concluded that the eating of vegetables was the least sinful, the least burdened with karma. Although the eating of vegetables produced some karma, yet it was of a light nature which could be easily worked off by spiritual exercises. They thus chose the course of least resistance, and so abstained from the killing of other forms of life. Conclusion: the 2-minute warning. Jainism and the Practice of Ahimsa by Professor Andrea D.M. Lane. Jainism arose as a systematic response to human and animal violence by positing a radical alternative, the path of ahimsa, or non-violence. Much of the violence that we as humans inflict on others happens in less than 2 minutes. Whether it is rage against a driver who abruptly turns into our freeway lane, or anger from a surfer who takes off a wave we believed was ours alone. Michael Tobias, in his book Life Force, writes at length about the ancient Jain practice of ahimsa, or non-violence, and how becoming acutely aware of the suffering of others can be mitigated if we just stopped and deeply thought about how much unnecessary pain and suffering we cause to a variety of life forms surrounding us. As Tobias explains, quote, "To temper that killer in a man and the subsequent killing fields is to grope with those few moments where conflict begins. 2 minutes of unthinking, unfeeling behavior, whether in the eating of a hamburger, the casting of a fishing line, or more subtly, the habit of taking one's children to a circus to view animals who in fact have been reduced to insanity and pain. 2 minutes of our own insanity in the breeding of captive animals who were meant to be free, or worse, the abandoning of those pets to certain death, in the reining or worse, the racing of horses, the killing of bugs in a frenzy of vindictiveness, as opposed to more patiently removing them without injury. The litany of transgressions cascades with numbing ubiquity, and it all comes down to the collaborations, mindful or not, with atrocity carried out by or on behalf of humans, and committed against other living creatures, whether around the dinner table, on the job, on the farm, the ranch, in the street, or at the grocery store." End quote. Jainism arose as a systematic response to human and animal violence by positing a radical alternative, the path of ahimsa, or non-violence. Their argument is a simple but profound one. If we can lessen the pain and suffering of those around us, why not choose that option instead of needlessly perpetuating the never-ending cycle of violent retribution? Jainism raises a most pregnant question for all of us. How big is our circle of compassion? Can we extend its circumference beyond ourselves and kin to include other human beings not of our tribe, and even further to include animals and other living beings? In those brief moments where we almost instinctively lash out others, can we instead pause and change our responses? The Jains believe that we can and have demonstrated over hundreds of years of how it can be ecologically and ethically successful. It is a very telling fact indeed that Jainism is the only major world religion that is never engaged in war. To increase our circle of compassion is the moral imperative. Being a vegan is merely one way of widening that ethical arc.